Upon hearing a scream in the forest, he ran faster than the flash, upon realizing that the woman in danger had 2 eyes and that there were no tentacles coming out of her beautiful body. The man cried tears of happiness. The scared girl with her eyes closed heard a strange noise. Then when she opened her eyes, all the goblins had already been torn to pieces. In front of her was only the man offering his hand, and when both of them touched, he couldn't stop shaking like an old washing machine, until suddenly he opened a grin from ear to ear and said that they should get married. The man is the definition of the word needy. He can't see an e-girl without already wanting to buy Discord Nitro for her. The worst part is that things work out well for him. When he saw civilization for the first time, once again he was impressed that they didn't have tentacles. But soon the police showed up, asking for his player card. But what the protagonist gave him was the middle finger right in his face. On the day he went to take the test to measure his strength. When this guy touches a strange white orb used to measure a player's rank in total strength, almost nothing happens. The orb only gets a little darker, and the darker it gets, the stronger the person is. So everyone reads him as an F-rank nobody, and Oh Kang-woo is crushed. He grabs his new ID and leaves right away. That card lets him enter E-rank gates. The girl watching him feels bad because with a rank that low, he'll probably die soon. But then pure darkness starts swallowing the orb until a crack runs through the middle. The girl freezes. This has never happened. Even S-rank players only make it dark gray, not pitch black, and never enough to shatter it. Now she can't stop wondering who this guy really is. Here's the truth. Oh Kang-woo has just returned after being the demon king in hell for 10,000 years. Every demon feared him on sight, but after getting sick of hell, he chose to return to Earth. One of his servants, Balrog, asks why he'd go back when he already has everything in hell. No one dares breathe for a second. The demon king stares down at his servant, and Balrog starts shaking, too scared to meet his eyes as he remembers the power of gluttony. That power lets the demon king absorb any demon he touches, body and power alike. It's also what brought down the 7 princes of hell. Around the throne room, the lesser demons shake too. Sure, their ruler is angry. The aura of gluttony hangs over Balrog, and he looks ready to die. Then the Demon King finally speaks, asking how this could be called having everything after 10,000 years in hell. The same ugly place and endless killing only made him hate it more. He removes his helmet and we finally see Odes staring back in anger as he says there has to be more than this. Balrog assumes his king is hungry and orders food at once. The servants rush in with a tray, and Balrog says the meal may be poor, but at least it shows their loyalty. Then he opens it and offers his king a gross octopus head. O refuses, and hurls it at Balrog. Something that nasty isn't food any normal person would eat. Furious energy starts pouring out of him as he says he wants kimchi jjigae. The demons are completely lost. They start shouting and act like it's some legendary meal. To them, kimchi must be some kind of red raw meat, but he shuts that down fast. Balrog is still ready to tear apart any monster to serve its guts, and he is exhausted by how dumb they all are. Demons don't even understand meals. They just eat whatever they kill. Balrog thinks wiping out the 7 princes sounds fun, while the protagonist just wants to read novels like a normal person. Balrog slams his fist down and begs MC to kill him for being too weak to satisfy his king. If these idiots would just listen for once, maybe he could stand them. Realizing his servants are hopeless, O says he'd at least like someone to love. Then a woman walks in and asks if she could be that person. Her name is Lilith, queen of the succubi. As she approaches the throne, the other demons are instantly charmed. Standing before him, she asks if her king really can accept her heart. She tries to look sweet, but O is totally disgusted by her. She offers to spend the night with him, and he immediately warns her not to try it. Lilith wraps his arm with her tentacles, and he looks ready to throw up. The lesser demons watch her flirt with their king and envy him. Meanwhile, the protagonist does everything he can to pull her off. The succubus famous for draining men is nothing like the lovely image people imagine, and O covers his eyes, begging her to leave. To him, even Balrog is easier to look at than Lilith. Looks aren't everything, but Lilith is on another level. MC clenches his fist and decides he has to return to Earth. Lilith and Balrog are stunned by what he says. They call out hoping he isn't serious. But after 10,000 years in that pit, nothing will change O's mind. While they wait for his answer, he thinks to himself that the preparations are finally done. Leaving the throne, he says it's time to claim the reward for surviving 10,000 years in hell. Then he orders Balrog to prepare it. Balrog looks heartbroken, still hoping his king will stay. Instead, O threatens him to do it now. Balrog squeals and quickly apologizes. He tells the lesser demons to summon Aemon and bring the armor of the 7 princes of hell. Soon, Aemon, the eerie shaman, arrives and begins chanting. Cold air spreads through the room and bright light flares from the statues. The light gathers at the center of the platform. Balrog tells, "Oh, everything is ready." Lilith tears up as her king walks away, and Balrog joins in while the protagonist drops his armor. Both of them look crushed, still hoping he won't really leave. Even so, MC steps onto the platform without hesitation. As he nears Aemon, the shaman explains that pouring huge mana into the armor of the 7 princes can bend space and time and rip open a crack between dimensions. Bull listens and gets ready. Purple energy pours from his body as he thinks about going home. He focuses. Mana surges around him, and the myriad demon gate takes shape. The gate splits open, and a massive wave of mana bursts through the room. Amanda throws up a shield against the power pouring from him. Even then, the magic overwhelms him, and he can only marvel at it. The statues begin to shake under the pressure, until one eye lights up. Soon the rest react the same way, as Oha's power keeps rising. Seeing that, Amon tells the protagonist the gate is about to open. Then it cracks wider and fully opens before him. He knows no family, lover, or friends are waiting on Earth, but just escaping hell is enough. As he reaches the gate, Lilith cries out to him. Her non-stop sobbing makes him pause for a moment. Balrog tries to calm her while she asks if he's really leaving. Avoiding her eyes, O tells her not to cry. He really doesn't want to see that face again, but Lilith instantly blushes, taking his words the wrong way and acting thrilled. Then bubbles start coming out of the holes in her body before liquid starts spraying out. That awful sight leaves O completely horrified, while Lilith goes on about wanting to follow him. He dives through the gate at once, before things get even worse. Lilith runs to the gate and shouts that she'll follow him no matter what. MC gives a small smirk and flips her off, hoping he never sees that lunatic again. He slowly descends into a control room, thinking only about getting back to Earth. Then he lands beside an orb, excited to finally be home. Suddenly, the orb fires off electricity, and a window appears warning that a nuclear crack has been detected. Defensive barriers activate around the room, and another alert says the Gaia defense system is now running. O has no idea what's happening. More warnings start flashing everywhere. They all say the core's power is beyond capacity. He reads them, confused, until another message says the Gaia system is nearing overload. The defenses kick in harder, the electricity spikes, and he gets hit so badly it nearly fries his brain. Then another warning appears saying exclusion of the core crack is impossible. Angry at the attacks, O forces himself to endure until the system starts sealing him. Just when he tries to fight back, the protagonist blacks out. Sometime later, he wakes with sunlight on his face. Looking around, he finds himself in a forest, and wonders if he really made it to Earth. He's still in terrible pain as he tries to stand and check his body. A status window pops up, and he has no clue what he's looking at. It says most of his powers are sealed, and the rest of his stats have dropped way below normal. Just like that, he went from a king to a total nobody in the woods. Kangwoo checks again and confirms it. His powers really are sealed. While he's still reading it, a sharp scream echoes through the forest. Kangwoo spins around and spots a group of ugly goblins coming at him. They charge in, ready to carve him up, and he's confused. Earth definitely didn't have monsters like this before. He tries to cast a spell to wipe them out, but the power cuts off right away. Then he remembers magic is weak in the Myriad Demon Palace. By then, the goblins are already on him, and his options are limited. Still calm, he tightens his fist and switches to another power. In an instant, Kangwoo cuts through the goblins before any of them can strike. A demonic blade shoots out from his arm and drops them fast. The shadow of one last goblin falls over him, and he locks onto it. A system message says he killed an E-class normal monster. After finishing the last goblin, he gets more experience and reaches level 4. With goblin corpses all around him, he tries to figure out what kind of monsters they were. The strangest part is the experience and level system. It sounds ridiculous, but he can feel himself getting stronger. He stares at the pile of bodies on the ground, completely speechless. Then he decides to gather information about this place first. Thankfully, he still has the power of gluttony, so he uses it on the goblin corpses. He learns a little about their bodies, but nothing about the world around him. Still, using this skill raises his magic stat by 1. Kangwoo freezes in fear and confusion when the system mentions magic. He curses his luck because magic should only exist in hell. That makes him think he might not be on Earth after all. The idea sends him spiraling. Getting back home was the only reason he endured hell for so long. Then another scream rings out from deeper in the woods. This time, he relaxes a little. The voice doesn't sound like a monster. When it comes again, he's sure it's human. Kangwoo bolts toward it at top speed. As he runs, he begs to finally meet a real person, and desperately hopes they don't have tentacles. Lilith pops into his head and he starts praying even harder. He finally reaches the source of the screams and finds a horde of goblins surrounding a girl. One look tells him she has everything a man could want. The moment he realizes she has no tentacles, his eyes fill with tears. At last, he's looking at something that doesn't make him sick. But while he's enjoying that miracle, the goblins are about to kill the poor girl. She shuts her eyes and accepts what's coming to her, then suddenly hears the goblins screaming instead. When she opens her eyes, she finds Kangwoo tearing through them without mercy. She has no idea how he killed them so fast, but at least she's safe now. Kangwoo offers her a hand, and she thanks him with a pure innocent look. As their hands meet, he's thrilled to finally touch a real girl. Even though he's shaking, he tries hard to look calm. The girl thanks him again and introduces herself as Han Solo. But Kangwoo is still trembling like a mess, and Han Solo starts wondering what's wrong with him. Then he suddenly grabs her hand and blurts out a proposal. Now she's fully creeped out and has no clue why this stranger is acting so weird. Han Solo has no idea what he's even talking about, and he quickly realizes he got carried away. Kangwoo apologizes and tells her his name, but she still looks confused. He asks if she's hurt, and she says it's nothing serious. Still, her legs are shaking badly, and the wound on her body is pretty bad. Han Solo stumbles and falls against Kangwoo. A phone slips from her cloak, and the second he sees it, he knows for sure this is Earth. He helps Han Solo sit down and decides to patch her up with basic first aid. As he tears off a piece of cloth to wrap the wound, he realizes he can understand her perfectly. While tying it, he remembers banning demon language in hell so he wouldn't forget Korean. At least now talking to her is easy enough. Once he's done, Han Solo quietly thanks him for helping her. He gives her smartphone back, and when she reaches for it, he sees the year is 2023. That means he spent 5 years in hell. He's stunned that monsters showed up on Earth in just that time, even though he thought he had adjusted the time gap well. After that, he decides to rest with Han Solo, since she can barely move. While they sit, Kang-woo tries to learn more about this world. She explains that she came into the woods during a solo gate hunt. Even though she awakened as a god player, she admits it was dumb to challenge an E-rank gate alone. All this talk about players and hunting leaves Kang-woo confused. He asks her level, and she says she's level 6. When she asks how he ended up in the forest, he gives only a vague answer. Han Solo avoids his eyes when he smiles at her. Then he leans closer until their bodies touch, and she turns bright red. To escape the awkward moment, she quickly stands and says they should get moving. Kang-woo still worries about her injury and asks if she can manage. Her legs are still shaking, but she insists she'll be okay. He puts an arm around her and offers support while they walk. Han Solo gets nervous being that close to such a handsome guy, but Kang-woo insists on helping and says he'll escort her. She points the way and lets him take care of her. He looks genuinely thrilled just to be beside another human. It has been 10,000 years since he last talked to one, so he's relieved she isn't too suspicious. For now, he plans to keep things simple and slowly readjust to life on Earth. A little later, they reach their destination. There, a huge portal stands. Kang-woo still doesn't know where it leads, and he's sure a space rift like this shouldn't exist on Earth. Since he can't see any device creating it, he wonders how such a giant gate is being kept open. Han Solo lets go of his hand and tells him to hurry so they can get out. They step through the portal, and Kang-woo shields his eyes as they pass through the rift. When he opens them again, he can't believe it. The first thing he notices is a guy recruiting people for a goblin hunt. But that wasn't all. People are everywhere, doing all kinds of things, even using futuristic terminals. One person is even trying desperately to talk a thief into joining a party. As Kang-woo takes it in, one thing stands out most. These are normal humans, and not one of them has tentacles. In front of him is a busy futuristic city packed with people. Han Solo glances over as the sight of the city makes him tremble. Tears of joy run down his face. He's finally home. Han Solo notices how worn out his cloak looks, and hesitates for a second. Then she speaks up and shyly invites him to come eat at her place. To Kang-woo, it sounds too good to be real. He just got back home, and now the first pretty girl he meets is asking him over. In her sweet way, Han Solo explains that she just wants to thank him with a meal. For him, things somehow keep getting better. Kang-woo tries to play it cool, saying he couldn't possibly refuse. Just then, some people stop them and ask them to wait. When he turns around, he sees 2 police officers asking for their player cards. Han Solo starts to take hers out, but Kang-woo has no idea what they mean. With nowhere to run, he uses his trump card. His eyes turn black and his pupils glow green. This power lets him twist what people see and control their perception. It's called the power of oblivion. Without the officer knowing, a demon-like force covers his eyes while Kang-woo flashes him the middle finger. Under the hypnosis, the officer accepts Kang-woo's card, even though it doesn't exist. After that, Kang-woo leaves with Han Solo, while the other officer tries to snap his partner out of it. When they arrive at Solo's apartment building, she tells Kang-woo they'll have to use the stairs since there's no elevator. He follows her, taking in all the small things he missed about Earth. The smell of an old apartment, the narrow stairs, the cold railing, even the dusty window. It's all starting to feel real to him. On top of that, he's heading to Solo's place, and maybe hoping for more. At that moment, Kang-woo is sure his future is finally going to be happy. As he starts imagining a life with Han Solo, Han Solo's mother welcomes her home, and Kang-woo's fantasy dies the second he hears Solo call her mom. Her mom rushes over, worried she got hurt, but Han Solo quickly says she's fine. Meanwhile, Kang-woo starts wondering if this really was just a dinner invite. Then Han Solo introduces him and explains that he saved her earlier. Her mother grabs his hands and thanks him from the heart for protecting her daughter. She says she doesn't know how to repay him, but Kang-woo tells her not to worry about it. She invites him in and promises to cook something good. Kang-woo thanks her politely. He had hoped to be alone with Han Solo, but this is still way better than life in hell. Solo's mom goes to the kitchen and asks her to help with dinner. Before changing, Han Solo checks her phone and notices a text from her mom telling her to stay in touch whenever she goes somewhere dangerous. Seeing the phone, Kang-woo remembers he still needs information about Earth, so he asks to borrow it, pretending he lost his own. Han Solo tells him to relax and hands it over. Kang-woo reacts like a kid with a brand new toy, running his fingers over the screen. Then he sits at the table and focuses on what he needs to learn. He searches for news from 2018 and finds something important. 5 years ago, the whole world changed when strange gates began appearing across Earth, and monsters poured out of them. Guns were useless, and even the Chinese army couldn't stop them. Under America's lead, a global emergency group was formed. and Korea became the 9th nation to join. The first player appeared in America, though nobody knew who she was. After that, players started showing up all over the world, and people began to see them as humanity's hope. While reading, Kang-woo realizes it all began the same day he fell into hell. That makes him think one of those gates is what dragged him down there. Still, he treats the article as guesswork for now and decides to learn more later. A little later, dinner is served. As he thanks them, his eyes lock onto the food in front of him. It almost doesn't feel real, but there's no doubt about it. It's kimchi stew, the dish he's wanted for so long. They tell him to dig in, but Kang-woo is too shocked to answer. Slowly, he lifts his spoon and scoops up some stew. Han-sola and her mother sit down to eat too. Han-sola can tell something is off with Kang-woo. His hand shakes as he brings the spoon to his mouth. She and her mom wait to see if he likes it, but he says nothing. He just keeps eating one spoonful after another. That starts to worry them. As he eats, Kang-woo remembers falling into hell 10,000 years ago. To stay alive, he took in demonic power and became something close to a demon. But because he was still human, nothing he tasted down there ever felt right. He survived by eating demons, but they tasted absolutely awful. Bit by bit, he almost lost his mind. The only thing keeping him together was his wish to come home. Now he's finally back, tasting real food again, and tears run down his face in pure relief. Han-sola stands to get him another bowl, and her mom smiles, happy he loves it so much. The so-called king of hell keeps eating like a starving bum, grateful he made it back to Earth. His messy manners don't bother Han-sola at all. She just watches him with quiet admiration. Then a huge explosion erupts, but Kang-woo is so focused on eating that he doesn't even react. A stranger appears through the wreckage, cursing whoever made him bust through the door. Han-sola and her mother rush out to see who broke into their home. The thug steps forward and yells for Sola to come out right now. He demands to know who gave her permission to enter the gate. His nerve makes Sola furious. Even though she's trembling, she still stands her ground and tells him to get out of her house. The order clearly offends him, and he can hardly believe she said it. Sola says it again and calls him Han Tae-hyun, asking who he thinks he is for barging in like this. She warns him not to come closer, saying she's a real player now, but Tae-hyun looks at her like she's joking. He bursts out laughing and mocks her for trying to sound tough. Then he suddenly slams a fist into the wall beside her. He's furious that someone as low-level as her would dare call herself a real player. Sola shields her mother and warns him again not to come any closer. Tae-hyun glares down at their mother with open disgust. He rants that their father died early, and their mom barely earns anything. That sets Sola off, and she shouts that he's the reason their lives are so miserable. He ignores her and grabs her, trying to drag her to the Andrus Guild. Sola struggles and says she'll never join such a worthless guild. Tae-hyun gets mad at that, insisting he's helping her get into a good party. She finally snaps and bites his hand, drawing blood. He instantly slaps her away before she can do anything else. Their mother rushes to Sola after she crashes to the floor. Now Tae-hyun is completely furious. Grinding his teeth, he asks if she really thinks kindness alone can keep her alive in this world. He tells her to come quietly and be an offering. Since she thinks she's a real player, he says they should settle it in a fight, player against player. Their mother begs her son to stop hurting his sister and promises she'll work harder. She gently reaches for his hand, but Tae-hyun shoves her away and sends her to the floor. Sola breaks down and rushes to her mother's side. She screams for her to wake up, but Tae-myun shows no guilt at all. He's only angry that their mother bothered him after being told to leave. Sola shoots her brother a deadly glare, but he isn't scared in the slightest. He towers over them like he wants her to try something. He reminds her that she's low level, while he's a stage 2 meta-human. In his eyes, she has no chance. Then he mocks her, asking if she really thinks she can beat him. He grabs her by the mouth and calls her an idiot whose only value is her pretty face. He admits the only reason he wants her in the Andrus Guild is to look better to his seniors. Other than that, she means nothing to him. Then he suddenly senses something strange. Looking over, he sees Kang-woo drinking down an entire pot of kimchi stew. Even with the house in chaos, this guy only cares about eating. Tae-myun stares at him, wondering who this freak even is. Kang-woo keeps ignoring him and eats on like nothing happened, which only makes Tae-myun angrier as he snaps, asking if Kang-woo thinks this is some restaurant. Furious, he walks over and demands to know if he can't read the room. Meanwhile, Sola worries Kang-woo is getting dragged into her family mess. Tae-myun calls out to the king of hell, but Kang-woo still doesn't answer. He just keeps eating in total peace. Tae-myun turns as if he's leaving, then suddenly smashes the table, sending the food flying. Kang-woo's quiet meal is destroyed, and for a second he can't even process it. Sola is totally stunned, while Tae-myun keeps wrecking the room. Kang-woo stares in disbelief as his food spills to the floor right in front of him. To him, this is a living nightmare. Sola calls out to him, and Kang-woo cries out in grief over the ruined kimchi stew. He drops to his knees in despair, and Tae-myun starts wondering if this guy is insane. Even Sola is thrown off by how hard he took it. Her brother asks where she found this beggar. In the middle of all this chaos, the idiot only cares about his stew. While Kang-woo keeps wailing, Tae-myun tells him to quit acting pathetic and stand up, but Kang-woo mourns that meal like he lost a child. Then Kang-woo lifts his head, and his eyes turn terrifying. Tae-myun freezes as a dark demonic aura pours off him. This is what happens when you ruin a man's favorite meal. Kang Woo is ready to tear him apart for wasting his food, and Taemian finally looks scared. That fear only makes Taemian angrier as he bites his lip and clenches his fist. Blue flames wrap around his hand. He's ready to put Kang Woo down. If Taemian knew who he was messing with, he wouldn't be acting this bold. He pushes away the thought that Kang Woo might really be a demon, and calls him crazy. Taemian suddenly blocks an attack he didn't see coming, then turns to where the spell came from. It was Sola. Holding her staff, she tells Kang Woo to run while she handles her brother. But then Kang Woo shocks her by forming demonic blades from his arms. He charges Taemian at once, ready to cut him down. Sola can only stare, completely stunned by what she's seeing. Kang Woo slips past Taemian's next attack like it's nothing. Taemian thinks he just wasn't quick enough, but then Kang Woo comes in from the left with what looks like a punch, fakes it, and drives a knee into his stomach. The hit knocks the air out of Taemian. Even so, he recovers fast and swings again. Kang Woo avoids it, and Taemian starts flailing wildly. His moves are easy to read, so Kang Woo nails him in the side again. Taemian has probably never been embarrassed like this before. With blood running from his nose, he grabs Kang Woo's legs and insists the attack wasn't that strong. Then he tries to slam him down, but Kang Woo answers with a brutal punch that shows just how weak Taemian really is. Then Kang Woo cuts into the thug with his blades, leaving him beaten and torn up. Taemian doesn't even get a moment to recover before Kang Woo attacks again. He fires flames from his fists, but Kang Woo dodges with ease. After fooling him with another fake, Kang Woo buries a punch in Taemian's gut. The idiot drops to his knees, cursing under his breath. Taemian wonders who Kang Woo really is as he struggles to stand. Before he can, Kang Woo plants a foot on his head and pins him down. Taemian still wants to fight back, but Kang Woo isn't finished with him yet. The Demon King drives his blades into him, and Taemian lets out a pathetic scream. Kang Woo tells him to quit whining and act like a man. This is only the start of his punishment. He's going to make Taemian pay for every drop of kimchi stew he spilled. Taemian can't understand why he's this mad over food, but he has no clue what Kang Woo survived for the last 10,000 years. Kang Woo yanks him up by the hair for insulting that precious meal, and, with murder in his eyes, asks if kimchi stew means nothing to him. Now Taemian knows he messed up. He tries to apologize, but the words won't come out right. Before he can explain, Kang Woo starts slamming his head into the floor over and over. That stew must have been priceless for Kang Woo to lose it like this. Even that isn't enough for him, and Taemian is barely awake now. Kang Woo orders him to say kimchi stew is sacred, then starts counting. 1, 2. Taemian is already shaking from the pain in his arms. When Kang Woo counts 1, he weakly answers, kimchi stew, not loud enough. So Kang Woo pushes the blades deeper into his arms. At this point, Taemian regrets everything. He can't believe how much pain and shame he's going through. Looking even crazier now, Kang Woo starts counting again, and Taemian finally screams it loud enough, admitting that kimchi stew is sacred. Even that still doesn't fully satisfy Kang Woo. He stomps on him and demands he shout louder, like he's praising a god or confessing his love. Sola can only watch as her brother suffers through all of this. She's scared and confused because none of it makes any sense. Kang Woo keeps forcing Taemian to scream with everything he has, but pleasing him is impossible. The tone still isn't good enough, so he tells Taemian to keep yelling until his voice reaches the 7th octave. Terrified, Taemian has no choice but to obey, so he screams at the top of his lungs, praising the greatness of kimchi stew, until Kang Woo is finally satisfied. At last, the Demon King pulls back his blades and ends Taemian's pain. Looking down at him one more time, he warns him never to insult kimchi stew again. Taemian lies there in agony, wondering what is wrong with this insane man. Later, the house is cleaned up, with the broken furniture stacked off to the side. Sola tends to her injured mother as she rests on the couch. She's still deeply worried about her mom. Then she glances toward the kitchen. Taemian is stuck washing dishes and cleaning the mess he made, whining the whole time. He regrets ever meeting Kang Woo, and wishes he'd just leave. Getting humiliated was bad enough, but Kang Woo also took his clothes. Meanwhile, Kang Woo couldn't care less, and just scrolls through a phone. Taemian keeps crying to himself, wondering how his life got wrecked over kimchi stew. He glares at Kang Woo, clearly bitter after all the pain he went through. Kang Woo notices, slowly sets down his cup, and Taemian instantly yelps and turns back to the dishes. Then Kang Woo asks if he's upset that kimchi caused all this. Taemian knows it's bait, so he doesn't dare answer wrong. Thinking back to his time in hell, Kang Woo says Taemian has no idea how lucky he is to have clothes, food, sleep, and peace. He tells the boy to value life on Earth while he still can. Taemian answers obediently, but inside he's plotting revenge. He's waiting to report everything to Andros and get help paying Kang Woo back. While he's lost in that thought, Kang Woo barks at him to come to the table after he finishes the dishes. Taemian stands in front of him like a scared animal, and Kang Woo says there's barely any reason to keep someone like him alive. Holding in his rage, Taemian agrees that he's worthless, but Kang Woo grabs him and says he won't kill him. One look in his eyes makes it clear Taemian may wish he did. Kang Woo fixes him with a cold, threatening stare, and Taemian's crushed by the evil aura pouring off him. Then he sees a demon in front of him as Kang Woo uses Oryax's power of dread. Oryax wraps around Taemian and fills him with pure terror. He cries and begs the demon to stay away, while that third eye glares down at him. Then he starts screaming as shadowy hands crawl over his body. In reality, Kangwoo is only standing over him while Tae-mirin sobs, begs and wets himself. Kangwoo gives one final warning. Tae-mirin better never speak about what happened in this house. Oriox doesn't just scar its targets with fear forever, it can also turn them into the Demon King's slave. After seeing how pathetic Tae-mirin looks, Kangwoo tells him to get out. Shaking all over, Tae-mirin leaves after the worst humiliation of his life. Kangwoo is just glad to be rid of him. Sedla watches her useless brother finally leave the house, still too stunned to say anything, after all that happened. Once again, Kangwoo has saved her like some unexpected hero. That hero goes right back to his phone and realizes he's broke. If he wants to live in this world, he needs money fast. Then something catches his eye. He finds an article about magic stones, and realizes they could make him money. So Kangwoo asks Solo to show him any magic stone she has. She digs through her bag and pulls out the E-rank stone they got from the goblin. The article said darker stones are worth more. Kangwoo studies it, but he can't feel any magic from it. He does sense something inside and remembers gaining a magic point after absorbing the goblin's essence, which makes him wonder what these stones really contain. Then he realizes it isn't demonic energy at all, but a different force called magic. Even so, he still doesn't know where the demonic energy is coming from. Kangwoo gives the stone back to Sayla and decides to gather more and sell them for now. To do that, he'll need a player card, which reminds him of the police officers he met. Sayla tells him there isn't a player support center nearby. The closest one is at Seoul Station. She needs to go there too, and asks if he wants to come with her. Looking at her home and her injured mother, Selner explains that she's trying to earn money for her family. She admits it was stupid to rush into the gate like that, and thanks Kangwoo for saving her and teaching her a lesson. After years of seeing only monsters, the Demon King thinks he may have finally met an angel. Selner says she's going to relearn the basics and aim for her second awakening. Kangwoo wishes her luck, though he still doesn't plan to help her yet. After that, Selner goes to get ready so they can leave. Once she heads to her room, Kangwoo thinks traveling with her will only slow down his hunting. As harsh as it is, he knows it's true. Right now, all Kangwoo can do is get his power back and cut out anything that slows him down. Meanwhile, Selner changes into a white robe. Kangwoo stands by the window, thinking about one thing, getting strong enough to survive here. He tells himself to push through, just like he did back in hell. Then Selner comes out and asks for his ID. Since he obviously doesn't have one, she says they need to stop by City Hall first. Later, Kangwoo looks over his brand new ID on the train. What bothers him is how easy it was to get. At the office, the woman even asked if he needed anything else, and Kangwoo was stunned there was no missing person report for him at all. That means no one even knew he was gone all those years. That thought crushes him. His thoughts sink into despair and drag him right back to the nightmare of hell. Selma pulls him out of it by calling to him and pointing ahead. They're almost at the player station. Kangwoo glances outside, taking in the city. Selma is excited too. He slips the ID into his pocket and says things will change from here on out. Then he agrees the city really is impressive. Soon the train reaches the player support station. They get off and Selma leads him to the player support center headquarters. Kangwoo is still surprised by how huge the place is when Selma says she has something for him. She gives him her old phone so he can call her later. Kangwoo thanks her, feeling like fate really did send him an angel. After that, she goes to sign up for the basic classes, and they part ways. Before leaving, Selner says she might be late and asks if he wants to get dinner later. Kangwoo agrees right away, happy to lock in another date with the prettiest girl around. He looks over the building once more and watches players moving all around. Then he spots a terminal that takes ID cards and walks over to insert his card. The machine confirms who he is and prints a waiting ticket. It also tells him to head to the testing room. Then the ticket starts glowing, leaving him confused. A waypoint appears on the floor and shows him where to go. He follows it, sits on a bench, and waits. Behind him, two players start chatting. One says he got a D rank on his test. His friend says he could probably pull a B, but he just laughs. He says that's still nothing next to people like Bake or Chaff. While they keep talking, Kangwoo scrolls through his phone. He catches them talking about the big 5 guild leaders, all S ranks from their first awakening. They say an S rank could get picked up by one of those guilds, though they know they're nowhere near that level. Kangwoo starts thinking about those 5 guilds and the people leading them. From Airpier's Kim Jae-hyun to Red Rose's Cha Yeonju, Hanul's Baek Kang-hyun, Sanari's Jung Hyunju, and Onori's Cha Min-hyuk. Those are the leaders of Korea's top 5 guilds, and Kangwoo figures he'll run into them once his strength comes back. That thought sticks with him as he checks his own stats. They're so pathetic that all he can think about is getting his power back fast. Still, he believes player abilities might let him grow even stronger than he was before. At last, his number is called and he's brought into the testing room. After all that waiting, Kangwoo goes in, only to be told to sit again. Once he reaches a desk, a staff member starts handling his test. The woman checks his identity and hands him a marble used to measure rank. The darker it turns, the stronger the person. Kangwoo worries his power might still come out too high. He puts his hands on the marble, and it shines a bright white. He immediately thinks he messed up, and the worker is shocked by how bright it is. But when the test ends, she tells him he's F rank and asks him to remove his hands. Kangwoo can't believe it. The King of Hell, stuck with an F rank, the attendant starts explaining what comes next, but he's too stunned to react. He knew his power was sealed, but this is way below what he expected. She says he'll receive an E-rank player card and can enter gates of that level. To enter higher rank gates, he'd need a guardian. Kangwoo keeps wondering if his strange abilities affected the result. He figures if Balrog heard this, he'd tear the woman apart. As old trauma from hell creeps back in, Kangwoo asks how he can raise his rank. She says one way is to complete the basic course, which would raise him to D rank. It's the same class Soul Ah is taking. The other way is to increase the amount of magic stones he's turned in. Kangwoo picks that option right away since it's faster. As he gets ready to leave, the woman tells him to wait for his player card. She offers to sign him up for the course too, but he turns her down. She feels sorry for him, thinking the low rank hit him hard. Once the door opens and Kangwoo walks out, the attendant thinks he'll die fast if he enters a gate. In her eyes, an F rank like him should just give up on being a player. Then she notices the marble slowly changing back. It turns completely black and begins to crack, making her wonder if it broke. When she reaches for it, the marble shatters. She can't understand it. She was sure Kangwoo tested his F rank. Staring at the broken marble, she's left shaken and confused. Even Bae Kang-hyun only made it turn dark gray. She calls the front desk for a replacement and forces herself to dismiss the idea that anyone could make it go pure black. Outside, players gather near a gate, trying to form parties. Like any RPG team, they want tanks, healers, and mages, but nobody wants a thief. Kangwoo notices a young thief getting turned down again and again. He briefly wonders why thieves get rejected so hard, but he doesn't dwell on it. He hands his player card to an officer, who checks his rank and lets him enter the gate. On the other side, Kangwoo arrives in a forest. He pauses to recover since teleporting always makes him sick. After stretching, he starts looking for monsters. Then someone calls out from behind him. He turns around and sees a huge man towering over him, so big he almost looks like a bear. The stranger asks if Kangwoo is hunting alone and whether he's had a second awakening. A girl with him says their prep is done, and that's when Kangwoo learns the big guy is Tae-soo. After that, he says he hasn't gone through a second awakening. Hearing that, Tae-soo lights up, which makes his teammates nervous. Acting way too proud, he says an E-rank like Kangwoo should join a party, especially without the basic course. Kangwoo is already tired of the guy, but Tae-soo keeps pushing him to join their team. His party members clearly don't like that he invited a stranger without asking them first. Tae-miso tries to convince them in a pretty threatening way. To make it easier, he says they won't need to share magic stones with him if Kangwoo joins. That finally gets them to agree. Even so, Kangwoo says he plans to hunt solo. He has no interest in deadweight slowing him down. Tae-miso ignores that completely and moves right into introductions. He asks for Kangwoo's name, and Kangwoo tells him while making it clear again that he won't join any party. Tae-miso just laughs and tells him to speak casually. He claims he's only 24, even though he looks old enough to be the father of a nation. Then Tae-miso shows his player card, which confirms his birth year. Kangwoo finally agrees to talk casually, though he can't help wondering what happened in the 5 years he was gone. He thanks Tae-miso again for the offer and says he already has his own plan. By now, even Tae-miso's teammates look nervous. Since Kangwoo keeps insisting on going solo, Tae-soo finally backs off, but not before warning him about a powerful goblin called the Hobgoblin. The Hobgoblin is a boss monster, way above normal goblins and much harder to beat. Kangwoo thanks Tae-soo for the warning and admits the guy is actually pretty decent. Tae-soo leaves with his party, and they part ways. Kangwoo thinks that if he were really some clueless F-rank rookie, he probably would have gone with them. But this hunt is better done solo. With that decided, he heads into the forest to start hunting. He tears through the woods at blinding speed and quickly spots goblin tracks. Not long after, he finds a camp packed with goblins. Kangwoo moves right in and drops one before the others even notice. Then his arm blades come out and the next goblin gets cut down. Looks like he hit the jackpot. The goblins freeze in fear, but they still raise their weapons and prepare to fight. Acting almost polite about it, he invites them to begin. The goblins charge in, furious, but they stand no chance against the King of Demons. One after another, Kangwoo cuts them down before any of them can touch him. More goblins keep jumping at him, but none of them can stand against the King of Hell. These filthy monsters aren't even a real challenge, and he keeps tearing through them with ease. The fight drags on, yet the goblins still don't know when to quit. They're so brain-dead they don't even realize they should run. After a while, the goblins finally understand they're doomed and start shaking. Even after killing so many, Kangwoo sees there are still plenty left. That only makes him happier. More enemies to play with, so he keeps the slaughter going. Eventually, all that fighting starts to wear him down. Bodies are piled everywhere, and he admits wiping them all out took some work. Then a system message appears, saying he earned experience from defeating the goblins. His level jumps up by 4, and he realizes leveling also gives him demonic energy points. After that, he touches one of the corpses and uses gluttony on the rest. His power picks up traces of demonic energy, but it isn't coming from the magic stones. He also notices the amount left in each body changes depending on how long ago it died. So if he consumes monsters right after they die, he can gather demonic energy faster. He starts absorbing it, pleased that he can sell the stones and build up demonic energy at the same time. Once that's done, all he has left is collecting the magic stones, As he picks them up, he starts daydreaming about how much chicken he can buy with all that money. He even compares pulling flesh and bones from goblins to eating chicken. He starts drooling, already thinking about getting food with Silol once he gets paid. The idea of Silol feeding him like a lover sends him over the edge, and he starts scooping up stones like a vacuum. Then the ground suddenly begins to shake and the air changes. Kangwoo senses something's wrong and turns toward the source. A giant goblin steps out of the woods, and Kangwoo wonders if this is the hobgoblin Tae-Soo warned him about. Its presence alone is terrifying. The monster locks onto Kangwoo and lets out a wild scream. Kangwoo is surprised to see it can use magic. The hobgoblin rushes straight at him, leaving him only a split second to react. He brings out his blades and gets ready to fight. He's calm because his demonic energy should be stronger than the hobgoblin's magic, but that doesn't mean he's safe. The creature brings its sword down and Kangwoo barely dodges in time. Even with its huge body, the hobgoblin stays fast and follows with another strike. Kangwoo is in a tight spot, but he still manages to block while airborne. The goblin doesn't stop there and comes after him again, ready to crush him like a bug. Another heavy swing tears through the battlefield. Kangwoo blocks it with his blades, but the real problem is the monster's raw strength and size. He knocks the weapon aside and tries to counter, only for the hobgoblin to stop him with its shoulder guard. His stats are still too low, so the blow bounces off and throws him back. He knows he needs a real opening, fast. The goblin keeps swinging at him, and Kangwoo dodges every strike. No matter how big it is, the monster keeps up non-stop attacks without exposing a gap. He keeps evading, still waiting for one clean chance. Every swing comes close to taking his head off, and he admits this hobgoblin is on a whole different level from the weak goblins before. That's what you'd expect from a boss monster. He leaps aside from another attack, and the hobgoblin ends up cutting a tree in half. It's wrecking its own territory now, and with no underlings around, Kangwoo sees it as prey already heading for death. He grabs a dead goblin skull and tosses it past the monster's shoulder. The hobgoblin notices its fallen comrade's skull and flies into a rage at the insult. It charges him, exactly like Kangwoo planned. He tightens his fist, pulling together, crushing power and fury. Then he uses the Demon Crossel's rage and forces that power into the hobgoblin. At first, it looks like nothing happened, but that's not true. The monster suddenly becomes even crazier, ready to tear Kangwoo apart. Kangwoo is pleased the plan worked. As the hobgoblin attacks again, he slips past the strike, and everything behind him gets cut down in one sweep. The hobgoblin keeps attacking wildly, not caring what it destroys. Kangwoo explains that this skill boosts the target's power several times over, but it also turns them into a complete maniac. With its senses gone, the monster swings everywhere without thinking, smashing anything in sight. The rampage continues, but Kangwoo avoids every hit. That actually makes dodging easier. Then he dives into attack, since his enemy has left itself wide open. One quick slash cuts the monster's leg and drops it to its knees, but it still refuses to quit. Even angrier now, it brings its weapon down at Kangwoo too late. He's already won. Kangwoo drives his blade through its head, killing it. The first monster ever taken down by a buff. Glad the brutal fight is over, he admits it was annoying, especially since his old powers would have made it easy. Then the system pops up again. For clearing a monster hideout alone, he gets 150 bonus experience, gains 3 more levels, and unlocks his second awakening at level 11. Kangwoo celebrates the huge win, and sees the new skill is called Insatiable Hunger. It lets him absorb more demonic power from defeated enemies through gluttony. Combined with his player abilities, he's sure this will help him grow much faster. Without wasting a second, he looks at the dead hobgoblin and decides to test the new power on it. He activates gluttony, and a dark shroud covers the corpse. The smoke looks darker than before, and he wonders if that's from his new ability. Then it kicks in, and he starts drawing in even more demonic energy. His demonic energy stat goes up by 3. That confirms it. Stronger monsters will make him stronger faster. After absorbing the energy, he decides to check how much the boost changed his power. Kangwoo focuses inward and is shocked by what he finds. He's not just twice as strong, the increase is 3 times greater than he expected. That fast growth worries him too, since sudden jumps in power can be dangerous. While meditating, he enters the Myriad Demon Gate. In the shallow water there, Kangwoo notices the seal on the gate has weakened. He can't figure out why, because aside from the awakening, nothing else seems different. Then an idea hits him, and he realizes each new awakening might weaken the seal on the Myriad Demon Gate. A small smile spreads across his face, then turns wild. If he keeps leveling like this, he might really recover his original power. That pushes him to aim for higher-ranked gates and level up as fast as possible. He spots the hobgoblin's magic stone and picks it up. Still grinning like a madman, he sets his next target, the third awakening at level 20. Later, the story moves to a busy restaurant full of people eating, drinking, and having a good time. Kangwoo and Seola are sitting together at a table, and Kangwoo is eating like a total glutton. He tears through the chicken and washes it down with a cold drink. Like any normal guy, good food makes him insanely happy, and he can't hide it. Seola looks a little put off by the way he eats, but she goes with it. She asks if the food is really that good, and he calls it the best. That's when she springs the trap, asking if it's better than the kimchi stew she makes. Kang Woo is suddenly stuck in a no-win situation because insulting a woman's cooking is the last thing he wants to do. Luckily, he picks the right answer and says he likes her kimchi stew more. Seola laughs and says she was kidding, but we all know he barely survived that one. Kang Woo lets out an awkward laugh too, relieved he didn't say the wrong thing. Then she gives him some of her chicken, grateful for everything he's done. With his mouth still full, she asks about his family and friends. He takes a sip of beer before answering, then he slams the glass down and says he has neither. The impact knocks a fork off the table. He adds that he doesn't even have a home. If only Balrog heard that. Seola, clearly worried, asks where he sleeps, and Kang Woo admits he has nowhere to go. As he picks up the fork, Seola looks shaken. Then she offers him a place to stay. Caught off guard, Kang Woo asks if she really means it. As she grabs another fork, she tells him not to worry. He's helped her more than he knows, so he accepts and quietly wishes them both luck. At least he won't be sleeping on the street tonight. Still, Seola can tell he's carrying a lot inside and hasn't let it out yet. After that, Kang Woo remembers he has something for her. He slides over a stack of cash and says it's about 3 million won. Seola is stunned and asks why he's giving her so much. Kang Woo says it's payment for letting him stay, but she turns it down. To her, taking it after all he's done would feel wrong. But Kang Woo keeps insisting, especially since her family is struggling too. She tries to refuse again, so he tells her to think of it as grocery money. That way it helps both of them. After a moment, Seola accepts and thanks him. Kang Woo gets lost in her cute eyes and tells her it's nothing. She promises to use the best meat for his kimchi stew, and Kang Woo gets way too excited at the thought of eating his favorite food every day. He calls her an angel, and swears he'll earn more by selling magic stones. They seriously sound like a married couple already. Once he calms down, he asks if there are any D-rank gates nearby. Seola says there's one close, but she stayed away because it's full of lizard men. The second he hears that, he decides to go there tomorrow. He wants stronger monsters so he can unlock awakenings faster and make more money too. While grabbing another piece of chicken, he wonders if lizard meat tastes good, and asks Seola. Later that night, a room in Seola's apartment is opened for him. She says he can use it since it used to be her brother's room. Sitting on the soft bed, he thanks her for letting him finally sleep in comfort. As Seola leaves, she switches off the lights and they say goodnight. Kang Woo gives her a shy smile before the door closes. Then he stretches out on the bed and thinks about how he hasn't felt comfort like this in 10,000 years. The peace and quiet make it even better. As he drifts off, Kang Woo admits coming back to Earth was the right choice. The next day, he heads to a gate and finds the usual crowd of players recruiting. Now that he's D-rank, he notices bus parties looking for people chasing their third awakening. On the way in, Kang Woo spots that same thief from before begging to join a team. Nobody wants him, and even Kang Woo starts to feel a little bad. Still, he gets his ID checked by the officers and enters the gate. Inside, he takes a moment to loosen up and prepare for the hunt. Then he uses the power of silence to make his steps nearly soundless. After that, he runs into the forest. He remembers Sai Halas saying lizard men hear well but don't see very well. So the key is getting close without a sound before they can swarm him. It works. Kang Woo quickly finds 3 lizard men and they never notice him. He's already decided to kill them. He also remembers Sola mentioning their weakness to fire. So Kang Woo instantly uses the Devil Andress's Hellfire and launches it at the unsuspecting monsters. Before they can react, the flames hit. Their bodies instantly respond to the fire, and in seconds, Kang Woo is roasting all 3. The creatures can only scream as the flames overwhelm them, so they leap into the river to try putting them out. Too bad for them. Kang Woo explains that normal water can't stop this fire. Only demonic energy or magic can force it away, and the lizard men burn to death. He notes that the flames burn a target's life force, not just the body. That's why he uses gluttony on what's left to absorb the energy he needs. After taking in the demonic energy, Kang Woo remembers Taemu's guild is called Andress, and figures the name came from somewhere. If things go badly, he's ready to destroy everything. Then he notices more lizard men watching from the trees behind him. They're clearly angry about their dead comrades, but to the Demon King, that just means more power. After killing them, he wonders if it's better to hunt lizard men in groups or pick them off one by one. Suddenly someone calls out to him and he turns to look. The stranger takes one look at his gear, assumes he's a newbie, and asks if he wants to join their guild hunt. Already annoyed, Kang Woo asks who they are. Their leader proudly says they're from the Andress Guild. Kang Woo glances at the pendant the idiot is wearing and is not impressed at all by the guy's attempt to look cool. He turns to leave and flatly says he's not interested. The leader gets mad that Kang Woo brushed them off. The girl beside him worries their master won't like this when they return. So the fool decides they'll beat Kang Woo up and drag him out half dead. The whole group looks ready to cause trouble. Clashing his armed guards together, the leader says they're about to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Kang Woo tears through the forest, burning every lizard man he finds. They keep screaming as the fire eats away at them, but they can't do anything. Each time one dies, Kang Woo absorbs the body right away. After a while, he clears the whole area and devours every lizard man there. While absorbing the last one, he thinks it's probably better to take the risk and level up fast, but he's still not fully sure. Then someone calls out to him again. He instantly knows it's that idiot party leader from earlier. The guy shows up with his lackeys and claims he's just checking whether their new recruit is hunting properly. Kang-woo can tell he's the type who bullies weaker people, so he plays along and says there's nothing to worry about, he's doing just fine alone. The leader mocks him, saying, that can't be true since his clothes are clean and there aren't any corpses nearby. Kang-woo says he's resting and that only makes the guy madder. He demands to know why Kang-woo is being rude to a senior, and Kang-woo says his whole act is getting annoying. That sets him off and he looks ready to tear Kang-woo apart. Kang-woo doesn't care and even asks if he wants to fight. One of the ugly lackeys gets fired up by that, but the leader stops him. The kid can't understand why, but the leader wants to punish Kang-woo himself. Judging by Kang-woo's face, he'd love to wipe the floor with this moron. The party leader warns that Kang-woo will regret messing with him. Kang-woo, on the other hand, looks almost excited to see what he'll try. The guy pulls out his sword and bangs it against his metal arm guards. The rest of the group watches, waiting for things to explode. The idiot reminds Kang-woo that lizard men are sensitive to sound, but the Demon King still isn't impressed by such a cheap trick. Kang-woo just tilts his head and smiles while they wait for the lizard men to show up. The leader keeps making noise with his sword and soon the water starts shaking as a horde of lizard men rushes in. The party leader orders the mage to put up a barrier to keep the monsters out. Safe behind the shield, he sneers at Kang-woo and tells him to drop to his knees and beg. Sure, the lizard men will be too much for him. But Kang-woo is actually excited. He wonders if this pathetic setup is all the idiot can do. The party leader starts to get uneasy. Kang-woo tells him that if he's going to play dirty, he should commit to it. His eyes glow red and he brings his hands together. A brutal burst of sound explodes out. It's loud enough to pull in even more monsters. The Endress Guild party is caught off guard when the ground suddenly starts shaking under them. Kang-woo keeps stomping, making the noise even worse. Terrified now, the leader begs him to stop before everything spirals out of control. Kang-woo cuts the noise at once and gives the leader a smile. The guy calls him insane for pulling that stunt, and now things really start to heat up. Inside the barrier, the party watches the lizardmen closing in. Seconds later, a whole swarm surrounds them. Everyone freezes and the mage starts shaking. She's never seen this many before. The leader snaps at her to hold it together before the barrier fails. Then he turns on Kang-woo, screaming and asking if he wants them all dead. Kang-woo just scoffs and jumps onto a tree branch. The leader stares up in panic, afraid Kang-woo is about to leave them behind. Kang-woo says he already knows lizardmen react to sound. After that, the monsters charge the party and start slamming into the barrier. The mage struggles to keep the shield up, but each hit makes it harder. Knowing they're running out of time, the leader throws all his rage at Kang-woo. He curses him out and asks if he's lost his mind. Kang-woo says the leader has it wrong. He's not dying here. The only ones about to die are them. Then he uses the power of silence to hide his presence from the lizard men. The monsters ignore him completely and stay focused on the Endress Guild party. As they keep tearing at the barrier, the leader finally realizes Kang-woo can control sound. In that same moment, the barrier breaks and his teammates are instantly overrun. He shouts for the mage to put it back up, but when he turns, a lizard man's tail has already pierced her. Tears fill her eyes as the monster moves in to eat her. The leader drops to the ground and can only watch her get ripped apart. All around him lie his friends' bodies. Shaking with fear, he tries not to make a sound so he won't be next. One lizard man lifts a dead teammate's body, and he stares at the nightmare in front of him. In moments, his whole team is nothing but torn meat. The boy's limp hand lets the spear fall. He fights back the urge to throw up at what he's seeing. When he looks up again, the monsters have picked him as their next target. He begs Kang-woo to save him, admitting he was wrong to act so arrogant. Kang-woo cheerfully calls him Seon Bai and tells him good luck. The idiot curses the Demon King with everything he has as the lizard men start devouring him alive. A few seconds later, they finish him off while Kang-woo watches them feed. To him, the best way to answer evil is with something even worse. Once the Endress Guild party is dead, Kang-woo burns the remaining monsters and clears the area. Even so, he looks disappointed by how easy it was. After reducing them to ash, he activates gluttony to absorb the demonic energy he needs. Then the system appears and tells him gluttony can't be used on those protected by the Gaia system. He remembers hearing about the Gaia system on his way to Earth. Looking at the human corpses, he realizes players are under that protection. That means he can't eat their bodies or take their abilities. Still, what matters most to him is how much demonic energy he can use. His demonic energy stat rises to 30. Seeing that, he's pleased by how much stronger he's gotten. It's not just the amount either. Kang-woo uses Hellfire and finds that the quality of his demonic energy has improved too. Now he just needs to level up. Excited for his third awakening, he picks up the last magic stone near Seon Bai's body. After all that hunting, the third awakening feels close. He goes deeper into the forest to keep hunting. 3 days later, at Seola's apartment, he's busy eating another pot of his favorite food. Kang-woo praises Han Seola's cooking, and she asks if he's heading out to hunt again. He says yes, and tells her he'll be back by dinner. Han Seola worries he's overdoing it since he hasn't rested in days. As she sets the kettle on, Kang-woo assures her he's fine. She tells him her lessons will be over in a few days, and after that she'll start hunting goblins. She's not sure how it'll go, but she wants to reach her second awakening fast. Kang-woo tells her she'll get there soon. Then Han Seola offers him one more cup of tea before he leaves, and of course he says yes. A moment later she remembers something and asks if he's heard the recent gate rumors. She says people have been talking about cow players. It might just be gossip, but she warns him to be careful in the gates. These cow players fake their ranks and attack other players. Kang Woo guesses the rumors started because of what happened with the Andrus Guild party. He's sure he checked the area and made sure there were no witnesses. Since the bodies look like lizardmen killed them, he figures he's safe even if the rumor points his way. Still, he knows he can't relax. He needs to be ready for anything and keep leveling up. After more hunting, he finally reaches level 20 and unlocks his third awakening. The system announces it, and he can tell his power has jumped to a whole new level. Kang Woo tests it with Hellfire and confirms it right away. Each time he levels up, the seal on his Myriad Demon Gate weakens, letting more demonic energy leak out and boost his powers. He then spots a magic stone and checks it out. Thanks to his third awakening, he can now turn the magic inside magic stones into demonic energy. After absorbing one, he's shocked. It gives him about as much demonic energy as a whole monster. That means he can build power twice as fast, but he'll have to give up selling the stones. He pulls out his phone to check his money and sees he's made plenty these past few days, so he won't need the magic exchange anytime soon. He also realizes that gives him more chances to use this new skill. Kang Woo takes off his shirt and ties it around his waist as he gets ready to hunt again. He pauses in the sunlight for a moment before crouching down and shooting into the air with the power of the sky. That power gives him wings, letting him stay up and move through the air with ease. He remembers he still hasn't found the lizardmen's boss, but he can't get a good look over the forest, and without enough demonic energy, he can't use governance yet. Then he hears someone calling out and recognizes Taesu's voice. When Kang Woo moves closer, he finds two rough-looking players giving Kang Taesu a hard time. He can tell this isn't normal, and wonders what happened. Then he notices Kang Taesu standing in front of the thief from earlier, the one who had been begging to join a party. Angry, Kang Taesu demands to know why they're attacking their own teammate. The two bullies get annoyed at how loud he is, worried he'll draw the lizard men. As they argue, Kang Woo realizes the thief was betrayed, and figures these two are the cow players Sola mentioned. At least now he knows the rumors aren't about him. On the other hand, the red-haired thug suddenly attacks Kang Taesu and tells him to shut up. Kang Taesu blocks it with his heavy shield, but the force still pushes him back a little. He's furious, though he also looks worn down. The two bullies are annoyed by how sturdy he is and wonder if he's really only had his second awakening. Kang Taesu tightens his grip on the shield and slams it hard into the ground. Then he tells the cow players he's not going down that easily. He triggers a skill, and his shield lights up with a crackling orange glow. Even so, the two players don't look worried. They're sure Kang Taesu can't beat them without a third awakening. Taesu tries to act tough, but he's clearly exhausted and won't hold out much longer. The pair close in, ready to finish this, but the green-haired one reminds his partner they can't kill the big idiot. Oh catches that line and starts wondering what they meant, so he stays hidden in the bushes and waits to see what happens next. As Kang Taesu struggles to keep his skill active, MC thinks back to their last meeting and wonders if he should step in. Right when one of the bullies moves in to finish Kang Taesu, Oh notices something odd about the player. He steps out of hiding, and the man freezes in confusion. He has already spotted demonic energy wrapped around their weapons. That immediately makes him curious about who these guys really are. The two players demand to know who he is, asking if he's just passing by or some unlucky fool. Kang Taesu is stunned to see the protagonist again and can't figure out why he suddenly showed up. Then the two morons warn, that after seeing this he won't be leaving unharmed. The green-haired one tells his ugly buddy they don't need MC alive, so he can do whatever he wants. That only confuses Kang Taesu more, especially when they say they already met their quota by catching him and the useless thief. That puts the red-haired brute in a great mood. He levels his axe at him and charges, ready to chop down the Demon King. Doesn't flinch at all. Kang Taesu shouts in panic as the attacker closes in. By then, the blade is already inches from the protagonist's head. MC just smacks the idiot across the face. His partner can only stare as the fool crashes to the ground. The red-haired guy scrambles back up, and his teammate yells, asking what the hell he's doing. He tries to say something feels wrong, but he never notices, getting close. Before he can react, the Demon King hits him fast and keeps beating him down. Kang Taesu is shocked to see him handle him so easily, and starts wondering if this is really the same. The protagonist Kang Woo, he knows. The other bully rushes in to help and draws his sword. Just as he goes for Kang Woo's head, fires the power of destruction and drops him in one blow. The hit sends him flying into a tree, knocking the breath out of him. He crumples to the ground and his partner can only watch helplessly. Grabs the red-haired idiot by the hair and starts questioning him. In a cold voice, he asks where the demonic energy came from. The fool talks back and asks how MC even knows about it, so he slams his head into the ground for dodging the question. Then he yanks his head back up and makes it clear he's the one asking questions. Giving him one last chance, the protagonist asks again where he got the demonic energy. The guy says he can't tell him, and makes him regret that by using the power of dread. A demon appears before the terrified fool and drags him into a nightmare far worse than anything he's known. After getting scared like a coward, he blurts out that the demonic energy came from his guildmaster. MC watches the pathetic man break and spill it, but his partner suddenly shouts at him to shut up and calls him Seo Tai Ho. Too shaken by the nightmare, Taiho keeps trembling. His teammate yells again, asking if he's lost his mind. Oh doesn't like the interruption. He forms a ball of demonic energy and blasts the other guy with it, telling him to stay put for now. Then he turns back to the frightened Taiho and asks about the guildmaster. Terrified for his life, Taimi says it was the Andrus Guild. He explains that the guildmaster performed a ritual and gave him those powers. Owen asks what the ritual was for, but the man hesitates, so he decides to push him harder until he talks. Taimi shakes badly and tries to explain the ritual, but all at once he starts writhing and foaming at the mouth. He screams, coughs up blood, and dies on the spot. Now Kang Wu is furious. He says the guild must have planted something in Taimi to stop him from talking about the ritual. After that, Taimi walks up and asks if he really is Kang Wu. At the same time, the thief wakes up and looks around in confusion. Kang Wu confirms who he is, and Taimi Su is glad it's really him. Then they notice the thief is awake, and Taimi calls him Tam Hyo. He introduces the kid to Kang Wu and says the Demon King saved both of them. Then the brute asks what Kang Wu's doing here since he thought he was at the E-rank gate. Kang Wu awkwardly brushes it off, saying he just had something to do here. Taimi Su starts to realize Kang Wu was never a beginner, and that's probably why he turned down his offer before. He thanks Kang Wu for saving them from those crazy bullies, all while shaking his hand like mad. Taimi tries to thank him too, but he's so timid his voice barely comes out. Taimi Su gets even more excited after learning Kang Wu is high level and promises to repay him for the rescue. After the Demon King thanks him, he brings up the Andrus Guild and says their name already has a bad reputation. Looking at the two bodies, Taimi Su says he never expected the guild to have cow players in its ranks. He takes out his phone and says he'll report everything to the Hwarang Corps. He explains that the Hwarang Corps is a government-run player unit, and once they hear Andrus use cow players, they'll investigate right away. Kang Wu thinks it over, then tells him not to report it yet. Both Taimi Su and Taimi Han stare at him, confused about why. Kang Wu says he'll handle the Andrus Guild himself. Taimi Su pauses, then agrees, trusting Kang Wu. Kang Wu tells them both to forget what happened here, but out of nowhere Taimi Su drops to his knees. Kang Wu just stares, wondering why this brute is acting dramatic again. Taimi Su offers himself to Kang Wu and says they should work together to make the Andrus Guild pay. The Demon King is completely thrown off by this and can't make sense of what this blockhead is saying. Taimi Su is fired up because he thinks Kang Wu wants to punish the guild with his own hands. Even the dead bodies would be creeped out by this guy's energy. He says Kang Wu's sense of justice is just like the heroes in movies, then starts rambling about how much he loves films. Somehow that only makes him look creepier. Then Taimi Su slams both hands to the ground and says he's fallen for Kang Wu's sense of justice. To repay his debt, he begs once again to join him and promises to pay him back along the way. At this point, Kang Wu is completely freaked out, seeing Taimi Su as another Balrog. As if that wasn't enough, the thief cuts in and says he wants to repay him too. He calls himself a Dudak Bung, and promises to pay Kang Wu back somehow. Kang Wu is more stuck on that weird title and asks what it means. Tai Hyun explains it's a word for bandits, since they're bad at damage and bad at tanking. Kang Wu realizes it ties into why thieves are looked down on. With tears in his eyes, Tai Hyun says that's just the sad fate of players like him. Then Taimi Su opens his mouth again and suggests Tai Hyun should join Kang Wu's team if he really wants to repay him. Kang Wu knows that helps him in no way at all, but Tai Hyun starts getting emotional and tearing up, deeply touched by the idea. Still, he admits he was only a useless burden to Taimi Su, and did nothing but get beaten up. Tai Hyun says he wants to grow strong enough to help both Kang Wu and Tai Hyu. Tai Hyu praises his courage and determination, while Kang Wu becomes sure these two idiots have lost their minds. After that, Tai Hyun bows and gets ready to leave. Kang Wu admits it's not so bad having people owe him. The real problem is what to do with Tai Hyu. After the blockhead says goodbye to Tai Hyun, Kang Wu asks what level he is. Tai Hyu says he's level 12 and reached his second awakening not long ago. His first awakening skill was C rank, so he got here through hunting. Kang Wu is impressed and asks what rank the second awakening skill is. Tai Hyun Su says it's A rank, and Kang Wu admits the blockhead has more potential than he expected. Still, he wonders why he hasn't joined a guild. Tai Hyun Su says he was thinking about joining one before, but now he doesn't see the point. Kang Wu's face says he has no clue what this idiot means. Sadly for him, Tai Hyun Su says he's decided to stick with Kang Wu, still giving off that same hot-blooded Balrog vibe. Even so, he'd be a solid ally for Kang Wu. After all, players with a high second awakening usually get stronger third and fourth awakenings too. That makes Kang Wu think about Seola, who'll be getting her second awakening soon. In the end, Kang Wu accepts and lets Tai Su join his team. Tai Su then asks for his number so he can help whenever he's needed. As Kang Wu puts his contact info into the phone, he asks for one thing in return. The big idiot lights up, waiting for the request like a kid getting candy. Kang Wu tells him to party up and level with someone finishing basic training in a few days. That person is a healer, and Tai Su happily agrees. Once the number is saved, Tai Su promises to build a strong party and not disappoint him. After that, Kang Wu wonders if he should go straight to the Andres Guild. A moment later, he grabs the half-dead cow player and checks if he's still breathing. The poor guy tries to pull away, but Kang Woo has questions and warns him not to lie if he wants to stay alive. With a terrifying stare, he tells the man to nod if he understands. The guy quickly does. Then Kang Woo releases his neck. He learns the man's name is Kang Chel-ho. Nearby, Tae-soo looks uneasy about the way Kang Woo is questioning him. Kang Woo glares at Chel-ho and brings up what he said earlier about capturing a player and taking them back. Hearing that, Chel-ho starts sweating and claims he never said anything like that. Kang Woo answers with a kick to the face, and Chel-ho screams. One look in his eyes makes it clear that kick woke him right up. Kang Woo hauls him up again and asks if he remembers now. This time, Chel-ho admits the captives are taken alive as sacrifices. The useless thug keeps shaking in fear while Kang Woo thinks over what he just heard. Then he throws Chel-ho aside. He also remembers Han Tae-hyun mentioning the same thing before. That's when Kang Woo gets an idea and breaks into a creepy smile. He grabs Chel-ho again and stares him down with cold demonic eyes. Then he says he has a favor to ask. With that look on his face, Chel-ho is definitely about to regret his life choices. Later, Chel-ho heads past an alley carrying luggage. Someone stops him and shines a flashlight in his face. After confirming who he is, the man says he and Tae-ho had gone out to find sacrifices. He asks why Chel-ho took so long, then notices how badly beaten he looks. Since they went into a D-rank gate, that makes no sense. He also asks about Tae-ho and Chel-ho says he's dead. The man is completely thrown off by that. Chel-ho tries to move on, but the man keeps asking how Tae-ho could die in a D-rank dungeon. As he hands over the luggage, Chel-ho says there was a high-level player inside and Tae-ho died helping him kill that person. The man opens the suitcase and finds a body inside. The body looks fine and the sacrifice is still alive. Still, he says Chel-ho is acting strange and Chel-ho blames it on Tae-ho's death. The man tells him not to dwell on it and says fewer people might even be better. With this sacrifice, they can still get baptized. And since Tae-ho is dead, all the demonic energy can go to Chel-ho. Even then, Chel-ho still looks uneasy. He gets even more tense when the man asks if he can spare a little power this time. Then the guy jokes that maybe Chel-ho killed Tae-ho to keep it all. Angry now, Chel-ho snaps at him to just handle the sacrifice and storms off. While he runs off, the man wonders where he's going. Chel-ho ignores him and keeps sprinting, desperate to get away. After that, the man carries the luggage inside, thinking Chel-ho took Tae-ho's death harder than expected. Later, he enters a strange room where some kind of cult ritual is already going on. At the altar stands the guild leader, who says he's late. The lackey repeats what Chel-ho told him and mentions Tae-ho's death, but the leader only cares about the sacrifice. He orders him to bring it over fast since they're out of time. The suitcase is unzipped, and the guild members begin chanting. Then the guild leader lifts Kang Woo's body onto the altar. He calls on the power of Andras, saying it's been a year since his conversion. Then he asks his god to grant him greater power. The chanting goes on as Kang Woo is prepared for sacrifice. The leader thinks this will satisfy his followers by giving them the demonic energy they crave as players. Then he removes his mask, revealing a rotten face, and starts the ritual. He orders one of his men to bring magic stones, and the lackey opens a chest packed with them. As his followers' greed grows, the power becomes more demonic, and the leader dreams of becoming a full demon. He asks who was supposed to be baptized this time, and the man says it was Chel-ho, but that fool ran off. Hearing that, the leader decides there will be no baptism today. The followers are stunned, but he shuts them down at once. He says only those who do the work deserve baptism, and without his teachings, none of them would even get the chance. Still, since the sacrifice has no owner now, he decides to keep it for himself. Then he turns to his lackeys and announces the ceremony will begin. The crazed leader crushes a magic stone and releases demonic energy into the room. At the same time, the markings around the altar begin to glow. With this many magic stones, he'll be able to hold more rituals and keep feeding on that power. Then space suddenly cracks open and demonic energy starts pouring out. The leader wants to absorb all of it himself, but doing that would kill him. That is why he needs a medium. If the sacrifice absorbs the energy until death, he can drink the corpse's blood and take in the refined demonic energy. So he starts pouring it into Kang Woo's body, not realizing he's the one walking into a trap. He even prays for the energy to consume Kang Woo and kill him. Too bad for him. Kang Woo keeps absorbing it while pretending to suffer. The guild leader starts wondering if Kang Woo has an A-rank ability because he's lasting so long. That only makes him happier since a better medium means more demonic energy for him. The veins on Kang Woo's face bulge and his body shakes as he keeps taking in more power. The leader is amazed by how good this medium is. Excited now, he tells Kang Woo to keep screaming and absorb even more as the intake keeps rising. Meanwhile, Kang Woo slowly regains more of his old power. Before long, the absorption rate becomes insane, and the leader starts wondering why it won't stop. For the first time, he's terrified, and he begs for it to end. But it's already too late. His followers get nervous too, unable to tell what's happening. Then their leader starts screaming, desperately begging for the absorption to stop somehow. After a while, it finally does. The leftover energy spreads through the room. Shaken and stunned, the guild leader drops to his knees and claws at the floor. He can't understand how everything went wrong. Kang Woo rises and casually says the boost gave him 20 levels. The leader, completely confused, asks what he means and how that's even possible. Kang Woo then asks if he can run the ceremony one more time. Smirking, he mocks the man and tells him to go ahead just once more. That pushes the guild leader over the edge, and his followers start worrying. He curses Kang Woo and attacks right away, but Kang Woo easily dodges the fireball, and it blows apart the wall behind him. Kang Woo sarcastically praises the weak shot, and that makes the leader start firing spells wildly. He keeps launching fireballs non-stop, raging like Kang Woo personally ruined his life. After the flood of attacks, the barrage finally ends. He looks up to check if Kang Woo is dead. Too bad for him. Kang Woo is completely unharmed thanks to all the demonic energy he absorbed. The deranged leader is furious. He orders his followers to stop standing around and attack Kang Woo. They all rush in at once, while their leader hangs back like a coward. Kang Woo brings out his arm blades as one of them closes in on him, then charges before the fool can even strike. After cutting that one down, he quickly tears through the rest of the lackeys. One of the lackeys stares at his boss and calls him Cho Dae-ok-han. The crazy guild leader bursts into sinister laughter. Then he summons another fire spell, his so-called Hellfire. The second Kang Woo notices that cheap move, he just starts laughing. Dae-ok-han gets furious at being mocked, and he still can't figure out how Kang Woo can handle demonic energy. Even so, he believes Kang Woo still isn't stronger than him. Kang Woo immediately shows him what real Hellfire looks like. Dae-ok-han is stunned and can't understand how Kang Woo casts something that powerful. He starts shaking, unable to accept that anyone could hold more power than him. Then he looks at Kang Woo and sees a real demon staring back. He quickly understands he can't win, so he snuffs out his weak little flame. Then to everyone's surprise, he drops to his knees. Kang Woo asks what exactly he's doing. Out of nowhere, Dae-ok-han calls him the great incarnation of Andros. Kang Woo can't believe this clown is trying that now. It was clearly his last shot at not getting burned alive. Dae-ok-han keeps bowing and praising Kang Woo as their god king and messiah. His followers are stunned by what their leader is doing. He even screams at them to worship too, convinced Kang Woo will lead them to eternal life. Kang Woo instantly sees through it. This idiot is trying the oldest, dumbest trick possible. The others kneel as well while Dae-ok-han keeps laying it on thick, hoping the act will save him. Kang Woo cancels the spell and walks over to the trembling fool. Dae-ok-han says he's so overwhelmed he might burst, and Kang Woo admits he's not completely brainless. Then he plays along and releases the power of the sky, spreading his demonic wings. Dae-ok-han looks up at him like a pathetic believer. Kang Woo lets out a wild laugh, then declares that he is Andros, the king of hellfire and ruler of all demons. After that, he orders Dae-ok-han to send everyone else away so they can talk alone. Once the followers leave, Kang Woo starts questioning him. First, he tells him to drop the fake worship act. Dae-ok-han still looks scared to death, but manages to ask who Kang Woo really is. Kang Woo shuts him down right away. Only he gets to ask questions, and Dae-ok-han only needs to answer. With a look that could kill, Kang Woo asks how he used magic stones to make a crack with magic. Dae-ok-han says he learned it after someone preached to him. He explains that a man in a demon mask came to him one day and promised eternal life if he followed the demonic religion. Kang Woo slams him to the ground, calling him an idiot for trusting something he knew nothing about. Dae-ok-han hurriedly explains that the masked man crushed their guild in an instant and gave them a choice: die or obey. Scared for their lives, they accepted his preaching and followed his orders. When Kang Woo asks where that man is now, Dae-ok-han says he never saw him again. They only got orders through letters. Even so, Kang Woo calls him a dog for following those orders. Dae-ok-han tries to say it was because the man was too strong, but Kang Woo doesn't buy it. He knows Dae-ok-han may have been forced at first, but after that he kept doing the ceremonies because he wanted more power. Kang Woo wonders who the masked man is, and realizes this isn't something he can ignore. Then he orders Dae-ok-han to hand over the letters. The guild leader gives him one letter, and Kang Woo is surprised that's all there is. This really proves how stupid this guild leader is. Kang Woo opens it and reads that people should accept demonic energy, become demons, and gather as many players as possible. It still doesn't add up, so he asks if Dae-ok-han was the only one approached. The guild leader says he hasn't met anyone else. Kang Woo doesn't believe that for a second. If this is meant to grow the demonic religion, Dae-ok-han can't be the only one. Angered by the idea of the demonic religion turning Earth into hell, he grabs Dae-ok-han and gives him 3 orders. Investigate the demonic religion, stop the ceremonies, and tell no one about what happened here. Dae-ok-han tearfully agrees to every demand. Kang Woo tells him to get out, and the man runs off at once. Even then, Kang Woo feels he still has to clean up the Andros Guild's mess. Once Dae-ok-han starts digging into this, the government will probably catch him, but Kang Woo still thinks the demonic religion is worth investigating. And once Dae-ok-han and his followers outlive their use, Kang Woo plans to get rid of them too. With that settled for now, he takes a moment to heal himself. A little later, he returns home and greets the only woman in his life, Seoha. She's clearly worried since he was gone so long without contacting her. He checks his phone and sees all her missed calls. He was just too busy to answer. Kang Woo apologizes and says it wasn't anything serious, which finally eases her mind. He thanks her for worrying and promises to call next time if he's out that long. That makes her blush. Then she heads off to finish dinner, and Kang Woo asks for his favorite. Sola says she's already making kimchi stew with top-quality meat. Excited, he thanks her for cooking such great meals every night. She also shares some good news. She's had her second awakening, and Kangwoo can't believe it. Getting a little smug, she tells him to listen closely. Her special ability is B rank, called Blessing of Light. Kangwoo doesn't really know what that means, but he's happy, because with Tae-soo the three of them could make a great party and outclass most others. He asks if any guilds have tried to recruit her and which one she wants to join. Sola nervously says she doesn't really want to join a guild. Instead, she wants to help Kangwoo however she can. He feels lucky to know someone like her, but says teaming up right now isn't a good idea. Then he twists the knife a little more by saying she wouldn't be much help to him yet. That leaves Sola upset, and Kangwoo feels bad, but he knows she'll be much more useful later. Because he's already so strong, partying up now would keep him from earning enough experience in battle. To train the right way, he wants a party built around good compatibility. So he tells Sola he knows a tanker she should team up with for now. Once she gets more experience, they can all party together and challenge a higher rank gate. Hearing that, Sola perks up and agrees to join Tae-soo. Kangwoo thinks they'll level fast with abilities that strong. Sola, meanwhile, is already excited to grow stronger and join him, and he says he'll cover whatever she needs until then. Seeing her so happy puts a small smile on Kangwoo's face. While he thinks about when to train her and Tae-soo, Sola brings over his dinner. Kimchi stew never fails to make him happy, and he reaches for a spoon right away. But Sola stops him and says he should try it with something new. Then she drops ramen into the stew. To him, that makes it look almost divine. As he picks up his chopsticks, he swears to stop the demonic religion and protect both this world and his precious meal. The next day, Kangwoo goes to the player support center to get his C-rank player card. The worker tells him it'll be sent to his email tomorrow. He wants it today, but she explains they still need to add the Magic Stone ID, so he leaves disappointed he can't get it right away. Then it hits him, since returning to Earth, he hasn't really had a proper break. Since he can't act on the demonic religion yet, he decides to finally rest. He starts wandering through the city, thinking about how to spend that break. Then he pulls out his phone and scrolls through webtoons. He remembers how much he used to read them before getting dragged into hell. Still, he decides not to fall right back into old habits, and instead enjoy whatever he can. A nearby PC store catches his eye, so he goes in. He's never seen one before, and is amazed by it. Once he sits at a gaming computer, he even notices he can order food from the menu there. He orders a bowl of ramen, since people say PC room ramen hits different. While he waits, he loads up one of the most popular games there. It's a team-based tactical RPG, where each player fills a different role. Naturally, he picks the wild, chaos-causing class. Once the match begins, he's blown away by how good the game looks. He learns fast that killing monsters gives him gold. Before long, his teammates figure out he's brand new, and the chat turns toxic. A worker brings over his ramen and sets it down for him. While his teammates keep losing their minds, Kangwoo happily digs into the ramen. The angry messages keep flooding in, but the Demon King couldn't care less. He's too focused on how amazing the ramen tastes, especially with the pickled radish. He washes it down with a soda, and honestly wonders if this is heaven. Only then does Kangwoo glance back at the screen and see that his character is dead. A loud voice suddenly yells about having the worst teammate ever. Confused, Kangwoo turns to find the source of the screaming, and spots a girl glaring at him. She snaps, asking what he's staring at. Then she tells him to mind his own business, because she's already in a terrible mood. But when she notices his game screen, she doesn't know if that makes things better or worse. Not only is Kangwoo a total beginner, he's calmly eating ramen in the middle of the mess, which annoys her even more. She marches over and tells him to get up, while she's still asking nicely. Kangwoo has no clue who this unhinged woman is, or what she wants. That just makes her angrier, and she calls him a troll as she grabs for his shirt. Kangwoo slips away from her hand, and she's stunned by how fast he moved. He tells her to quit picking on him, and asks why she's so mad. She tries a few more times to catch him, but his reflexes are way better. Then she stops holding back and comes at him seriously. The two end up in a brief scuffle, with Kangwoo dodging everything she throws at him. Their exchange is so quick it's hard to follow, but he avoids every attack. At last she stops, realizing he's not some normal guy. Now curious, she asks who he is, and whether the Mirror Guild sent him. Kangwoo says he has no idea what she means and isn't with any guild. She says he's lying, there's no way someone that skilled isn't in a guild. Kangwoo asks about hers and she says she belongs to the Red Guild, one of the top 5 guilds. The second it leaves her mouth, she realizes she wasn't supposed to say that. Kangwoo ignores all that and asks for the bill, which makes her snap because he's treating her like she's not even there. He doesn't look pleased either now that she's still bothering him. She keeps pressing him for a real answer, saying she's never heard of an A-rank level player with no guild, so he shows her his player card, and it marks him as D-rank. Even then, she can't believe he's really a beginner. Something feels off to her. If he were truly D-rank, she should have beaten him. After that, Kangwoo leaves and says goodbye. She stays frozen in shock, wondering if he's the person she thinks he is. As soon as Kangwoo steps outside, his expression turns grim. He still hasn't recovered all his powers, but years of fighting left him with sharp reflexes. Even so, running into someone near his level was the last thing he expected. He recalls her last move and admits she vanished from his sight for a split second. If not for his instincts still saving him, he might have lost. Her skill shocks him, and he wonders who she really is, though he's also glad he got away. Then he notices something. Meanwhile, the girl he fought opens a window and jumps out. When she's sure no one is around, she pulls out her phone and calls her guild. The Red Rose strategy team answers and addresses her as Cha Yeonju, before transferring her to HR. A man named Park Yeonwoo picks up and asks what happened. As guild leader, she tells him to investigate something important right away. Kangwoo asks if this is about a demonic religion follower, but she says she's not sure. Kangwoo explains that the guy is hiding his identity. She still refuses to believe Kangwoo is really D rank. Since Kangwoo only has a D rank card, Kangwoo notes he wouldn't need a mana scanner, which makes fake cards easier. C rank and above are much harder to forge. Still irritated, Yeonju talks about the encounter, and Yeonwoo says that if Kangwoo were just a D rank worshipper, he'd be hunting players around that same level. She cuts him off and says Kangwoo is far beyond that. He could read her movements. That shocks Yeonwoo, because no demonic religion follower so far has ever reacted to her speed. Yeonju has spent a long time investigating the demonic religion, and none of them were on her level. But after seeing Kangwoo move, she can't figure out what he really is. Because of his skill, they start thinking he might even be a manager or leader in the demonic religion. Frustrated, Yeonju grips a button she tore off tightly. Then she tells Hyunwoo to dig up information on Kangwoo as fast as possible. She ends the call, still unsure whether he's with the demonic religion or not, but one thing is clear, he could easily beat her. At the same time, Kangwoo realizes a button was ripped off his jacket, so much for perfect reflexes. Still standing in the alley, Hyunwoo thinks that if Kangwoo is really a D-rank player with talent like that, her spot as a high-rank player won't stay safe. Meanwhile, Kangwoo decides he needs to enter a C-rank gate as soon as his card arrives. He glances back for a moment, like he sensed hostility nearby. Later, Hyunwoo goes back to the PC room and finds that her rank dropped. Since Kangwoo ruined her streak by being useless, she swears she'll kill him for it. And all the way across the city, Kangwoo somehow feels that dark energy. The next day, Kangwoo heads to a C-rank gate. The brochure says monsters like trolls appear there. At the entrance, officers stop him and explain that only C-rank players in parties of 5 can enter. They add that the boss, the chief troll, has appeared inside, so solo entry is banned for now. Kangwoo sees that as good luck. The moment he gets his license, a boss shows up too. Around him, some parties decide to call it a day because of the boss. He can tell C-rank gates feel different from the lower ones. The players carry better gear, and security is much tighter. That's a problem for him, since he wants to get inside alone and claim the rewards before more players rush in. Then he hears a group nearby getting fired up about killing the chief troll and making a fortune. At the same time, others sound much less sure of themselves. Fear and doubt spread through the crowd as people complain about the boss monster. That gives Kangwoo a nasty idea, and it's easy to see why he used to be the king of demons. He slips behind a player mid-conversation and uses his power of rage on him. The effect hits instantly, and the man's whole attitude changes. He starts asking his teammates why they're always like this, and they stare at him, confused by the sudden outburst. The guy begins ranting about how thugs used to beat them up in middle school, and how he always wanted to tear those guys apart. When Gates appeared, he thought his wish had finally come true, that he wouldn't have to stay weak anymore. Then he starts shouting, asking why they still have to bow to monsters. One teammate gets worried by the breakdown and doesn't notice Kangwoo use rage on him too. His attitude flips as well, and now he's yelling that they should slaughter the monsters instead of shaking in fear. Another player gets caught up in it and swears she'll never forgive the monsters for killing her younger sibling. A scar-faced man looks around and sees the madness spreading, which fires him up too. He joins in, shouting that he'll make everyone who looked down on him kneel. Soon, everyone is screaming about killing monsters, and the whole area turns chaotic. The guards grow alarmed, wondering why the players are causing such a scene. Then the crowd rushes them, demanding the gate be opened now. Not long after, the players start pouring into the gate like a crazed mob. One guard reports the incident to headquarters, and while he's distracted coordinating with the others, Kangwoo slips by and heads straight for the gate entrance. Seeing all those crazed players work together is a beautiful sight to him. Now he can get inside and take the rewards waiting there. Kangwoo passes through the portal and arrives in a desert. The place is huge and totally different from the gates he entered before. Kangwoo blocks the blazing sun and quickly realizes this desert is so huge, tracking down the boss won't be easy. He checks his status window and notices a special ability is now available. His demonic energy is a little over 50, so he has enough to use it. After that, he jumps to the top of a large hill. From there, he activates Astaroth's power of observation. The skill lets him take in the whole area at once. Even with all that information coming in, he searches through it and spots a massive pack of trolls. Among them, he finds the chief troll. Then he shuts the skill off, since it's clearly draining him. As he thinks about how to get close to that crowd, a group of players charges into the desert. Kangwoo decides to use them for his plan again. While those players deal with the small fry, he heads for the chief alone, leaping across the desert. On the way, he spots a few trolls and draws them in. Kangwoo lands and triggers his special ability to start the attack. Using his power, he summons a long demonic staff and puts on a flashy act. Like some cheap martial arts extra, He spins the staff around, then locks onto his target. Next, he hurls it at the chief troll and kills the boss instantly. The system gives him bonus experience for beating the boss and doing the most damage. He gains 4 levels. It ends so fast that even Kang Woo is stunned by how easy it was. How does a boss die in one hit? He starts wondering if the chief troll was really a boss at all, so he checks the status window. Even then, he can't figure out why a C-rank gate boss was so weak. After thinking it over, he realizes the truth. He's just gotten way stronger. Seeing that safe hunting isn't really possible anymore, he gets ready to go all in. He jumps down the hill, extends his arm blades, and prepares to tear through the remaining trolls. So he changes plans and decides to enjoy the massacre like the maniac he is. The trolls rush him right away, but Kang Woo doesn't move, waiting for them. The excitement makes him grin. With that demonic look in his eyes, he says he'll wipe them all out at once. In a flash, he cuts through the horde without a sound. The trolls turn around, confused about what happened. Then the marks on their bodies start to glow, and they all explode from the inside. Kang Woo stands there as blood pours over the sand. He loves the sight, explaining that he used blade power to trigger explosions inside the trolls. The system tells him he gained 2 more levels, and unlocked a skill called Terra Blade. It also says registered skills can now be used more precisely. More trolls show up while he's still reading the system message. He decides to test his new skill on them. His fingernails split open and he drops a purple substance onto the ground. Marks spread across the sand, and the trolls have no idea what's coming. They charge at Kang Woo, but the moment they step on the marks, blades shoot up and stab through their feet. They try to run for their lives, but there's no escaping this slaughter. Every step across the marked ground brings up more blades, piercing them again and again. Once it's over, Kang Woo sees that his blades work much better now that they've become a proper skill. With the monsters dead, it's time to collect his reward. Kang Woo starts absorbing the bodies and gains 2 points of demonic energy. He's disappointed it was only 2 points, and realizes leveling gets much harder at higher levels. Even so, the pace is still decent. He only needs 4 more levels to unlock his 4th awakening. After devouring the bodies, he decides to hunt a little more before leaving. Later, the other players finally arrive and get annoyed when they can't find the boss. They wonder if the government got it wrong since they can't even find a single minion. Then they remember seeing some trolls running away. They also find traces of the chief troll's corpse, but the body itself is gone. That kills their motivation, and they decide it's better to head back. One of them says they should keep searching, but even he gives up, while the group keeps complaining. Nearby, Kang Woo watches them in secret and is glad they still haven't found him. He decides to blend in with the crowd and slip out during the confusion. When the players leave the gate, they crowd the guards and demand compensation for wasting their time. During all that chaos, Kang Woo looks for a chance to get away. Then someone shouts for everyone to shut up, and he turns to look. A squad of soldiers arrives, and people recognize them as the Hwarang Corps. Everyone gets tense right away, because their appearance usually means trouble. The soldiers step aside to let a white-haired woman pass. The players recognize her as Baekhwa Yang, commander of the Hwarang Corps' 3rd unit. She looks like someone nobody wants to cross. She slams her sword down and orders everyone to be quiet. Her gaze sweeps over the crowd, and she says there have been reports of cow players appearing in deranked gates. As the Corps members move toward each player, Baek announces they'll inspect everyone who has reached their 3rd awakening. Kang Woo immediately gets nervous. This is bad for him. Annoyed by the whole situation, he tries to figure out how to get past Baek and her soldiers, all while hoping she hasn't noticed him. Baek keeps a close watch on the crowd in case anyone tries something. The soldiers try to calm people down, saying the inspection is simple. They're only looking for players on a watch list. Even so, Kang Woo knows he's done plenty of shady things, and he prays he's not on that list. With eyes everywhere, it's hard for him to even think about escaping, and sneaking past Baek won't be easy either. As he searches for a way out, rage starts building inside him. Then Baek walks up and asks for his player card. Trying to stay calm, he hands it over. While she checks the card, Kang Woo thinks about how careful he'll need to be now that the cow players are already making moves. They talk for a moment, and Baek says she can't just leave all the work to her subordinates. Kang Woo tries to charm her a little, telling her she looks really cool. Baek keeps searching for anything wrong with his card, but he keeps her busy with more questions. She confirms that cow players have been showing up a lot lately, which is why they're doing random checks. After verifying him, she gives the card back. As Kang Woo takes the card, he notices her hands are shaking slightly. He talks about cow players killing people for money, and she agrees, but he knows she's lying. He also knows the government is hunting the demonic order too. Baek quickly says goodbye and moves to the next player. As she turns to go, Kang Woo asks for the suspect's name, so he can report them if he sees them. She thanks him, but tells him to leave that to the professionals. He agrees so he won't seem suspicious. Noticing he just reached C-rank level, she advises him to keep leveling in D-rank gates, and he thanks her. Baek calls Kang Woo a good person, and says she hopes there will be more people like him. He accepts the praise, though he knows if there were more people like him, the whole world would be a mess. Then he watches Baek move on to inspect the next player. After that, he calls Soon, and asks to meet up. A few days later, he meets Sue and Sola at a cafe. Sue finally meets Sola and asks if she's the healer Kang Woo mentioned. She greets him, but hesitates to shake his massive hand because she doesn't want it crushed. Su stares at them like a creep and says she and Kang Woo look good together. Once they sit down, Kang Woo tells Su he wants to take Selo with them into D-rank gates. The big guy agrees right away, since having a healer helps him too. Things get awkward when he calls Selo Kang Woo's sister-in-law, and she starts blushing hard. Su tells her not to worry about that and asks her to explain her ability in detail. Besides healing, she can also boost her teammates' strength, stamina, and dexterity. Su is impressed and asks if she can heal and buff at the same time. Selo says yes, but her attacks are weak. Even so, Su is still amazed. A healer who can buff and protect herself is rare, so Sola thanks him for the compliment. She also says she isn't planning to join a guild right now. Meanwhile, Kang Woo is practically melting because she didn't deny being called his sister-in-law. Anyway, Su gulps down his drink like a brute and says the three of them are going to make history. Sola and Kang Woo can only stare at how crazy he sounds. Then Kang Woo asks if Tae-Soo has anyone in mind for the dealer spot. Tae-Soo says he has two candidates. Both just had their second awakening, and he swears Kang Woo will like them. Kang Woo remembers last time and doubts that confidence. Tae-Soo admits he can be wrong sometimes, then offers to introduce them before tomorrow's hunt. They agree. Tae-Soo tells Kang Woo she wants to level up fast so she can stay by his side. He tells her not to rush. Meanwhile, Tae-Soo keeps acting like the perfect third wheel, grinning at them like a happy creep watching young love. Then Tae-Soo says they'll meet in East Incheon tomorrow. Kang Woo asks why so far, and Tae-Soo explains he wants to clear the troll gate there because something happened at the closer one. Kang Woo is surprised when he hears it's a beginner D-rank troll gate. Trolls are tougher than lizardmen, so the hunt should help Tae-Soo and Sola grow fast. Kang Woo likes the plan and is glad Tae-Soo isn't all muscle and no brain. After that, Kang Woo gets ready to leave since he still has something else to do. When Tae-Soo asks what it is, Kang Woo simply says he's going to level up. He's level 29 now, just one step from his fourth awakening. He enters a C-rank gate and uses observation to find some trolls. He spots 8 and cuts them down in an instant. They die before they even know what hit them. Kang Woo flicks the blood off his arm blades and thinks about how many more he needs to kill, when a strange smell hits him. It's human blood, not monster blood. He jumps toward the source right away. While moving through the air, he figures the smell is from at least 6 people. Maybe a C-rank party got wiped out in seconds, unless some cow players are nearby. Soon, Kang Woo reaches the bodies and lands at the slaughter site. Every player is dead and the killing was brutal. The demonic order usually wants victims alive, so this doesn't fit them at all. The blood is still fresh, which means the killer can't be far. Then Kang Woo spots something that even makes him tense up. A giant set of blood-covered fangs is still chewing on the corpses. The creature lets out a roar, and Kang Woo is stunned to see a hellhound here. Its cry shakes the area. Then it lunges straight at him, trying to swallow him whole. With no time to spare, Kang Woo brings out his arm blades and slashes at the beast. But the hellhound's hide is too tough, making the fight even more irritating. Before he can settle in, the beast catches him off guard again and builds up a blast before firing it at him. It explodes the moment it hits, tearing through everything in the way. The hellhound watches the dust, waiting to see if Kang Woo died, but killing the Demon King won't be that easy. Kang Woo jumps into the air and decides to switch weapons. He summons a dark spear and releases its power. As the hellhound looks up, Kang Woo whips up a vortex and drives the spear down. It pierces the beast cleanly, making it scream in pain. Kang Woo lands as the monster staggers from the hit. For a moment, he's glad he managed to pin it down, but that thought backfires. The beast gets back up and charges again. Kang Woo dodges and finds an opening. He kicks the monster and uses the recoil to jump back. Seeing another chance, he uses earth power just before the beast can bite him. The ground breaks apart under them and the monster loses balance. Using that moment, he forms his dark spear again and drives it straight into the hellhound's body. The monster thrashes to get free, but Kang Woo puts all his strength into holding it down. They slam into the ground, then the beast bursts out of the crater and sends Kang Woo flying. He recovers fast, but this thing is way more stubborn than he likes. The hellhound is still standing despite its wounds and glares at him with rage. Kang Woo, on the other hand, is getting worn down, and he knows he's still far from his old power. He steadies himself again while the beast readies another charge. The hellhound digs in and wraps itself in a fierce red aura. Boosted by that power, it rushes him again. By now, Kang Woo is furious that a stupid mutt is giving him this much trouble. He draws on Baphomet's power of 1,000, sharply raising his physical strength. Even so, the beast keeps coming. With that boost, Kang Woo stops thinking clearly and focuses only on tearing the monster apart. He lands a solid uppercut and launches the beast into the air. The mutt flips through the air and crashes back down, kicking up dust and sand. Kang Woo lets out a breath and it almost feels like the fight is over, but the stubborn beast still won't stay down. Right then, Kang Woo wishes he could use 2 powers at once. Still, he used to hunt these monsters in hell, so he's sure he can beat this hellhound even at his current level. He gets ready to attack again as the beast rises from the sand, but suddenly it starts sinking into the ground. At least it's finally over. A system message appears. He defeated a C-rank Cracks fragment. He reaches level 30, unlocks his 4th awakening, and gains a special skill called Ruler of Demonic Energy. It lets him use demonic energy faster and more naturally, and even hide it from others. Kang Woo remembers hearing the name Core Crack before, and wonders if that's what the system calls beings from hell. It also makes him question how that hellhound crossed over at all. Questions keep piling up, but he has no answers yet. For now, he puts them aside and checks the rest of the system messages. As he scrolls, one detail stands out. His fourth awakening skill is A rank. With that, he won't need to worry about small problems anymore. Then he devours the hellhound's body and absorbs its demonic energy. The idea of returning to the power he had before the Myriad Demon Palace excites him, because this time he might grow even stronger than he was in hell. After that, he leaves the gate and heads home. At this point, the only thing that could make his day better is a pot of his favorite food, and he can't stop thinking about it. On the way out, someone calls to him. He turns and sees Yeonju leaning against a wall. Kang Woo isn't happy to see her and doesn't think they're close enough for friendly small talk. Then she introduces herself. Kang Woo remembers hearing her name from players at the support center. She confirms it and says she's the guildmaster of Red Rose. That explains her strength, so he asks what she wants. She says she looked into him, then starts listing his past like a stalker. She knows he vanished for 5 years and suddenly came back as a player. Kang Woo feels uneasy but admits she's right. She even knows the exact day he registered. The support center marked his first awakening as F rank, but she clearly doesn't buy that. Kang Woo says nothing and just stares at her blankly. Yeongu adds that she even suspected he was a criminal because of how fast he leveled. Then she says his fingerprints matched her records. Kang Woo asks how she got that information. She explains that his fingerprints were taken when he got his license, so she knows he isn't using a fake name. After checking her phone, she says Kang Woo is insanely talented and might even surpass her. Not just her, he may even be more talented than Baek Kang Yoon. Kang Woo thanks her for the flattering words, but asks again what she really wants. After a short pause, Yeonju says she wants to sponsor him as the Guildmaster of Red Rose. That is not what he expected. She asks what he thought she was going to say. Kang Woo says he figured she'd ask him to join the guild. Instead, she says someone this suspicious can't join right away. She adds that if he really wanted a guild, he wouldn't have hidden his strength. Kang Woo feels like that's not quite the point. Then Yeonju explains that she wants to back him with money and help him level faster. Kang Woo starts teasing her, asking if this is like the game they played before, and she nearly blows up. Luckily, she calms herself by remembering she's a guildmaster, not some crazy witch. Kang Woo is only messing with her, but she's still mad about how he ruined her leveling in that game. He even brings up her sad bronze rank. She snaps back that it's only because she keeps getting useless teammates. Then, getting serious, he asks why she's so set on sponsoring him. Her answer is simple, because he's going to get stronger. She's impressed by how quickly he's leveled while hunting alone. With her support, he'd get a pass to enter any gate from A rank down without restrictions. And on top of that, he could party with members of her guild. Any stones he sells through them will be tax-free, so he keeps all the money. Kang Woo is impressed, but the offer gets even better. He can borrow rare guild items for free, and if he needs to, they'll even give him a house and a car. Now it almost sounds unreal, and even Kang Woo starts wondering why she's offering so much. Yeonju calls it an investment for the future, but it's still way too generous. She adds that the guild will give him jobs in return, and he'll need to handle them to earn all that support. After thinking it over, Kang Woo asks what kind of requests they'll be. Sadly, she can't tell him that yet, so he decides not to push it. Kang Woo reaches out to accept, figuring he can always refuse any crazy job later. With that, he agrees to the deal, and they shake hands. To him, this is too good to pass up, especially with backing from a top guild. Yeonju is happy he accepted. After the handshake, Kang Woo asks again about the commission, but she says she'll explain when the time comes. Right now, she doesn't think he's strong enough to help. That catches her off guard when he says he's not as weak as he seems. With total confidence, he tells her he's stronger than he looks. She doesn't seem convinced. Yeonju laughs and says his level isn't why she's staying quiet. The real issue is that she still lacks proof, so she can't talk about it yet. Kang Woo still doesn't follow, but she hands him her phone and tells him to save his number. While doing that, he asks when he can get the gear, and she says anytime. So he decides to pick it up right away, and the two head to Yeonju's guild house. She tells him it's near Seoul Station. Later, in the middle of the city, people stop and stare at a flashy sports car parked nearby. One little kid even begs his dad to buy it for him. A lot of them are shocked to see a car like that in Korea. Yeonju walks over and gets in, then tells Kang Woo to do the same, and even he is impressed. Once inside, he asks how much it cost. She says she doesn't remember exactly, maybe around 10 million won. That number leaves Kang Woo stunned. He can't believe someone dressed so casually owns something that expensive. As they drive off, he notices how smooth the ride is, and Yeonju asks if he wants one too. She reminds him the guild can give him a car if he needs it. Kang Woo suddenly starts calling her older sister, and she looks completely disgusted. Then he asks for a car just like this one, and tells her to watch the road. While Yeonju looks ready to kill him, the two start bickering like family. Eventually, Kang Woo stops joking around so she can focus on driving. When they reach the guild house, he's blown away by how huge it is. The place is about as big as a support center, and he wonders if all guilds are like this. Inside, two guild members are waiting for them. One is Hyunju Woo. He holds out his hand to greet Kang Woo, and after that, Kang Woo meets the other man, Moon Young-ho, the commander-in-chief. Young-ho gives off a threatening vibe and clearly isn't happy to see him. Trying to ease the tension, Hyun-woo thanks Kang-woo for accepting the guildmaster's offer. Young-ho still looks ready to throw hands, acting like the guild's hot-headed muscle. Hyun-woo offers to take Kang-woo to the equipment storage, but Yeonju says she'll handle it since he's busy. Young-ho decides to come along instead. The guildmaster asks why. With a hard look, he says he wants to see what kind of person Kang-woo really is. She allows it, figuring they'll be seeing each other often anyway. They ride the elevator to storage, where Yeonju tells the protagonist he can borrow anything up to epic rank. She opens the doors and Kang-woo is stunned by what he sees. Once inside, she explains that he can even borrow unique items if he leaves a deposit. Looking over all the weapons, MC is like a kid in a candy store. He asks about legendary and mythic gear, and Yeonju says the guild members are using those. Then he asks if they have anything above legendary. She says yes, but the deposit to borrow one is 50 million won. He's shocked that's considered the discounted rate, which only reminds him how broke he is. When he asks to inspect the gear, Yeonju suddenly slams his weapon into the floor. Both of them are confused by his anger. He steps forward, giving off a threatening air. Then he tells Kang-woo to use honorifics, and the protagonist has no clue what this idiot is on about. Young-ho says he needs to speak respectfully when talking to their guildmaster. His face twists with even more anger. Kang-woo just smiles and says he doesn't want to. That dumb brute lifts his weapon to attack the Demon King, but freezes when someone shouts his name. MC stays calm, ready for whatever happens, while Yeonju demands to know what Young-ho thinks he's doing. She's furious, and looks ready to tear him apart. The guildmaster demands an explanation, but he's too scared to answer. Kang-woo quietly watches as she scolds Yeonju and tells him to stay out of it. He's surprised by how fast the brute settles down. After that, Yeonju also warns him to be careful, since Yeonju could cripple him. He shrugs it off, but he can tell her guild members are fiercely loyal. Meanwhile, Yeonju sulks nearby, and hearing the protagonist call the guildmaster Nona almost sets him off again. Kang-woo says he doesn't want the foreign car anymore, and asks if he can borrow unique rank armor. She says maybe, but only after an internal meeting. Then the musclehead cuts in again. He's mad that MC keeps calling Yeonju his older sister, and starts losing it. He swings at him, wrecking part of the room. When the dust clears, Yeonju is stunned to see Yeonju block the attack. She looks ready to kill him. Kang-woo, meanwhile, is enjoying every second of it. Yeonju tries to explain, but she knocks his weapon aside and throws off his balance. The protagonist Kang-woo looks smug as she orders the idiot out. She warns that if he crosses the line again, she'll make him pay. Yeonju apologizes for causing trouble. Once that's over, she apologizes to Kang-woo for her teammates' rude behavior. As Yeonju turns to leave, MC asks Yeonju for unique armor that's easy to move in. While she thinks Yeonju comes back and says he can have his armor if he beats him. Yeonju finally snaps and is ready to put this idiot in the ground because he just won't quit. Kang-woo stops her and says the offer sounds pretty fair. That leaves her confused. She has no idea what he's planning. She remembers his huge potential, and that he may one day surpass her, but Yeonju is level 67, and has reached his 6th awakening. She doesn't think the protagonist can beat him right now. She tries to stop the match, but MC says it's fine. The look in his eyes makes it clear he wants to teach this fool a lesson. Yeonju wants the fight too, hoping to make him stop disrespecting his guildmaster. Yeonju still can't figure out what Kang-woo is up to, but he's already loosening up for the fight. It turns out Yeonju is just a hopeless simp. Yeonju saved a long time ago. Now he thinks he is trying to steal his woman. Meanwhile, Yeonju is worried sick, but the Demon King doesn't care at all. A little later, they head to the training room, and Kang-woo compliments the place. Yeonju again tells him this fight is crazy, but he isn't worried in the slightest. While he warms up, Yeonju tells him to begin whenever he's ready, sounding way too confident. He even says the protagonist can attack however he wants for the first 3 seconds. MC asks if he's serious, and tells him to quit acting arrogant and pick up his sword. Yeonju ignores him, so he gives the idiot one more chance to grab it. The commander says he has no reason to use full power against someone like him. Kang-woo laughs and decides to give him exactly what he asked for. Power gathers under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he rushes forward and drives a straight kick into Yeonju's stomach before the guy can even react. Yeonju goes flying and slams hard into the wall. The hit knocks the wind out of him, and his eyes go empty. He drops to his knees, groaning in pain. Yeonju can only stare in shock. Yeonju forces himself up, but he has no idea what kind of move. Kang-woo just used twisting in pain. He realizes his armor is the only reason he lived through that. With no choice left, he finally draws his sword. Now he squares up to face him. He still can't understand how someone who's only been a player for 3 weeks could be this strong. In a mocking voice, Kang-woo reminds him he was supposed to get the first 3 seconds. Young-ho demands to know what he did. The protagonist tells him the answer is simple. He's just stronger. Young-ho still won't accept it. He bites his lip and tries to recover, but he's barely able to stand. Man-si laughs at him for thinking he was some rookie. Then he mocks Young-ho for crying about a fight not going his way. After that, he says playtime is over and starts getting serious. Young-ho grits his teeth, but anger is all he has left. With Young-ho watching, he knows he can't afford to embarrass himself. He tightens his grip and pours power into the blade. A bright light erupts from the sword and shoots straight upward. Then he locks eyes with the Demon King, who makes fun of his skill name for sounding lame. Oh Kang-woo keeps pushing his buttons, and Yong-ho keeps taking the bait. Burning with frustration and rage, Yong-ho charges with his sword. Oh Kang-woo knows he's still the commander-in-chief, so he won't go down that easily. He uses his shadow power and lays a trap. Yong-ho never notices when he steps into the shadows. Yong-ho tries to warn him, but he already has him trapped. As Yong-ho swings down, the protagonist Kang-woo laughs at the useless attack. Yong-ho rushes in, and at that same moment, Oh Kang-woo appears from the side of the shadow. That's when Yong-ho realizes his target is gone, but before he can react, Men-si grabs his shoulder and tells him the fight is over. Then he releases a shockwave and blasts Yong-ho into the wall again. It only makes him look worse in front of Yong-ju. Yong-ho loses consciousness again and collapses. Yong-ju is left speechless and looks at Oh Kang-woo with fear in her eyes. The Demon King reminds her that he already said he was far stronger than Yong-ho thought. Once the fight ends, workers come in to clean up and treat Yong-ho's injuries. Yong-ho apologizes for everything and says Yong-ho will be removed from the guild. She'll also warn the others not to pull anything like this again. He says it's fine, he's just glad he got the armor. The armor is called Gargoyle Armor, and it's a unique rank item. Its stats are amazing, so Oh Kang-woo is thrilled to have it. Even while Yong-ho is upset, he notes that her subordinate ignored her orders. That idiot also bet something incredibly valuable and threw it away like trash. The protagonist Kang-woo wonders if this is what love does to people. He warns Yeonju that if this happens again, he'll have to rethink working with her. She promises her guild will treat him properly from now on. Then he brings up the armor size and she says she'll have it adjusted and sent to him. He leaves it on the display table and lets her handle the rest. After that, Oh Kang-woo heads off and she reminds him to send his measurements for the armor. Once he's gone, Yeonju lets out a long sigh. She can't help wondering if he's even human. A player who's only been active for 3 weeks just crushed her commander-in-chief. That makes her think Oh Kang-woo might really be world ranker level. There are only 8 world rankers in the entire world, and Korea doesn't have one. People once thought Big Kang Hyun-woo might become one, but it never happened. While she's still thinking, Hyun-woo walks in to speak with her. She tells him the gargoyle armor now belongs to MC, and she's calling a meeting to remove Yong-ho. Hyun-woo is clearly disappointed, but Yeonju says it's necessary to stop this from happening again. Then she asks what news he brought. Hyun-woo reports that the government managed to place a spy inside the demonic order. That should help them learn more about the group. Yeonju tells him to dig deeper and bring back detailed information. Meanwhile, Oh Kang-woo stands in the city and checks his stats through the system window. He sees his demonic energy rising along with the others. If he can toughen his body with the rest of his stats, he won't need to depend so much on demonic energy. He also has no use for intelligence or wisdom, since they don't help his stupid brain. The real issue is that he can't get the stats he wants. After his second awakening, the stats tied to his special abilities should have increased, but his demonic energy hasn't gone up, while the others keep climbing. He has no idea why, and wonders if it's because his demonic energy is already so high. It's far above the rest, and lets him do things even high-level players can't. It also looks like the higher a stat gets, the less it rises. So he figures the level 30 range may not boost demonic energy at all. Since overthinking won't help, he lets it go and says he still has time before reaching his 5th awakening. Then he decides to meet Jeolla and Kang Tae-soo. At East Incheon Gate, Kang Tae-soo is already yelling his name like a maniac. Oh Kang-woo tells him to stop being embarrassing and says he's finished what he needed to do. Kang Tae-soo then introduces the 2 players he mentioned earlier. The good-looking guy is Kim Si-hoon, and the little girl is Choi Yoon-bi. He notices right away how handsome So-hoon is, and even calls him gorgeous. Yeon-ju, meanwhile, throws a fit after Kang Tae-soo calls her a brat, which only proves his point. She fires back by calling him an old man in his 40s, and crushes his spirit. Then she turns to Kang-woo with sparkling eyes and says she's heard a lot about him. Kang-woo asks about her class and special ability rank. She ignores him the second she sees Yola, starts calling her big sis, and begs to take pictures together. Hyun-woo watches this and wonders if he just found the female version of Kang Tae-soo. Seo-hyun steps forward more calmly, introduces himself as a level 12 player, and says he's a warrior with an A-rank special ability. While Yeon-bi keeps taking pictures, Seo-hyun also explains that she's a mage with a B-rank ability. Hyun-woo thanks him and notices how calm and collected he is. On top of that, he has an A-rank ability and a second awakening, making Hyun-woo think he looks like the hero of a manhwa. Tae-chu asks what he thinks of the recruits. Kang-woo smiles and says they're pretty solid. At the same time, Sik-hee-hun gets dragged into Yeonju's chaos and ends up taking a picture of her with Shilla. The big dummy starts bragging, but Kang-woo reminds him his last party almost got him skewered. Tae-chu just says the universe did that so he could meet Kang-woo. The Demon King doesn't even know how to answer that stupidity. Tae-chu then asks what he thinks about the team setup. Kang-woo says it's good, they have all the basic roles for a party. For 4 members, it's about the best setup possible. On top of that, 2 of them have A-rank abilities while the other 2 have B ranks, so it's a strong team for hunting. Kang-woo says he'll join their hunt for the day. He wants to watch them and point out anything they're missing or could improve. Teammate.
Sui thanks him in that loud voice of his, which only makes Kang Woo more tired of him.
He also warns them that he'll step in only if things get dangerous, so they need to stay sharp. These guys have a lot of room to grow, and he has no plan to carry them. Later the scene shifts. A pack of trolls comes screeching toward the party, and even more pour out from the woods. Teammate charges first and slams into them with his shield. The monsters are sent flying back, and Teammate grins while mocking them. The trolls start to hesitate. Then Yubin rushes in and blasts them with lightning magic. Right away, she signals to Teammate that 5 more trolls are coming from behind. The tank quickly moves to her side and plants himself in place. A bright flash bursts from Teammate Su's shield, blinding the trolls and making them cover their faces. As they focus on him, he shouts for them to come, giving Hansel the opening to buff him with light magic. After thanking her, he holds them off with ease. Then she forms an arrow of light and starts shooting the monsters, while Teammate Su keeps them pinned back. When her attacks stop, Teammate Su slams his shield into the trolls and sends them flying. While they struggle to get back up, Si-hun rushes in and cuts through them in a flash. In one clean move, he finishes them all. When he turns around, Teammate is already praising him. He asks if Si-hun trained in kendo before becoming a player. Si-hun says it was just a hobby, which is why he's good with a sword. After seeing him cut down the monsters that easily, Teammate Su says that doesn't sound like a normal hobby. Then everyone looks to Kang Woo for feedback, and they tense up waiting for his answer. Kang Woo hops down from the tree and says he'll point out a few things they should fix. They wait nervously, while he thinks there are actually a lot of problems to fix. First, he praises Tae-soo's sharp instincts, but says he burns too much energy by solving everything with brute force. Throwing trolls around from the start will be a problem if a boss appears. He tells Tae-soo to focus on his real job, taking hits and holding the line. Then he turns to Seola. Just hearing her name makes her flinch. He says buffing the tank was a good call, but a healer shouldn't be attacking too. Using Arrow of Light was the wrong move. Seola quickly apologizes and feels terrible, but Kang Woo tells her they'll fix it little by little. Then he faces Yoonbai and reminds her she panicked when 5 more trolls appeared while she was finishing the others. He says she should only use enough power to stun them and let Si-hun handle the main damage. Finally, he looks at Si-hun. Kang Woo studies him for a moment and says there's nothing to correct. Right now, Suis-hun is doing his role perfectly. Kang Woo admits the guy is amazing and starts wondering if he's some kind of genius. The others jump in too, praising how incredible Suis-hun is. After that, Kang Woo tells them to head deeper into the woods. As they move, he tells them to use his advice in the next fight. Soon after, Tae-mage blocks a troll and properly plays the tank. Sisola gives support where it's needed, and Yoonbai uses just enough lightning to stun the monsters instead of overdoing it. Then Si-hun jumps in and cuts them down, finishing the job. Watching from a tree, Kang Woo is impressed by how fast they're improving. He thinks they could try set rank gates in a month if they keep this up. After the fight, Tae-soo lowers his shield and asks if they did better this time. Kang Woo doesn't want to make them cocky, so he just says they weren't bad. Then they sense another monster nearby. Kang Woo's eyes widen when he realizes it isn't a troll. A horned beast with sharp fangs charges straight at Tae-soo's group. One look at its eyes tells Kang Woo it's a demon wolf. Tae-soo lifts his shield to stop the charge, but it doesn't look like he'll hold. Kang Woo moves to step in when he sees it's a demonic beast, but suddenly stops. Si-hun has already jumped in and starts attacking the wolf head-on. He forces an opening and tells Tae-soo to get back. His blade cuts the monster, then he dodges its counter. Si-hun wraps his sword in a blue aura and keeps pushing the wolf back. Things are going well, but he can't react in time to stop its next strike. The demon wolf smacks him away and lunges in to tear him apart. Just when it looks like he's done for, Kang Woo steps in and shows the wolf what a real demon looks like. Using his enhanced strength, he drives it into the ground with one punch and cracks the earth. Si-hun can only stare, shocked by how strong Kang Woo is. Blood drips from Kang Woo's fist as the system announces the kill and tells him he leveled up. Kang Woo lifts Si-hun up like he's carrying a princess and asks if he's okay. The others rush over to check on him too. They're worried about Si-hun and just as stunned that Kang Woo dropped the beast with a single punch. Seola starts healing Si-hun while Tae-soo keeps praising his sword skills. At the same time, Kang Woo is shocked that Si-hun fought a demonic monster that well. To him, the kid is way too strong. Meanwhile, Tae-soo is hauling Si-hun around like a toy, and the poor guy begs him to put him down. So Kang Woo decides to support him instead and help him walk. With his hands on Si-hun's shoulders, he secretly uses his omniscient power to check his abilities. The status window shows Si-hun has a triple S rank, and he's also the descendant of the martial arts god. Kang Woo looks at him nervously and wonders who this kid really is. At the same time, Tae-soo keeps offering to help him walk. The more Kang Woo looks at Si-hun, the more he feels this guy is the real main character. Another cooler person stealing his spotlight. He wonders if that insane swordsmanship comes from the martial arts god. Once Si-hun can walk again, he thanks Kang Woo for helping him, but Kang Woo starts thinking the kid could become a threat to him. Just like with Yongju, he decides to stay friendly with Si-hun and build a good relationship. Still, he knows things could go wrong, so friendship alone isn't enough. For now though, Kang Woo doesn't think Si-hun is the type to suddenly turn on him, especially after risking himself to save Tae-soo. At the same time, he also thinks the kid is kind of a pathetic loser. Meanwhile, Yoon-bi tries giving Si-hun an electric massage. Not knowing how any of this will end makes Kang-woo grin like a madman. While he's lost in those dark thoughts, Silly snaps him out of it and asks if he's okay. He says he's fine and pushes those thoughts aside. Then the group starts asking the real question, why did a demon wolf appear in a D-rank gate? They also thank Kang-woo for saving them. Silly's slot is that Silly-hun is doing much better after her healing. Tae-soo and Yoon-bi try to calm Silly-hun down, so he doesn't push himself too hard. Kang-woo walks over and Silly-hun says he feels a lot better thanks to Silly-hun. Hearing that, Kang-woo is relieved he's okay. Silly-hun looks at him with shining eyes, thanks him again and says he's incredibly strong. Tae-soo and Silly-hun keep fawning over Kang-woo, and Yoon-bi can barely stand how pathetic they look. Tae-soo goes on, saying he's never seen anyone with a second awakening like Kang-woo. Then he asks why Silly-hun hasn't joined one of the big guilds yet, since someone that strong could get into any of them. When Tae-soo suggests the Mare Guild, Silly-hun starts to shake a little. He says he has no plan to join any guild, especially not Mare. Tae-soo gets confused and asks if he has a problem with that guild, but Si-hun tightens his grip on his sword and says it's nothing. Even Tae-soo realizes he pushed too far, so he apologizes for digging into his past. Silly-hun says it's okay and apologizes for getting so worked up about the topic. After that, Kang-woo says they should all head home so Si-hun can rest. Silly-hun insists he can keep hunting, but Kang-woo tells him not to overdo it. Then Tae-soo asks if Kang-woo will join them again tomorrow, but Kang-woo has no intention of hanging around that loud idiot. He's disappointed, but Kang-woo reminds them he can't always watch over them. They need to learn to hunt on their own. Tae-soo says he'll focus on leveling up, and the group starts to leave. Once they exit the gate, Kang-woo tells Silly something came up, so she'll have to head home without him. He checks his phone, sees the missed calls, and says it's urgent. She asks about dinner, and he tells her to eat first, because he might be late. Silly isn't happy to hear that, but she tells him to be careful. He promises he'll come home as soon as he can. After that, they say goodbye. Once Silly disappears into the crowd, Kang-woo decides to start whatever plan he has in mind. Meanwhile, Silly-hun checks his phone at a bus stop. As he looks through the bus routes and thinks about the Mare Guild, Kang-woo walks up and says he needs to talk. With a serious face, he says it's important, and suggests they go somewhere private first. A little later, they arrive in a quiet alley. When Silly-hun innocently asks what this is about, Kang-woo suddenly drives a punch into his stomach, knocking the breath out of him. Then he grabs Silly-hun by the collar and throws him down. The poor kid tries to ask what he's doing, but Kang-woo drops a knee onto his chest and says he's making insurance. Holding him there, Kang-woo says Silly-hun is going to become very strong, so he wants them on friendly terms. Looking completely insane, Kang-woo says he wants them to become true comrades. Struggling to speak, Si-hun asks why he has to do this just to become friends. Kang-woo then injects demonic energy into him. Si-hun starts writhing in pain and soon begins to black out. Kang-woo uses soul subordination, reaching for Si-hun's heart to seize control of him. While doing it, he says Si-hun won't remember any of this and will go back to hunting like nothing happened. Then Si-hun's heart changes into a strange demonic one with eyes and teeth. As Si-hun keeps suffering, Kang-woo leans in and tells him he'll grow stronger with Han Sol-ah and Tae-soo, and together they'll become the strongest party. A moment later, the demon lord lets go of his heart and says that if Si-hun becomes his subordinate, he'll get to use part of Kang-woo's power. Si-hun can barely stay awake after everything he just went through. Meanwhile, Kang-woo stares down at him with a twisted smile and says they'll be great comrades. Not long after, Si-hun finally comes to and hurriedly tries to stand. He has no memory of what happened or why he's in the alley. The last thing he remembers is waiting for the bus. He checks his phone, sees an hour has passed, and tries to piece together what happened next, but all it does is give him a crushing headache. Since he can't remember anything else, Si-hun figures he must have passed out after the fight with the demonic wolf. He clenches his jaw, frustrated by how weak he feels. As he forces himself up, Si-hun tells himself he has to become stronger. He's still got a long way to go. Then a memory flashes through his head. Kim Young-hoon, the vice guild master of the Mare Guild. The moment Young-hoon's face appears, Si-hun slams his fist into the wall and swears his blade will one day reach the vice master's throat. As Si-hun stumbles down the alley, Kang-woo watches from a rooftop. A system message appears, confirming that soul subordination worked. Satisfied, he decides to save the commands for later now that he has the insurance he wanted. For now, he just plans to watch Si-hun grow. Meanwhile, Si-hun checks his phone, completely clueless that a mad demon lord has already turned him into his pawn. He finally makes it back to the bus stop and hurries onto a bus. Kang-woo keeps watching, saying Si-hun's talent could someday rival Balak's, once it fully develops. He plans to use this new subordinate against the demonic order since the Myriad Demon Palace is still partly sealed. Like a total stalker, Kang-woo watches Si-hun board the bus and promises to support him however he can. So yes, our protagonist is being pretty creepy here. Then he gets a call from Cho Do-kyun. He answers, and Do-kyun says he found something important. He isn't fully sure, but says he detected demonic energy and it doesn't seem like it came from a human. Kang Woo guesses it was a demon and asks where the trace was found. Do Kyun says it was at the B-rank gate near Wajongbu, and Kang Woo realizes another demon has appeared. He remembers the Hellhound and Demon Wolf showing up at other gates, and gets excited that a stronger demon might help him level up even more. Checking his stats, he feels this could let him reach his 5th awakening sooner than expected. The next day, a train pulls into Wajongbu station, and he gets ready to get off. He's getting sick of riding the train like a normal civilian and thinks it's about time he buys that car. While looking over information on the gate's monsters, he overhears a player say something strange is happening inside. Apparently, some kind of monster mutation occurred, and because of that, nobody is being allowed in no matter how big their party is. The guards explain that the mutation has made the gate too dangerous, but the players keep arguing. Then an announcement says 10 players have died because of the incident, so access to the gate is now restricted. That number shocks everyone. 10 deaths is a lot, even for a B-rank gate. Kang Woo already knows a demon is rampaging inside, but even he didn't expect the gate to be locked down. Reporters press the guards for details, saying the public needs to know what's inside if the gate is being blocked. The guards finally say the creature looks like a lion. Hearing that, Kang Woo identifies it as a B-war, one of the strongest predators from the second hell. It looks like a lion, has 5 legs, and carries a trait called full stomach. If it eats 5 prey in one day, it becomes full and stops attacking first. Just remembering those creatures from hell makes Kang Woo feel sick. But if there are already 10 dead, that means the B-war showed up at the gate 2 days ago. So his plan is simple. Feed it 5 monsters, then kill it once it's full. After deciding that, he calls Yeonju. She clearly isn't happy to hear from him, especially since she's in the middle of training, but he asks her to get him into the B-war rank gate despite the restrictions. He says she can pull it off because she has good connections with the higher-ups. Kang Woo hears loud crashing over the phone before she asks if he really needs to enter that gate. Yeonju warns him it'll cost a lot, and he promises to pay her back after it's done. She just hopes he's not planning to get torn apart in there. Then she tells him to hand the phone to a guard. Kang Woo walks over and says Yeonju wants to speak with him. The guard is stunned that someone like her is calling for him. As he takes the phone, the people nearby start wondering who Kang Woo is and how he can contact Yeonju so easily. After a nervous breath to steady himself, the guard tells Kang Woo he's allowed in as an investigator. In return, if he defeats the monster, he has to report what he learned about it. Kang Woo agrees and says he'll do what he can. That only makes the reporters even more eager to find out who he is. As they crowd around him, someone suddenly shouts for him to stop. Kang Woo turns and sees a group from the Merc Guild. Their blue-haired leader is Kang Sung-soo. Since Kang Woo got permission to investigate, Sung-soo thinks his guild deserves the same treatment. He walks over and asks if Kang Woo is the hunter the Red Rose Guild has been backing lately. One look at the gargoyle armor confirms it. Kang Woo starts getting annoyed when Sung-soo questions Red Rose's support and talks trash about the guild. Still, he brushes it off and says he'd rather go alone than with a party. The rest of the Mer Guild members watch while their leader mocks him for acting like a B-rank gate will be as easy as a C-rank one. Sung-soo goes further, saying people like Kang Woo die fast. He claims Kang Woo is chasing fame by hunting the mutated monster, and asks, since when 4th Awakening players became this nosy? Sung-soo keeps trying to provoke him, but Kang Woo says nothing. Then something in Kang Woo snaps when Sung-soo mistakes his silence for fear. The idiot even tells him to join their party so he won't die alone inside the gate. Kang Woo accepts, acting timid, and saying he's scared to go in by himself. But behind that innocent act, he's already decided to enter with Sung-soo's group for a much darker reason. After counting the 5 other party members, he realizes they're the exact number he needs to feed the B-war. Sung-soo is just extra, and Kang Woo can't wait to deal with him too. Earlier, Sung-soo got a call from Vice Guild Master Kim Young-hoon, who ordered him to humiliate Kang Woo in public and make Red Rose look bad. That's why he started all this. Back in the present, Sung-soo hesitates, wondering if Kang Woo really means it about joining them. His plan to embarrass Kang Woo in front of the reporters isn't working, and now he's worried he's the one starting to look bad. In the end, he agrees to go in with Kang Woo, leaving everyone shocked that the Mer Guild and Red Rose Guild seem to be working together. Even Sung-soo's own party starts feeling uneasy as Kang Woo walks ahead of them. The reporters know they've got a huge story. Meanwhile, as Kang Woo heads for the gate, Sung-soo stops provoking him and writes him off as a coward. What he doesn't know is that Kang Woo plans for this to be the last time these 2 guilds ever cooperate. Once inside the gate, Kang Woo suggests they combine forces to catch the mutated monster. Sung-soo spits near him and asks if he has any pride at all. He can't tell whether Kang Woo is really that dumb or just acting. Kang Woo stays quiet while Sung-soo keeps insulting him and calling him pathetic. The others join in, trashing Yeonju and the Red Rose Guild while bragging about their own guild and Vice Guild Master. Kang Woo listens in silence and starts thinking about the Mer Guild. Its guildmaster Kim Jae-hyun also runs a company called Mer Electronics. He and his son Young-hoon awaken as players, then use the company's money to level up fast and build the Mer Guild. As the party keeps talking, Kang Woo figures their guild must be loaded, money for more. For a second, he thinks about making the 2 guilds fight so he can profit from the mess. But he drops that idea. Yeonju is still too useful to lose. Thanks to Yeonju, he gets nice cars and rare gear. So if one guild has to fall, It has to be the Mirror Guild. After they wander around for a bit, Sung-soo starts getting irritated because the monster is nowhere to be found. Kang-woo suggests searching more carefully, and they just call him an idiot. The group starts trashing the Red Rose Guild and Yeonju again, but Kang-woo keeps himself in check. As they keep moving, Kang-woo scans the area with his observation skill. He quickly finds the monster behind a wall and confirms it hasn't reached full stomach state yet. Seeing that, he starts setting his plan in motion. He uses temptation on the party, making them notice a weird smell in the air. Then he watches the burr slowly head their way. As the ground shakes, Sung-soo tells everyone to get ready to fight. He warns Kang-woo to stay back, but Kang-woo mocks him for raising death flags. That instantly gets under Sung-soo's skin. Kang-woo adds that idiots like him die fast, and while Sung-soo argues, one of his teammates gets impaled from behind by the monster. He spins around in horror. The whole team freezes, staring at their friend pinned by the monster's claws. As the beast moves in to eat its first victim, Kang-woo quietly counts the first one and laughs at the other's useless struggle. Sung-soo orders his team to gather information, and they launch their attacks. Arrows and spells rush toward the monster, but it vanishes before anything lands. Their attacks slam into the wall, and then they spot the monster after it dodges to the side. Sung-soo tries to keep everyone in formation, but the beast takes down a second target in the blink of an eye. When Sung-soo turns back, the monster is already devouring that unlucky teammate. Kang-woo keeps counting while the guild's lapdog starts to panic. Sung-soo yells for everyone to attack faster. As the monster closes in, he starts charging up a spell and slams his staff into the ground. Lightning crashes into the burr, giving the rest of the party a chance to finish it. They rush in to kill the beast, but it instantly kills 2 more people. Now Sung-soo is clearly terrified. He can't understand how his team is dying this easily. Even after taking Sung-soo's strongest hit, the burr keeps moving like nothing happened. The last teammate besides Sung-soo realizes it's hopeless and begs someone to save her. While Kang-woo enjoys the chaos, Sung-soo tries to force his final teammate to hold position. Frustrated, he grits his teeth and decides to use his last attack on the beast. Sung-soo jumps into the air and pours all his power into his spear. He brings it down with everything he has, but the monster swats him to the side like he's nothing. Sung-soo crashes into a wall and blacks out. He opens his eyes again when the beast comes toward him and starts crying. Kang-woo counts the 5th target. By then, the monster has eaten its 5th victim, and Sung-soo is sprawled on the ground. Groaning in pain, Sung-soo watches the burr swallow his last teammate. Breathing hard, he sees body parts fall from the monster's mouth. With that, the beast reaches full stomach state. He stares in shock when Kang-woo lands on top of it and asks how that's possible. Kang-woo explains that after the beast eats 5 prey in a day, it won't move unless attacked first. Then he draws on both spear power and hellfire at once, aiming to kill it in a single blow. As he combines the 2 powers, Sung-soo can only watch from where he's collapsed. Kang-woo stays focused, knowing it takes more control to use 2 powers at the same time. Once they're charged, they fuse into a flaming bident. The system then tells him he has gained the bident skill, an S-rank ability. Kang-woo drives it into the beast, and the bident pierces its heart. The burr lets out a scream and thrashes wildly. Sung-soo gets tossed around in the chaos. After a while, the system confirms the kill, and Kang-woo gains 6 levels. He reaches level 40, unlocks his 5th awakening, and his demonic energy rises to 60. He also meets the requirement for something called extreme demonic delay. Kang-woo checks the system and finds a list of conditions needed to become a demonic god. The first condition is having 60 demonic energy. He still can't find details on extreme demonic delay, but figures it must be a huge power boost. Even after all his time in hell, he's never heard of it before. He starts thinking that if he keeps leveling up, he might surpass the strength he had as the demon king of the 9th circle of hell. And the idea of becoming a demonic god sounds even better. Kang-woo is clearly starving for more power. After that, he starts absorbing the berk to gain extra demonic energy. As an investigator, he should leave the corpse alone, but he won't pass up more power. The absorption works, and his demonic energy goes up by 4 more points. While he's absorbing it, Sung-soo calls out and asks what Kang-woo really is. Kang-woo turns and remembers there's still one annoying survivor left. He walks toward him, and Sung-soo warns him to stay back. With his voice shaking, Sung-soo asks if Kang-woo plans to kill him. Kang-woo says he still has a part to play, so he can't die yet. He tells him to relax because he just has a few questions first. Sung-soo goes silent when Kang-woo asks who ordered him to provoke him. Kang-woo already knows Sung-soo isn't smart enough to act like this on his own, and his party clearly knew about him beforehand. Still, Sung-soo says nothing, so Kang-woo kicks him up and starts smashing him around until he talks. When asked again, Sung-soo finally admits Kim Young-hoon gave the order. Kang-woo then asks why their vice guild master targeted him. The reason is pathetic. Young-hoon asked Yeonju out, she harshly rejected him, and he's hated the Red Rose Guild ever since. Sung-soo also says they wanted to change the Mirror Guild's image and prove they were better than the Red Rose Guild. Seeing what a loser he is, Kang-woo asks for a picture of Young-hoon. Sung-soo hands over his phone, and Kang-woo sees that Young-hoon actually looks decent. Then he notices Sae-hoon in the photo too and says the two look alike. Kang-woo can't believe all this came from something so stupid, and Sung-soo apologizes, saying he was only following orders. Still, he was clearly enjoying it. When he tries to defend himself, Kang-woo shuts it down. If Sung-soo plays his part right, that's enough. Sung-soo quickly says he'll do whatever Kang-woo wants. Kang-woo tells him it's simple, and it might even help him. Later, they come out of the gate and get swarmed by reporters snapping pictures. The press asks what happened to the rest of the party and whether only the two of them survived. Kang-woo opens his mouth to answer but instead shouts for an ambulance for Sung-soo, whose face is completely wrecked. The reporters keep firing questions and taking photos, and Kang-woo says the mutated monster attacked them and that he and Sung-soo were the only survivors. Everyone buys the story and tries to contact the Hwoarang Corps, but Kang-woo says that's not necessary. He tells them the mutated monster is already dead, while Sung-soo weakly cries for help. Instead of taking credit, Kang-woo says Sung-soo killed the monster and saved his life. The supposed hero definitely doesn't look like someone who beat a demonic beast. Even so, the reporters press him for more details. Kang-woo starts spinning the story. He says that as soon as they entered the dungeon, they felt killing intent. The monster was waiting near the gate, and everyone knew right away it was deadly. They fought because Sung-soo said civilians would be in danger if it escaped. Kang-woo adds that the monster matched the government's report, a lion-headed beast with 5 legs, and that Sung-soo's party died almost instantly under its attacks. Then he lies even more, saying Sung-soo told him to run when things got bad, and face the monster alone. Kang-woo claims he couldn't leave, so he stayed and watched until the end. It was a brutal battle, and when it was finally over, Sung-soo defeated the beast and won. The reporters swallow every word, and Kang-woo even says Sung-soo kept whispering his teammates' names until he passed out. Sung-soo tries to ask for help, but Kang-woo covers his mouth and tells him to stay quiet until the ambulance gets there. Then the reporters ask how Kang-woo feels about Sung-soo's earlier hostile behavior. Looking sad, he says Sung-soo was only worried about him and wanted him to stay alert. To sell the lie even more, our guy even forces out a tear. He calls Sung-soo his savior, the real hero of this age. Soon the papers are full of stories praising Sung-soo, while he ends up in a coma, barely alive. The next day, Young reads the article, and she knows right away Sung-soo was beaten by a person, not that mutated monster. It makes her wonder if she's raising a tiger cub. Then the other woman with her says, Young's rookie is pretty cute. That woman is Jang Hyung-ju, the guildmaster of the Samurai Guild. She asks where Young found someone like Kang-woo. Young says he's not some rookie, then asks when the old lady plans to leave. Hang-ju almost snaps at being called old, but lets it go. Then Young suddenly gets serious, and asks if the mutated monster is connected to the demonic order. Hang-ju says it's only a matter of time before people outside the big 5 guilds learn about the demonic order. Peace only came after those 5 guilds were formed. If the public learns about the demonic order and the human sacrifices they make, society could fall into chaos again. She asks what the Red Rose Guild thinks about all this. Hang-norn looks ready to send her straight to hell. Right then, Kang-woo walks in. Hyung-ju greets him and says she's a friend of Young's. She starts to leave now that he's here, but Kang-woo offers to come back later so they can finish talking. She says it's fine because she was already done, but Kang-woo still feels bad. Then she gets annoyed when he calls her lady, taking it as proof he thinks she's old. After that, she heads out, but pauses at the door and glances back at Young for a moment. Once she's gone, Young tells Kang-woo that crazy woman is just her friend. Then she hands him a card. It's the S-rank gate permit he asked for. Kang-woo says her guild works fast since it came sooner than expected. She tells him to quit flattering her, and warns him not to hunt in an S-rank gate. He ignores that part and says he heard what she and Hyung-ju were talking about. Young pours him some tea and says they would have had to tell him eventually, even if it's classified. Kang-woo pretends he knows nothing about the demonic cult, and asks if they're behind the monster mutations. Young says the cult is full of crazy fanatics, and they've been moving a lot lately. She doesn't know when the group started or how large it is, but the guilds are still trying to track them down. Young quickly answers her mother-in-law, saying she won't stop her if she wants to leave, then asks Kang-woo if he'll help with her request. Kang-woo pauses for a second, then lifts his S-rank permit and tells her not to worry. He says she's helped him a lot, so helping her back is only fair. Young looks at him, then starts blushing like a little girl and thanks him. She doesn't know he's really in it for the demonic energy he can get. Young says she may call him again if there's an emergency, then warns him one more time not to hunt in S-rank gates. Later, a sleek car speeds out of the guild building. Kang-woo is driving, happy to be traveling by car again. On the way, he decides to check his 5th awakening skill. This power lets him summon a demon from another dimension. The more demonic energy he spends, the stronger the demon can be. The problem is, he can only use it once every 3 months, so he has to make it count. He figures gates work like bridges to other worlds. The stronger the gate, the stronger the monsters that cross through. Crack fragments should work the same way, which means higher rank gates should let him summon stronger demons too. Kang-woo reaches his destination and gets out. Because he's stubborn, he heads straight to an S-rank gate to test the new skill. The guards scan his card and let him in. Security is incredibly strict. Without the Red Rose Guild, he wouldn't even get near an S-rank gate. The gate opens and he walks through. On the other side is an open field by the sea. He picks a spot and sits down, hoping he can summon something high-ranked like Cerberus. Then Kangwoo starts meditating and begins the summon. The skill activates. He rises into the air as demonic energy pours from his body. It puts a heavy strain on him, but he pushes through. The system starts forming a crack to finish the summon. Sweating hard, Kangwoo keeps his eyes on it and manages to open it. A green light shines out from inside, and the system says a deeper crack has formed because of the Myriad Demon Palace. Kangwoo notices the color right away. Every other crack he's seen was bluish, not green. Then another message says a dimensional gate to the continent of Eleanor has opened. He has no idea where that is and hopes this doesn't somehow send him back to hell. Shielding his eyes from the bright light, he looks for the demon he summoned. The crack closes, but he doesn't realize he's standing in the demon's palm. Then he finally sees it, a dragon named Echidna, daughter of the demon dragon Kargath. Kangwoo is stunned. A dragon? A moment later, the beast crashes to the ground after coming through the crack. He hears people speaking in a strange language and looks up to see several unfamiliar faces jumping out after it. They keep talking, but he can't understand a word. A blonde man turns to say something to the others, but Kangwoo still has no clue what's happening. As they move toward the dragon to inspect it, Kangwoo activates a skill that lets him understand other languages. Now he hears the blonde man warning everyone to stay back, and an elf woman calls him Reynold. Reynold points out that the dragon is still breathing, but barely. It looks close to death. The elf says it won't be able to hurt anyone now, and Reynold relaxes. Then Kangwoo walks up and asks who they are. Reynold introduces himself as Reynold von Iris von Arnon, the third prince of the Iris von Arnon Empire. Kangwoo has never heard of that empire. Looking closer, he notices there's also an elf and a dwarf with them, which makes him uneasy. He starts wondering if they really did come from another world. Then Kangwoo looks at the dying dragon and decides to heal her. The others watch closely as he steps forward. Using resurrection, he places a hand on Echidna, and her wounds start healing fast. Reynold rushes in to stop him, but freezes when Kangwoo begins talking with the dragon. Echidna thanks him for saving her, while Reynold can only stare in confusion. She apologizes for appearing in such a miserable state, and Kangwoo tells her it's fine. Suddenly, Reynold presses a sword to Kangwoo's neck while the elf aims her bow at him. Furious, Reynold demands to know if he's the dragon's master. Kangwoo just asks why they're trying to kill Echidna. That makes Reynold explode, shouting that Echidna is an evil demon dragon. He says she brought a deadly plague, and countless people in his empire died because of it. Kangwoo answers that Echidna denies doing any of that, and if she really had that kind of power, she wouldn't be this badly hurt, and nobody there could have beaten her. Reynold stops for a second, probably wondering if Kangwoo has lost it. Then he starts raging again, insisting Echidna caused the disaster. According to him, she has to die if they want to save the Empire's suffering people. Kangwoo gets tired of the prince's attitude and decides to teach him a lesson. He hits Reynold with explosion, sending him and his group flying. They recover fast and get ready to attack again. Kangwoo tells them that even if Echidna really caused all that, she's his familiar now, and that alone is enough reason for him to kill them. Echidna starts crying as her master stands up for her and makes it clear he won't abandon her. Reynold calls him a wicked demon and Kangwoo says he actually is one. Hearing that, Reynold starts shouting like a madman, saying he knew Kangwoo was a demon. Then he swears in his own name that he'll defeat Kangwoo for the sake of his empire's people. Meanwhile, the Demon King can't believe how absurd this prince and his little group are. Reynold charges in and swings at him, and the clash triggers an explosion. Kangwoo survives but admits that Reynold's attack isn't something he can block easily. As Reynold comes in again for another strike, Kangwoo slams the ground and blasts the whole group into the air. Then he follows up with another skill, dropping molten rocks on them while they're still airborne. The burly one uses Iron Wall to shield the others from the falling rocks, but even he can't hold out for long. While he's busy protecting the people in front of him, the big guy misses the rocks coming from behind, and by the time he notices, they slam into him one after another. Reynold yells, "Hans," as blasts rip through the smoke. Then Ol bursts out of it, blades ready to carve him up. At that point, Reynold realizes this fight won't be easy. The mage throws up a shield with her orb. The protagonist tears through the defenses and rushes straight at Reynold. As he gets close, the prince attacks too, using a skill that sends out a storm of slashes. Ol blocks it with Iron Wall, then drives a kick into Reynold and sends him crashing into the dirt. He even mocks him for yelling his skill name first, saying that's the dumbest thing he's seen. But Reynold suddenly gets back up and charges the moment MC lands. Ol slips past the hit, yet the prince keeps pressing with attack after attack. Reynold keeps swinging wildly, trying to end it fast, but his reflexes are too sharp. The assault keeps going for a while, and the protagonist admits Reynold is strong. Without his fifth awakening, this could have gone badly. Proud of himself, Reynold starts bragging, though he's still way too easy to read. So O copies him and loudly calls out a skill name. Hearing that, Reynold raises his sword to block, but MC tricks him and kicks his knee instead. Pain shoots through the prince, and he flinches. He can't understand why. O didn't follow with the blade like this is some fair night fight. He laughs and calls him an idiot for falling for it. When his teammates move toward him, Reynold orders them to run. He says the protagonist is too strong for them, and the protagonist smirks knowing the battle is done now that Reynold's leg is hurt. The mage protests that they can't just leave him behind. Reynolds shouts back that he's fine and leaves the Arnen Empire in their hands. O kicks him aside like trash and calls him pathetic. Cursing his broken leg, Reynolds watches MC move in for the kill. This is always how the Demon Lord fights, with no pity for enemies. He kills to survive. In hell, feelings are a luxury. Then the female mage jumps in front of the prince. O stares down at her as she begs for mercy and asks him to kill her instead. Reynolds calls out to stop her from being crazy. Tears pour down her face as she confesses that she loves him. Reynolds is stunned. She apologizes for saying it now, then turns to him and says she'll do anything if he spares Reynolds. He refuses, and Reynolds is shocked that O has none of the mercy he expected. The protagonist says their problems mean nothing to him. If they raised weapons to kill, they should have been ready to die too, and Reynolds can't believe how cold he is. MC tells them to save the drama for a soap opera. Reynolds calls him cruel, but he can't even bother explaining himself anymore. Just as O gets ready to finish them, the system alerts him that other beings have crossed the gate. Then the Gaia system starts rejecting the intruders. Their bodies glow and they panic, not knowing what's happening. Seeing that, the protagonist tries to kill them before they disappear. He especially wants their rare gear as trophies, so he rushes in. But the system purges them first. Just like that, his chance to grab their equipment is gone. O curses his bad luck, full of regret. Then panic hits, and he quickly checks on Echidna. Thankfully, she's still there and wasn't kicked out with the others. While wondering what the Gaia system is for, he jumps down to her. He remembers seeing something about Gaia while crossing over to Earth and starts thinking it may be tied to the monsters coming from hell these last 2 weeks. Then a terrible thought hits him. Cold sweat runs down his body as he remembers his own crossing and starts thinking this might all be his fault. While his thoughts spiral, Echidna calls to him. She asks where Reynolds and his team went, and Oates tells her they're gone. When she thanks him for saving her, he shyly brushes it off. Then he tells her to stay still so he can heal the rest of her wounds. Looking at her huge body, MC asks if she can change size, and she says yes. Then he asks about the continent of Eleanor. Echidna explains it's a world centered around the Arnen Empire, where people use swords and magic and live with creatures like dragons. Later, O drives with Echidna in a smaller form, and wonders if every monster besides demons comes from Eleanor. When she asks where they're going, he says they're heading to his residence. She doesn't know the word, so she assumes it's his nest. He just goes with it and starts imagining being in a nest with Sola. Echidna thanks him and says it's been a long time since she's been in someone else's nest. She's been alone for ages. She used to live with her father, but one day he vanished, leaving her by herself. After that, all she did was read books in her lair, and it was painfully lonely. Then one day, someone suddenly entered her home. It was Reynolds. Echidna starts trembling and insists she never caused the drought or did anything wrong. No matter how much she said she was innocent, they never believed her. O notices how badly she's shaking as she looks at him with teary eyes. It reminds him of his own past. He grew up in an orphanage, where even meeting his parents felt impossible. He didn't care who they were, as long as they loved him. Laughing at himself for getting emotional, O tells Echidna that even if the whole world blames her, he'll still believe her. He pats her soft fur and wipes away her tears. The protagonist looks down at her warmly, and they keep driving. Echidna promises she'll never forget his name. When they get home, Soza instantly smothers Echidna and gushes over how cute she is. Echidna almost gets crushed, but O is too busy eating to care. He didn't expect Sigila to accept her so fast, but she says Echidna is too adorable not to love. Sigila keeps hugging the poor dragon while Echidna struggles to survive. Eventually, Echidna breaks free and runs back to her master, leaving Sigila a little sad. MC asks how Sigila's hunting is going, and she says her party is doing great and leveling fast. Soon they'll reach their third awakening. She thanks him for everything, saying none of this would have happened without him. She never would have found such a good party or this kind of life. Then Silita thanks him again, blushing hard. O says he should be thanking her instead, because now he finally knows what it feels like to be loved. After that, Silita asks if she can sleep with Echidna, and he can't help wishing that were him. The next morning, the protagonist is still in bed, struggling to wake up. He feels drained and off. When he finally reaches the kitchen, Silita points out that he slept in. O says he feels strangely tired, and she wonders if he's getting sick. He says he's fine and tells her not to worry. Then a strange little girl beside him greets him over breakfast. Something immediately feels wrong. A second later, he realizes the girl is Echidna and completely loses it. While Salah acts like this is normal, Echidna smiles at him and he asks if she could always change like this. She says she felt something strange while sleeping that night, and when she woke up her body had changed. As Echidna keeps eating, O figures her new form may be tied to why he's so exhausted. He just hopes she can still turn back into a dragon. So he asks her to change back. Echidna stands and starts transforming. Her fangs appear and green light pours off her body. Watching this, O realizes he may have made a huge mistake. Her wings burst out, flipping the table and shaking the house. Echidna lets out a roar and they beg her to stop before the whole place is wrecked. The transformation blasts out the windows and wrecks the house. A moment later, they manage to stop her, and she apologizes. MC learns that changing forms itself isn't hard for her. Salah comforts the little girl and tells her not to transform indoors again. while he says she needs to get used to living as a human. Echidna offers to bring a boulder to patch the hole in the house, but Salah tells her not to worry. The little girl feels awful about what she did, and really regrets it. Then Salah says they should buy some clothes for Echidna. She would offer her old ones, but they're too worn out now. There's a shop nearby, so Salah plans to take Echidna there. The little dragon has no idea what they mean. Both girls ask Opa to come too, but he says that won't be easy. Seol-ah asks if he's going hunting again, but he says that's not it. Clearly uneasy, he says he has somewhere to be, but doesn't explain where. Later he arrives at the Red Rose Guild. There, Yang asks if his story about the familiar and the people from Eleanor is true. Oh confirms everything. She says back to him, and she asks if that's why he wants an ID for his familiar. Still, she looks like she doesn't buy a word of it. The protagonist is surprised she caught on so fast, and that little reaction annoys her. Then he asks if she knows anything about the Gaia system, but she says she's never heard of it. At the same time, MC is busy admiring a cute picture of Echidna in a dragon outfit. Yang is stunned that he can summon a dragon as a familiar and starts wondering who he really is. He ignores that and keeps staring at the picture like a proud dad. Then he tells her it's a bit late for questions like that, making her wonder if helping him was a mistake. Yang tells him to send Echidna's photo so she can make the ID. Right after that, he asks for one more favor, which only makes her more fed up. Before he can continue, someone knocks and he recognizes the voice. He turns and sees Hua walk in. She tells Yang she needs to discuss something. Hua apologizes for interrupting, but Yang says she's already finished with O. He gets nervous when Hua asks if he's the player Yang is sponsoring. The two introduce themselves, and Yang explains that her guild has been working with the protagonist. Hua remembers his name and realizes he's the one she met at that C-rank gate before. Yang is shocked they've already met and even jokes about whether O beat up a guard, but Hua says he seemed polite and righteous if only that were true. Hearing that almost makes Yang sick because that is not how she sees MC, so she drops it and asks what he wanted earlier. Both women are caught off guard when he asks for an official pass to enter an S-rank gate. Even then, he stays completely calm. He says bringing his familiar would make hunting much easier, but his wild requests are driving Yang crazy. With a sharp look, she asks if he even knows what shows up at the Suwon S-rank gate. Olaf starts listing the monsters there: wyverns, mountain giants, giant ogres, and a dangerous creature called El Cuero. Yang warns him that if he goes, he should never go near the lake. Olaf says he'll be careful, but Hua cuts in and asks what exactly they're talking about. She points out that just a few weeks ago he was hunting in Su-rank gates, so jumping to S-rank sounds insane. Yang doesn't explain much and only says his abilities can be trusted. While the protagonist quietly enjoys the praise, Hua starts wondering if he hid who he really was when they first met. Still, she admits Yang has an impressive player on her side. Yang isn't even sure that's a good thing, considering how much trouble he causes. With that done, MC gets ready to leave, and the guildmaster tells him he can start hunting at S-rank gates the next day. She reminds him that S-rank gates are still extremely dangerous. Hua says he'll keep that in mind. As he walks out, Hua watches him with suspicion. Once he's gone, Yang turns to her guest and asks why she came. Hua's expression turns serious when Yang brings up the demonic order rumor. Hua says that's not why she's here. There's something she wants. Yang asks what it is. Hua says one of her people managed to get inside the demonic order. That agent is supposed to hand over a video with proof at a contact point. Yang asks why they can't just send it. Hua says the situation isn't that simple, and they haven't heard from the agent in days. The meeting is set for tomorrow at Suwon Hwaso Station. When Yang hears that, she remembers it's near the S-rank gate. Oh, was planning to visit. The scene shifts to Echidna, happily bouncing around and asking him what he thinks of her outfit. He tells her she looks great, and she proudly says they bought it at the nearby department store. Echidna thanks Suwal too, and Suwal tells her she's pretty enough to look good in anything. Oh, and Echidna get ready to leave for hunting, and Suwal tells them to stay safe. As the protagonist talks with Echidna, Sayla starts thinking about going hunting with him herself. She wants to join him and hopes she levels up fast enough. MC snaps her out of it by asking if she's heading out to hunt too. Then he tells her he wants to go hunting with her sometime soon. That fills Sayla with joy, and she starts looking forward to it right away. O smiles while she blushes, already daydreaming about hunting beside him. After that, he and Echidna say goodbye to Sayla and head out. At the Swan S-rank gate, he warns Echidna not to go near the lake and not to transform, so they don't draw attention. With that settled, he uses his omniscient power to search for monsters. He finds a giant ogre and decides to start with something manageable. Then he uses the power of temptation, sending it into the wind to lure the monster in. After that, he signals Echidna to be ready. She waits for his move, while he releases Baphomet's power of 1000, boosting his size and raw strength. O leaps from the boulder and attacks the giant ogre. Their fists collide, sending out a massive shockwave that cracks the ground and shakes the air. The ogre's power alone shows why it's an S-rank monster. The protagonist's whole body trembles, and even with all that force, the giant ogre barely moves. He knocks the monster's punch aside, slamming it into the ground. Then he bursts through the dust, runs up the ogre's arm with his dark spear, and drives the weapon into its neck. The creature grits its teeth and powers through the pain. It quickly grabs O and starts crushing his body. Echidna jumps in with Dark Storm and Blades of Wind tear into the monster. that forces it to let MC go. The demon lord follows up with lightning and blasts the giant ogre. Its brain gets fried and electricity surges through its whole body. That finally brings the creature down. After the fight, O levels up once from the experience he gained. He understands why hunters over level 65 usually come here. Echidna runs over and asks if she was helpful, and he tells her she did well. She says she's gotten stronger ever since he summoned her. Then Echidna smells the fallen monster and starts wanting to eat it. Suddenly, a loud screech rings out, and they look up to find a swarm of wyverns overhead. O grabs Echidna and looks for a way to escape because there are way too many of them. Realizing he can't outrun them on the ground, he spreads his wings and takes off for safer space. Even so, the wyverns keep up and close and fast. He glances back and sees them right behind him, but still avoids their attacks in midair. Then a few of them tear Echidna's dress, and her expression starts to change. O can tell something is wrong. It hits her even harder because he had just told her that dress looked nice. She gives in to her anger, transforms, and kills several wyverns at once. One look at her terrifying form and roar makes the rest panic and try to flee. But Echidna shows them exactly why making a little girl mad is a bad idea, crushing them one after another. O can only watch the chaos, barely slipping past her claws when she goes after a wyvern near him. She keeps rampaging for a while, and he starts wondering if this is really the same dragon who almost died to Reynold and his party. She's far stronger and scarier than he expected, and that leaves him uneasy as he wonders if she might even be stronger than him. Then Echidna lets out one last roar and finishes off the final wyvern. Sometime later, she wakes up in Okol's arms. He tells her they're still inside the gate and asks how she feels. Echidna clings to him and says she has no strength left. She burned through too much power in dragon form and passed out after changing back. Luckily, the protagonist caught her before she hit the ground. Even then, she's still upset about the ruined dress, but her master says they can just buy another one. And that's exactly how kids get spoiled. She starts to complain again, but O gives her a dark look and says he better not see her transform out of nowhere again in the teen. In a firm voice, he warns her not to lose control like that again. He hates people who let anger drive them crazy. Echidna quickly says sorry and promises it won't happen again. Then she pleads with him not to leave her. Kangwoo tells her he has no plan to abandon her, he just doesn't want her acting that recklessly again. As she cries against his shoulder, he decides they'll head back and get her new clothes. He knows being too soft would only let her repeat that mistake, so he feels this warning was needed. Even so, the whole fight paid off well, and the system shows his level jumped up a lot. Even after seeing her dragon form before, Kangwoo is still shocked that Echidna wiped out the whole wyvern swarm alone. That also drained a huge amount of his demonic energy. Soon, Echidna falls asleep on his shoulder. In his thoughts, Kangwoo realizes she grew stronger by taking in the demonic energy he gave her. The more power she burns through, the stronger she becomes, and the more demonic energy he has, the more he can feed her. Still, he can tell that power puts a heavy strain on her body. Then Kangwoo hears a loud roar. He recognizes it as a giant ogre and figures there may be two of them. So he sets Echidna down by a tree where she'll be safer. Fighting two of those monsters without her won't be easy, but the thought of the battle still excites him and he gets ready. But when he turns back, two players have already taken the monsters down. One looks like a wild delinquent. The other gives off the vibe of someone trying hard to be an assassin. Kangwoo just stares, confused by how fast it all happened. The two approach, and he immediately gets guarded. They say he could have been in real danger. Then pause, wondering if those monsters were actually his targets. As Kangwoo watches them warily, he realizes who they are. The calm guy in the hoodie is Choff, guildmaster of the Honorary Guild. The rough-looking one is Bakkeo, guildmaster of Hanul and Korea's top-ranked player. Bak flashes a friendly smile, while Kangwoo thinks about how absurd it is to run into two guildmasters at the same time. He stays quiet and keeps close to Echidna while they comment that he looks like a newbie who wandered into an S-rank gate for the first time. Bak says he's lucky they found him and offers to escort him back to the entrance. He also notices Echidna looks worn out, but Kangwoo says they'll be fine on their own and tries to turn the offer down. Cha calls Bulka a meddler for butting in. Then Cha spots something that catches his eye. While Bulka keeps pushing his kindness on Kangwoo, Cha reaches into a monster corpse and pulls out a red orb. Kangwoo politely says he doesn't want to bother them and that there's no need to worry about him. He's trying to stay unnoticed, so being around these two makes him nervous. Meanwhile, Cha grips the item in his hand and watches them with suspicion. A little later, Echidna opens her eyes when someone calls her name. Kangwoo is still carrying her. He tells her they're finally outside and need to buy clothes before it gets too late. He pulls out his phone, opens the GPS, and checks the quickest route to a department store on the city map. But when they reach a quiet alley, he feels that something isn't right. At first, he figures the area is empty because it's so close to the S-rank gate. Then Echidna gets his attention and says she smells blood ahead, making him tense up at once. And not just any blood, it smells human. The story cuts to an informant who managed to sneak into the demonic order as one of its believers. From what he's seen, their cruelty is worse than anyone imagined. He manages to record proof but can't send it out because radio interference is blocking every signal. When he keeps trying to contact headquarters, the order tightens security, almost like they've figured him out. Eventually they catch him. Now badly beaten, the informant runs for his life. He wonders if this is where it all ends. Even so, with the evidence in hand, he swears he won't die before delivering it. Breathing hard, he presses down on his wound and thinks about getting the memory card to bake, but his legs finally give out, and he crashes to the ground, scraping his knee. His whole body shakes, and no matter how hard he tries, he can't move. His bloody hands tremble as he drags himself forward. He knows he's only one step away from finishing his mission, so he forces himself toward the gate where the Hwarang corner. Right then, and Echidna come around the corner and spot him. Struggling to breathe, the man looks up at them and grabs MC's hand tightly. He looks down as the man presses a memory card into his palm and weakly whispers, "Please." Confused, stares at the card and wonders what it's supposed to mean. Then the informant collapses. The demon lord tries to question him and calls out to him, but it's already too late. He's dead. All that's left is the strange memory card. So the protagonist Kang Woo decides to learn more by looking through the man's memories. Using his power, he sees enough to know his sixth awakening has unlocked. After that glimpse, he's sure the man didn't come from the gate, but beyond that, nothing adds up. The only lead he has now is the memory card, so he puts it into his phone to check what's on it. When it loads, a video file appears on the screen. The moment he sees it, Kang Woo freezes in horror. Echidna grows worried when she notices his body shaking. Kang Woo's face turns bright red as the video starts playing, and he realizes it's that kind of content. He tries to act disgusted, but his expression says otherwise. Then he looks closer, thinking maybe he's missed something, but all he sees is a very steamy video feeding his worst urges. In the end, he starts telling himself it's not that bad, especially since it's his first time. When Echidna asks what he's watching, he hurriedly covers the screen and says it's important evidence. His guilty little moment ends fast when he senses people coming. A group of masked men suddenly rushes in and blocks his path. One of them instantly calls him out for watching explicit content, and he awkwardly pretends he has no clue what they mean. Echidna, meanwhile, is completely lost. The masked men draw their weapons and say he can't be allowed to live after seeing that video. Kang Woo can't help wondering if this really makes him that unforgivable. They clearly don't buy his act, and it's obvious they're after the clip, so MC slips his phone back into his pocket. After a brutal massacre, Kang Woo brushes off his hands and walks back to the informant's body. He checks the video on his phone again, wondering why the demonic order wanted it back so badly. Then, like the fool he is, he gets distracted by the video all over again. Suddenly, he hears Young and Bake as they drop into the area. The second his eyes meet Young's, cold sweat runs down his back and panic hits him. He stuffs the phone into his pocket, praying she didn't see what he was watching. Looking down at him, Hwa seems surprised to find Kang Woo there, and that only makes him even more nervous. Kang Woo asks Young why she's here, and she answers that it's official business. Hwa quickly comes down and asks if he found a memory card with a video on it. He pulls it from his phone and shows them. Young immediately asks for it, saying it contains something very important. Kang Woo starts sweating and hesitates for a second, before handing it over. She presses him to give it to her quickly because she needs it right away. Of course, Kang Woo takes that in the worst possible way, and his mind goes somewhere dirty. Young gets tired of repeating herself, and he finally gives it to her. She wonders why he's acting so weird, while Kang Woo starts thinking there must be more going on. Young isn't the kind of person who'd ask for that sort of video. Then she tells him to watch it with her, because it's something he needs to know. That only sends Kang Woo's thoughts even deeper into the gutter, while he imagines nonsense. Meanwhile, Young tells Hwa to check the agent's condition. Hwa confirms the man is already dead and gently closes his eyes in respect. After that, Hwa asks Kang Woo to explain what happened here. He says he doesn't know the full picture, but tells them what he ran into. He explains that the demonic order attacked him after he got the card. Hwa figures his involvement was probably just bad luck. Then she says he should watch the video with them, but stops when she notices Young acting oddly. A second later, Young shows them the explicit clip and demands to know what the hell this is. Both of them turn red, and Kang Woo insists he's innocent while trying to keep Echidna from seeing anything she shouldn't. Hwa, though, stays calm and says the video is fake. She explains that the real footage is hidden and can only be revealed with a decryptor at headquarters. Their HQ even recommends using adult videos as decoys. Hearing that, realizes the real file is tied to the demonic order. Then Young starts chewing him out for watching the clip and not warning her about it. Echidna rushes in to defend her master and tells Young to stop being so harsh. Noticing the little girl, Young asks who she is, and he explains that Echidna is his familiar. Echidna clearly doesn't like Young and keeps making nasty faces at her. Young finds that hard to believe. She says, seems like the type who'd have a creepy demon, not a little kid. Hwa cuts in and says they need to get to headquarters right away and check the real video. That night, they arrive at the Hwarang Corps headquarters. As Hwarang enters, the members stand ready. She asks a man called Park Jun-suk if the night team is prepared. He says everything is in order. Hwarang then announces that Agent Kang Dong-hoon has died and tells them to push even harder, so his death means something. While she talks about support for his family, Hwarang watches and is impressed by how well she leads. She orders Captain Jun-suk to decode the video as fast as possible, then asks to meet General Chang Hyun-jae. Instead, she's told he's away investigating an SS rank gate in Japan. Han-jae is her direct superior, and the top authority in Huairang of 4 Corps. In the whole country, only Bairang Kang Yun can match him. With nothing else to do, she heads to the investigation room and waits for the file. Once the decryption is done, they play the footage on a projector. The clip shows a demonic order follower talking to a cardinal. The follower says the summoning prep will be finished in 3 weeks, and a major guild is backing them. He adds that if all goes well, the order should reward them with something even greater. The cardinal cuts him off, says they're only at the beginning, and calls him out for getting lazy. As he stepped on, the follower hurriedly apologizes. The cardinal warns that they still have a long way to go, and tells him to stay quiet until the summoning is ready. Then he notices the camera. The video ends there, and Huarang Yung sit in the investigation room after watching it all. The protagonist figures the cardinal is the one bringing people into the demonic order, and he's sure there must be more than one. Even so, he pulls 3 key points from the video. First, if the man in the star-covered mask is only a cardinal, then someone even stronger must be above him. Second, the order is trying to summon something into the world. And third, a major guild is funding them. He says they should start looking into the big guilds, and Huairang asks why. Explains that now the spy has been exposed, the order will do everything it can to hide the summoning plan. That means finding proof from the main group will be much harder, so the best lead is the guild helping them, though he already rules out the Red Rose Guild. Huairang impressed by his reasoning and praises him, which sends his ego soaring. Yang says he's always been quick on the uptake, then asks how they plan to investigate major guilds when even the government struggles with that. Pushing too hard could cause trouble. Says there's a way they can use bait. He reminds Yang that the demonic order targets talented high-rank players, which makes her remember the rookies her guild lost. He apologizes for bringing up something painful, but she tells him to keep going. MC says those rookies are the key to the whole plan. Huairang then notes that there have been more cow players in low-rank gates, along with more missing person cases. He says they should spread a rumor about a gifted player in low-rank gates who might already be S rank or higher. If that isn't enough, they can add that the Red Rose Guild is after that player too. The demonic order should move fast if they think they might lose him. Huairang likes the idea, but she wonders if the order would really act so recklessly. Says they absolutely will. Young asks how he can be so sure. He answers that the demonic order can't resist power. Shaking with excitement, he thinks there's no way they'll ignore a lure like this after already taking demonic energy into their bodies. In a calmer voice, he adds that they also won't be able to hide their tracks. Huairang points out that even with patrols, the number of cow players hasn't dropped. Young agrees the plan could work and asks who they'll use as bait. Most low-rank hunters with high-level talent already belong to major guilds. She also makes it clear that her own guild members are not an option. Unless it's a direct fight, she refuses to risk them. Says he gets it. Then he says he already knows the perfect person to use. That unlucky choice is Sin, walking the streets with a heavy look on his face. When he gets home, he kneels beside an elderly woman who appears to be sick. His face is full of anger and despair, like he's raging against his own life. The next morning, he returns to her side and holds her hand with a grim expression. From outside the house, watches him in secret from a nearby rooftop. Seeing how devoted Sin is to caring for his mother, the protagonist actually gets emotional and jokes to himself that this guy feels more like the real lead. He pulls out his phone and checks the hottest online topics. The bait is working. Sin's blurred photo is already at the center of the rumors. He even hears people nearby talking about Sin as the hottest rookie around, and his thoughts turn to the one person he knows who can spread gossip fast, sitting at a computer. That person turns out to be Park Hyunwoo. As for Young and Hwa, figures they're too stiff and straightforward to handle this kind of job. He looks back towards Sin's house and sees him walking out. Once Sin heads off for the day, MC follows. At a C-rank gate, Sin meets Kang Tai-soo and the rest of his team. Ignoring the crowd, he notices Seul looks troubled and asks what's wrong. She says hasn't come home for over a week, and she's really worried. At the same time, a suspicious hunter in heavy armor keeps watching them until a strange man runs up, desperate to join a party. Seul says she has managed to contact him, but he always gives some excuse for not coming back. To her, it feels like he just walked out on his family. The others try to comfort her, saying nothing bad happened to the protagonist in the gate, and that he probably has his reasons. But it doesn't help much. She still can't calm down. Choi Yun-bi watches as Sola starts worrying that MC got tired of her cooking. Then Sola spirals even more, wondering if he likes some other girl now. Choi Yun-bi snaps her out of it and says maybe it's the opposite. When Sola asks what she means, the brat says the demon lord is in his prime, so maybe staying away is the only way he can control himself around her. C quickly cuts her off before she says anything dumber, and tells Sola not to listen. He reminds her that is a high-rank player, so there's probably a real reason he can't show up. Then he says they just need to train harder and grow stronger so they can stand beside him. That makes Sola blush hard, but her worry still doesn't fully go away. In the end, she forces herself to move on and gets ready to hunt. The party enters the gate. Right after that, the mysterious hunter reports that they've gone inside. The one receiving that report is and he's glad the plan is moving smoothly. Still, going a whole week without seeing Sin Hala has been rough on him too. Watching her look that sad is starting to wear him down, and she's not the only one. Echidna, who he treats like his own kid, has been lonely. because he's been gone so long. The protagonist hasn't been sleeping or eating right these past few days, so he wants this over fast. A moment later, Kang Tae-soo moves to block an attack from a crazed troll. The monster smashes down on his shield, but he manages to hold the line. Even so, Kang Tae-soo grits his teeth and admits the thing is strong. Then he knocks the troll off balance by driving up with his shield and slamming forward. That creates an opening for Soo to charge in. Sehula boosts him and he uses his hidden dragon sword technique to slice through the beast before it can react. The troll coughs up blood, but it's still not down. The troll whips around and reaches for Sehun, but a bolt of lightning hits from behind and cooks its brain. The monster drops dead. Tae-soo is shocked they beat it, but Eunbi quickly tells him not to jinx it. Sehun checks and confirms it's really dead. They already got the experience points. Even so, Eunbi warns them not to relax. Everyone agrees Severick monsters are no joke. Still, Sehun reminds them they've improved a lot if they can kill monsters like this in under a month. Tae-soo says that's all thanks to Sehun and his amazing sword skills. Sehun thanks him and gives Eunbi credit for her magic too. After that, they start gathering magic stones. While they talk about selling the troll's blood, Kang-woo watches in silence from a cliff above. He feels proud seeing how much better the party has gotten. Everyone knows their role now and makes very few mistakes, so he no longer needs to step in. Once the stones are collected, Tae-soo brings up how popular Sehun has become lately. Hearing that, Kang-woo says the real bait is finally about to work. Still, he nervously thinks about the cardinal from the demonic order and wonders why they haven't moved for a whole week. Maybe the order is being extra careful. Watching them, he remembers hell and how rare it is to find someone like Sehun. Kang-woo lowers his binoculars and decides to search for the order himself, since they still haven't shown up. He activates his omniscient power and scans the area. Soon, he spots two bright signals rushing toward a group of trolls, and in an instant, the two players cut them down and keep going. As Kang-woo studies them, he sees they're strong enough to kill trolls with ease. They don't even stop for the magic stones. They're heading straight for Sehun. That makes him grin. The demonic order has finally taken the bait. Later, Sehun's group brings down another troll. As they regroup, Tae-soo praises Sehun for beating it without Yeonbi's help. She jokes that he'll make her jobless if this keeps up and tells him to slow down. Sehun laughs, then catches a strange movement. He warns Han Sol off. She turns and sees another troll coming from behind, and the team tries to form up, but the troll is killed before they can do anything. The whole group is stunned. Who could take out a troll that fast? When Sehun looks up, he instantly recognizes the man taunting them. It's Kim Young-hoon, standing there like he's enjoying the monster's blood. Tae-soo and the others turn to Sehun, asking how he knows the vice guildmaster of the Mirror Guild. Young-hoon is the guildmaster's son, a spoiled rich kid born with every advantage possible. He does have some talent, but mostly he climbed to the top using his father's money. Sehun demands to know why he's here, and Young-hoon answers like it's obvious to hunt. The mood turns tense as the two start arguing. Then Young-hoon calls them brothers, and Sehun snaps. Young-hoon mocks him, saying he's the one with filthy, worthless blood. That sends Sehun reaching for his sword. Young-hoon only smirks and dares him to try. For a moment, Sehun manages to hold himself back. Then Young-hoon brings up the rumors about his dear brother. Sehun freezes when he hears him mention his special power, something that should be S rank. Shaking with anger, he demands an explanation. Young-hoon stares at him in disgust and says he needs an offering like him. He adds that the rest of the party would make good offerings too. Hearing that, Tae-soo assumes he's a hostile player and quickly tells Han Sola to get behind him. But Young-hoon says he has other nasty plans for her. That finally breaks Sehun's restraint, and he charges only for Young-hoon to counter him with almost no effort. The others call out to him, but Sehun manages to land on his feet. He can't understand how his brother stopped that attack so easily, and it frustrates him even more. A huge man in a tuxedo looks ready to step in, but Young-hoon tells him to stay back. Then he switches his weapon to absolute defense mode and lunges at Sehun. Laughing wildly, Young-hoon mocks him for attacking so confidently. A storm of slashes forces Sehun on the defensive. He struggles to block the non-stop attacks while his brother keeps insulting him. At last, Sehun parries one and throws Young-hoon off balance. Seeing an opening, he swings to finish it, but Young-hoon still knocks the strike aside. Then he kicks Sehun and sends him crashing into a wall. Tae-soo and the others shout his name but don't manage to help. As Sehun pulls himself from the rubble, he realizes the truth. Young-hoon isn't controlling those sword moves, the sword is moving him. His absolute defense system is special gear built with his father's company's resources. It reads the enemy's movements and automatically moves the user's body to defend. Back in the fight, Young-hoon calls Sehun a bug and tells him to stay crawling on the ground where he belongs. Then he rushes in for the killing blow, but Tae-mi jumps between them and blocks it with his shield. As Tae-soo strains to hold on, Young-hoon wonders who this guy even is. Tae-soo doesn't care. He puts everything into stopping the blade and swears Young-hoon won't touch Sehun while he's still alive. With a roar, he pushes back with all his strength. Then he notices something strange. There's no resistance. He peeks over the shield and sees Young-hoon untouched inside a barrier. Young-hoon calls him an idiot for challenging him with gear that useless. Then he activates the demonic energy in his defensive suit and blasts Tae-soo away. After Taemisu hits the ground, Young-hoon says his interference never mattered. Without much interest, he notices Sihun charging another attack, with Han Sola boosting him. Sihun unleashes his hidden dragon technique again, and rockets forward, his blade wrapped in dragon-shaped aura as he strikes. Young-hoon blocks at once, and the swords collide. As Sihun bears down, Young-hoon starts struggling to hold him off. Then Sihun shifts his blade, slips past the defense, and blasts his brother into a wall. After pouring everything into that strike, he pauses to catch his breath. But the break ends when he hears Young-hoon speaking. Thanks to the defense suit, Young-hoon steps out of the rubble completely unharmed. He kicks Taesu aside and says Sihun never did know when to stay down. Sihun steadies himself as they prepare to clash again. Young-hoon remembers that his brother was always better, whether in school, training, or even as a player. Next to Sihun, he was always the loser. Now he raises his blade and says none of that matters anymore. Sihun braces himself for whatever trick comes next. What follows is worse than he expected, and it leaves him speechless. Young-hoon copies Sihun's last move with his own sword, bragging that money and power let him crush him whenever he wants. Then he charges, ready to kill his brother with Sihun's own technique. Sihun tries to block, but his sword breaks and he's smashed into a wall. Young-hoon laughs, thrilled to stand over him. Han Sol-ek rushes in to heal Sihun, while Choi steps up to protect them. She fires lightning, but it does nothing against Young-hoon's defense. He ignores the attack and keeps mocking Sihun, saying there are things he'll never be able to surpass. Meanwhile, Han Sol-ek tells Sihun she can't heal him any more than this. After patching him up, she urges him to stand while she goes to help Choi, Mubi. But Sihun looks broken and says he has no strength left. Young-hoon slowly walks toward him, brushing off every attack from Choi Yoonbi and Han Sola. The two girls do everything they can, but his defenses are too much. Taesu is still down and can't help either. Seeing all this, Sihun curses his own weakness for failing to protect his friends. As despair takes over, he hears a strange voice ask if power is what he wants. From the cliff above, Kang-woo watches the whole mess unfold. After seeing everything, he's convinced the Mir Guild is tied to the demonic order. He's also surprised to learn Sihun is the son of a concubine and has an older brother. After contacting the right people, Kang-woo decides it's time to step in. He's about to step in but stops when he hears Sihun shout that he wants power. A huge force floods into the young prodigy as he declares that he wants the strength to crush his enemies. And somehow Kang-woo gets even luckier. Out of nowhere, Sihun draws out insane power and uses his hidden technique again. A system message tells O that Sihun has accepted the power of the heavenly god. With just a piece of that power, he gains even more skills. Then another message appears saying MC has found one clue to metamorphosis. At this point, he almost wishes Sihun were the main character instead. When the brothers clash again, Sihun completely takes over. He throws all his new power into one strike. The battle carries them up into the air. Even there, Kim Young-hoon can barely keep up. At last, Sihun cuts through Young-hoon's absolute defense. Then he falls into a blind killing frenzy. Kim Young-hoon tries to answer with the same technique he stole from his brother, but Sihun slips past it. Fired up like a beast, Sihun activates a new skill and crushes his brother again. Kim Young-hoon can hardly follow him and can't understand how Sihun got this fast and strong so quickly. Even with the gap in power, that fool still thinks he's stronger. Then Sihun breaks his defense again and cuts him. Realizing he can't win, Kim Young-hoon tries to back away. But by the time he brings up absolute defense, it's already too late. Sihun's sword is about to go through him. Then one of Young-hoon's allies jumps in and blocks the hit. The huge man swings his axe and blasts Sihun backward. Young-hoon snaps at him, calling him Cha Young-ju, Young-hoon whining that he should have shown up sooner. Sihun has taken heavy damage from using that much power and looks close to his limit. With cold sweat on his face, he looks up as Myung-hoo walks over and tells him to admit he'll never beat his brother. Myung-hoon says if he obeys, they'll only take one arm. Sihun tells the brute to quit talking nonsense, but the giant slams the end of his axe down. That only makes Sihun's internal injuries worse. My Young-hoon then stomps on Sihun's hand, trying to force him to admit his worthless brother is stronger. Sihun fights through the pain, but his body is out of strength. As my Young-hoon lifts his axe to cut off the prodigy's arm, he says the weak only deserve to suffer. While Sihun tries to gather even a little strength, he remembers his mother apologizing for giving birth to him. In that moment, he answers her in his heart. He can endure, and he's always been thankful she gave birth to him. Sihun finally breaks down, crying as he apologizes to everyone for being too weak. Choi can't help because she's out of mana, and Sihun now is still busy healing Kang Tae-soo. So Sihun accepts it and shuts his eyes as the axe comes down. Then his eyes snap open when he hears a familiar voice. He turns and sees Oh Kang-woo stopping Myung-hoo's axe with ease. As his arm blades crack the weapon, he tells Myung-hoo he agrees with what he said about the weak. Then he kicks the brute away while Young-hoon watches from a safe distance. With a grin, he says he'll gladly help him experience what the weak are entitled to. Sihun asks how Oh ended up here. The protagonist just says he'll explain later. He tells Choi and Sepira to take Sihun somewhere safe and treat him. Myung-hoon gets back up and asks if MC is from the Hwarang Corps. If he were, he wouldn't have come alone. He tells him to stop talking and attack already. He wants to finish this fast. That smug attitude makes my Young-hoon furious, and he charges straight in. But he's stunned when Oh crushes his axe with ease and throws his own words back at him. The weak only deserve to suffer. My Young-hoon tries to pull his weapon free, but his strength means nothing before a real demon lord. A deep fear grips him as he stares at the protagonist and wonders what kind of monster he's facing. Kim Young-hoon yells for him to use demonic energy. My Young-hoon hesitates, which only makes Kim Young-hoon scream harder, ordering him to use it before he dies. While that idiot keeps shouting, Ma Young-hoon lets go of his weapon and decides to sacrifice himself. He slowly starts releasing the demonic energy inside him. As the transformation begins, MC watches with interest. Ma Young-hoon's skin turns red, horns grow out, his teeth sharpen, and wings burst from his back, but MC stays completely calm. Meanwhile, Daddy's boy cackles and says, Ma Young-hoon can win now. With fear and madness in his eyes, Kim Young-hoon orders him to kill him. Ma Young-hoon rushes in to crush the protagonist, but Oh doesn't lose his cool for a second. He uses Iron Wall along with Power of 1,000 and smashes Ma Young-hoon with one punch, knocking his glasses clean off. The twisted demon coughs up blood as a hole tears through his chest. Kim Young-hoon trembles as he watches his ally get wiped out that easily. As Ma Young-hoon's body drops, MC turns to his next target. Seeing that crazed look, Kim Young-hoon wonders if he is a ranker. That's the only way he can explain Ma Young losing so fast. With no good options left, Kim Young-hoon decides to run and call his father. He pulls out a communication orb that works even inside the gate. Too bad for him, the Jolm appears right beside him and asks where he thinks he's going. A slap sends him straight to the ground. As Kim Young-hoon struggles to rise, he asks who the protagonist is, but MC answers by stomping on his head. Oh notices enemies always ask the same thing, and wonders if the demonic order teaches them that. Then he spots the orb in Young-hoon's hand and instantly realizes he was trying to call his father. Kim Young-hoon tries to lie, but he tells the spoiled brat to go ahead and contact him. That would make this even more fun. Jae-hoon is in his office when his orb lights up. He expects his son, but hears the protagonist's voice instead, and demands to know who's speaking. MC tells Jae-hoon that his son is being held hostage. Then Jae-hoon hears Kim Young-hoon screaming for help. He stays quiet while Oh keeps beating him and mocking how he was raised. Finally, Jae-yoon answers, and he can tell the man does care at least a little. Kim Young-hoon is beaten bloody and bound in chains before Jae-yoon asks what he wants. The protagonist tells him to come to the Mokdong-sir rank gate right away if he wants his son alive. When the guildmaster assumes he has to come alone, MC just laughs. He already knows what Jae-yoon can do, so he tells him to come ready for a fight while making sure he hears his son's screams. When the old man starts arguing, Oh cuts him off and tells him not to whine, just get here. Furious, Jae-yoon warns that he won't get away with this because his group works with the government. The protagonist says he has nothing to do with the government. When Jae-yoon asks if he's alone, the protagonist jokes that he's still single. That finally pushes Jae-yoon over the edge, and he demands to know where MC got the nerve to do this. He couldn't care less. Instead, he keeps provoking him, saying Jae-yoon has no idea who he's messing with. While saying the boy needs some sense beaten into him, Oh keeps torturing Kim Young-hoon and smashes his head into the orb. That leaves him barely hanging on. In agony, the boy starts wishing it would all just end. His father tells the protagonist that's enough, but he gives him 20 minutes to arrive or worse things will happen. Oh listens as the old man warns that if this is about ransom, it's already too late. Jae-yoon swears he'll find him no matter what and tear him to pieces. MC just wishes him luck, then smashes the orb with Young-hoon's skull. With that done, he moves on. Then he hears Young-hoon weakly begging to be saved, promising as much money as he wants. The protagonist kicks him and says money isn't what he wants. Desperate, Kim Young-hoon asks what he does want. Oh says he wants peace and prosperity for every bowl of kimchi stew on earth. Daddy's boy can tell he's not being serious. If only he knew how much that food means to MC. When he tries to protest, he grabs his face and shuts him up. Then Young-hoon hears that the protagonist is waiting for his father and suddenly brightens, sure his dad will save him no matter what. But Oh uses his power on Kim Young-hoon and says he's glad Jae-yoon loves his son so much. Before Kim Young-hoon can respond, MC uses demonic power to torture his mind. Later, he leaves the gate with Sola and her party, giving them quick instructions. Then someone calls his name. He turns and sees Young and Hwa. Young says she brought all the troops he asked for, though she still thinks that much force wasn't needed. Sola and the others are surprised he knows two famous women like them, but Oh says they're not exactly on good terms. Young looks ready to bite his head off for that. Still, she lets it slide for now and asks who his group is, so Sola introduces herself. Young gives her a quick once-over and instantly gets jealous of her chest. She asks what Sola is to the protagonist, but Sola throws the same question right back. Before it turns into a full fight, the protagonist cuts in and says they can do introductions later. For now, he tells Sola to leave with her 3 party members. Then Hwa asks if the thing he's dragging across the ground is MC lifts the chains and reveals Young-hoon's half-dead face. The troops and nearby players get nervous seeing Kim Young-hoon treated like that. They all know how Jae will react, but he already planned for that. Young decides she'll face Jae head-on, since the Mir Guild is tied to the demonic order. Hwa warns that this could turn ugly. With their current numbers, they aren't really ready to confront Jae directly. She thinks they're rushing in too fast, but Oh tells her not to worry. According to him, beating someone who's lost their mind is easy. As he kicks Young Hoon's head, he says a father's love for his son has no limit. Young doubts Jae wouldn't fall apart that easily, not knowing the protagonist already pushed the old man past reason. Oh knows exactly what he's set up, and he can't wait to see it play out. A line of black vans suddenly arrives. Jae steps out slowly and says he knew Young and Hwa were behind this. Both women move in front of MC and prepare to face him. Jae laughs at how few they are and asks if they really thought taking his son hostage would settle anything. A terrifying aura pours off him as he demands to know who talked to him through the orb. His gaze lands on Oh, who walks up with a signal and says Jae looks better in person. Seeing him drag his son around so casually only makes Jae angrier. He thanks the protagonist for not running, and the protagonist answers by tossing his useless son back to him. The guards rush to catch Kim Young-hoon and check his condition. Jae is stunned that MC gave him back so easily. Even Young and Hwa can't figure out why Oh would return their hostage. That only makes Jae more suspicious, and he asks what he is planning. The protagonist keeps acting innocent, saying he only returned Kim Young-hoon because a worried father must be suffering. Now Jae starts to get uneasy as he holds his half-dead son. He calls out to him while MC laughs and enjoys the show. Jae desperately checks if Kim Young-hoon is still okay. He stares down at his son, waiting for any answer. The fear in his eyes keeps growing, and then Kim Young-hoon finally speaks with a shocking question. He looks at Jae and asks who he is. That one line shatters Jae. Kim Young-hoon asks again. Jae frantically tells him he's his father, but when he shakes him, the boy cries out in pain and begs him to stop. Young-hoon scrambles away from him, and the guards try to calm him down. Watching his own son reject him leaves Jae speechless. Too many emotions hit at once, and he can't process any of them. Meanwhile, Oh enjoys every second as Young-hoon keeps screaming for his father to let go. Jae's anger finally becomes too much to hold back, and it explodes when he sees what his son has become. Young steps up to protect her people and orders them to fall back at once. Consumed by rage, Jae demands to know what Oh did to his son. In an instant, he charges straight at him, but Young moves to intercept. She powers up too, and the two guildmasters clash. Jae brings out his 9th awakening ability, while Young uses her bloodthirsty chain to lock him down. Both of them shout in fury as their powers collide. Jae tells Young to get out of the way, and an explosion erupts when his fists come down. Luckily, she dodges and swings her chains into a trap. They wrap around Jae and pin him in place. He fights to break free, but the chains only tighten more. Then to Young's surprise, the old man still tears himself loose. He smashes the ground under them, launching Young into the air. As she struggles to avoid him, he snarls at her again to move. Just before another hit lands, Hwa jumps in to help Young. She unleashes her whirlwind power to pin Jae down, and the blast of wind drives him back. It tears up his clothes and leaves cuts across his body, but Jae is nowhere near finished. The two women, on the other hand, are starting to wear down while Oh watches from the rear like he's enjoying a show. Jae only gets madder, fed up with these interruptions. He lifts his fist high and slams the ground once more, throwing Hwa and Young off balance. Rocks burst into the air as they get shoved back, and the old man roars. With Hwa knocked aside, he rushes straight for Young, but she still refuses to step aside. Jae screams at her to move again, and she answers by charging him with her chains. This time she shapes them into spears, and they stab through Jae's body, adding even more wounds. Even so, the old man ignores her tricks and blasts her away in a flash. Young is stunned that he pushed through those spears without caring. Still, with the chains still stuck in him, she wraps them around his body and yanks to hold him still. Since Jae is still a rancor like her, Young plans to keep piling on damage until he finally drops. But she underestimates how badly Jae wants Oh dead. As he strains against the chains, she searches for a way to set up a finishing blow. Just as Hwa struggles back to her feet, Jae breaks free from Young's chains, leaving the Red Rose Guildmaster speechless. Once free, he rips the spears from his body and throws them aside. Now he's face to face with Oh, though badly injured. One look at his excited grin pushes Jae even closer to madness. He charges at the demon in blind rage and swings a huge punch at him, but he never notices the blade driven through his body. The hit catches him off guard, and blood pours from his mouth. He slowly turns and sees Hwan as the one who stabbed him. She stays standing, breathing hard and clearly exhausted. Jal's guards can hardly believe it, even as they keep trying to restrain Young Hoon. Hwana pulls her sword back out of Jae, but he braces himself and refuses to fall. Shaking from pain, he still drags himself toward Oa. The women watch as he keeps stumbling forward. At last, Jae gets close enough to reach the protagonist's face and lifts his fist for one more punch. But Oa only smiles darkly as that fist barely brushes him. Then Jae's body gives out, and he drops to his knees. MC grabs him by the hair and mocks him for saying he would kill him. Then he asks Jae if he even knows who he's dealing with. Later, at the Hwaning Corps headquarters, Young demands an explanation from him and asks what he did to Young Hoon. She's shocked when she learns he can alter a person's memories. Oh smugly brags that he's talented at everything and basically the best there is. Young stares at him and tells him to quit the nonsense. She wants to know what he really is, but the protagonist says she doesn't need to know everything. What matters is that she's helping him, and he's helping her. Young clenches her fist in anger when Oh asks if wiping out the demonic order isn't enough for her. Furious, she watches him hold out his hand and suggests they keep working together. With a long sigh, Young feels like helping MC in the first place was a mistake, but she still takes his hand and agrees, knowing it's too late for regrets. Even with her doubts, she decides to keep cooperating with him. Later, Jai is held in a dark room restrained and covered with seals. Hua walks in to question him, starting with when he began working with the demonic order. Young and he are there too, and he asks him what a summon is. Even as the questions keep coming, Jay only smiles and stays silent. That makes Hua slam the table and demand an answer. Jae-Hein's smile fades when Hua Young tells him he's not the mere guild master or a company CEO anymore. He's just a criminal who helped a mad cult. He snaps back, asking if she really thinks he'll answer anything. To him, the Hua Young Corps are just the government's dogs. Hua Young isn't amused at all. Then he threatens them, saying their lives are in his hand. Before he can keep going, Yeonju strikes him with her spear and shuts him up. Since he's already restrained, Yeonju takes over the questioning. Jae-Hyun groans in pain. Yeonju stomps on him and demands answers. Hua Yeon quickly stops her, warning that Jae-Hyun can't die before they get the truth. Even then, Jae-Hyun only laughs. He says they'll lose in the end because they have no clue what the demonic order is planning. That only makes Yeonju angrier. Kang-woo cuts in and tells them to step back. He says he'll handle the interrogation himself and talk to Jae-Hyun. The moment Jae-Hyun sees Kang-woo, he looks ready to tear the Demon King apart. He says Kang-woo stepping in won't change anything, but Kang-woo is sure he can make him talk. Jae-Hyun clearly doesn't buy it. But his attitude shifts fast when Kang-woo says he can restore Young-hoon and make him normal again. Using the old man's love for his son, Kang-woo tells him to answer every question. Jae-Hyun looks up at him and sees someone truly wicked. Instead of answering, he breaks into wild laughter like he's finally lost his mind. Yeonju and Hua Yeon can only stare at him in pity, too shaken to speak. Still laughing, Jae-Hyun swears Kang-woo will fall into the depths of hell. He has no idea he's saying that to the king of hell himself, and Kang-woo doesn't take it seriously. In the end, Jae-Hyun starts talking. He says he met a man 8 months ago, and they realize it was the cult cardinal in the crimson mask. Even so, he never learned who the masked man really was. Kang-woo tells him to keep going. Jae-Hyun explains that the masked man offered to turn him into a devil if he supplied resources for the ceremony. Yeonju thinks he was insane to accept that deal, but Jae-Hyun says she knows nothing about devils. He claims devils can live forever as long as their neck stays intact and their heart doesn't burst. Hua Yeon asks why he believed that, and he says the order has been around for over 1,000 years. That shocks both women, and even Kang-woo is stunned. Jae-Hyun adds that the order may be even older than that, and it has been growing in secret all around the world. He says they only became active recently. Kang-woo realizes the demonic order runs far deeper than he thought, which will make them much harder to stop. Jae-Hyun admits he kidnapped players to gain eternal life. Yeonju looks at him in disgust and calls him a lunatic for doing something so evil. Jae-Hyun just laughs and says she still doesn't understand. He explains that a devil's body keeps the person's mind, but that still doesn't excuse what he did. He says a devil's body lets you stay young and live forever. Yeonju still refuses to believe something that absurd could be real. Jae-Hyun insists it is, saying he'd never risk everything on a lie. That only pushes Yeonju closer to losing her temper. But hearing how sure Jae-Hyun sounds, Kang-woo starts to understand how the demonic order keeps pulling people in. The idea of endless desire takes him back to his time in hell, when he survived by feeding on demon corpses. He keeps staring at Jae-Hyun, who says some guild members accepted demonic energy during the cult's rituals. Hua Yeon asks if demonic energy is like mana, and Jae-Hyun says it's similar, but not the same. When they learn he has no demonic energy himself, Yeonju asks why he never took it. He says the masked man told him more prep was needed to make him a full devil. If someone takes demonic energy too soon, they can become a mindless monster. Asked why he let his guild members take it, he coldly says they were useful as disposable pawns. Hua Yeon then asks what the demonic order is trying to summon. They're shocked to hear it's a demon, and even Kang-woo starts trembling. Jae-Hyun doesn't know where or how they'll do it, but the order told him the dimensional wall blocking the summon has started to weaken. That makes Kang-woo even more uneasy. Yeonju asks what the dimensional wall is and when it began weakening. The old man says it started about a month ago, and cold sweat runs down Kang-woo's back. In that moment, he realizes this chaos is his fault. The demonic order became more active because he broke the Gaia system when he came back to Earth. Kang-woo tries to stay calm, though Yeonju notices something is off. He hopes the system will fix itself, but that hope dies when Jae-Yeon says the dimensional wall is still weakening. At this rate, everyone in hell, even the people from Eleanor, could cross into Earth. Kang-woo's mind is spinning, but he keeps a calm face and decides to focus on the demonic order first. Then he asks where the demonic order's headquarters is. Jae-Yeon says the place he knows may not matter anymore. The order could already be done preparing the summon. Yeonju asks why they tried to capture City since they assumed he was meant to be an offering. But Jae-Hyun says he knows nothing about that. That doesn't add up to Yeonju. If his guild is supplying offerings, how can he not know whether the cult has enough? He answers that his guild works on performance. Hearing that, Kang-woo realizes the situation is even worse. Jae-hyun says the Mirror Guild isn't the only group working with the demonic order. Their fight is far from over. Elsewhere, at what seems to be the demonic order's base, the Crimson Masked Man tells his followers Jae-hyun has been captured. He's disappointed. Jae-hyun fell so easily, but one follower says their plan won't be delayed because other guilds already provided offerings. Even so, the masked leader can't figure out why Jae-hyun got involved himself. As he looks into the orb, he spots Kang-woo and recognizes him right away. He asks his followers for updates on support from the order. They say it has arrived, and they've also received a crystal filled with sealed demonic energy. With it, the Cardinal can boost his power and complete the plan. They add that no new orders have come from above. The Cardinal takes that to mean the order wants them to handle it on their own. So he says the plan will go ahead as scheduled, starting with El Cairo. Later, outside Hwarang Corps headquarters, Yeonju is upset that they're back at square one, and Hwaryeon tries to lift her mood. Then Hwaryeon tells Kang-woo the government plans to give him extra rewards. It's their way of thanking him for exposing the Mirror Guild's ties and helping capture Jae-hyun so easily. Kang-woo hopes it's something useful, not junk like plaques or trophies. Hwaryeon says she'll contact him later about it. The way she builds it up makes Kang-woo think it might be something he'll actually want. After a long while, Kang-woo finally gets home to Solo and Echidna. The second they see him, they shout his name. Echidna tears up at once, crying. She asks where her master has been all this time. He apologizes for being gone and says he had things to handle. Echidna worries he left because she did something wrong, and she begs him not to abandon her. She promises to be better and pleads with him to stay. Kang-woo gently comforts her and tells her none of this was her fault. He tells her not to worry and promises he'll never leave her. Feeling guilty for being gone all week, he holds her close and tells Sola everything is settled. He also says sorry for not explaining things better before. Sola says it's fine. She knows how much he cares and she trusts he'll tell them everything when the time is right. Kang-woo looks at her warmly, then perks up when Sola offers his favorite meal again. He agrees right away and she heats up kimchi stew. The next day, Kang-woo, Sola, and the rest of her party visit Sai at the hospital. There, Kang-woo explains he had been keeping an eye on the swordsman because of the demonic order, and then rumors about Sai started spreading. When Sai asks where those rumors came from, Kang-woo brushes it off, saying that's bound to happen when a party has talented players. Deep down, he knows the rumors and this whole mess started because of him, but he keeps that to himself. Still, Sola wishes he had told them what was going on sooner. Sola says she gets why he's hiding things to protect them, but every time he does, she feels farther away from him. Kang-woo quickly says sorry for making her worry, and Sola apologizes for speaking too boldly, but Kang-woo tells her she has every right to feel that way. When he calls her family and promises to do better, her face lights up and she starts blushing. That one word leaves her shaking with nerves. Still, she gathers her courage and asks him to speak to her more casually. Since he sees her as family and already talks that way with Young, Sola thinks he should do the same with her. Meanwhile, Tae-soo and the others are quietly enjoying the sweet little moment between them. In that tense pause, their fingertips brush. Kang-woo then tells Sola she should speak casually to him too, and that only makes her blush even more. Then Echidna cuts in and ruins the moment. She asks her master to peel an orange for her, ending the mood right there. As Kang-woo handles that, Sim notices something else on his mind. He apologizes for killing the mood, but says there's something he needs to ask. Then Si asks what happened to Young Hun and his father. Kang-woo answers coldly. They're going to spend the rest of their lives in prison. There's no way out for them, not even with money. Mirror Electronics is also falling apart because of the scandal around its founder. Sai's face darkens when Kang-woo brings up the debt he was stuck with. But Kang-woo says he'll receive legal compensation, and his sick mother will be moved to a better hospital. Sai thanks him as tears run down his face. Even Tae-soo and Yoon-bi get emotional watching him. In that tearful moment, Sai calls Kang-woo his savior and says meeting him was the luckiest thing in his life. If only he knew what Kang-woo had really done. Sai even says he'll call Kang-woo his brother and serve him from now on, which only makes Kang-woo feel more guilty. Even so, he accepts it and starts talking to Sai more casually. Then Kang-woo and Sola grow curious when Sai says he has something serious to share. Denpalmi and Tae-soo lean in too after he admits he's been hiding something from everyone. Sai reveals that his ability is SS rank, but his level is still too low to use it fully. Even so, it lets him use the power of the martial arts god Cheon Tae-hwang. Everyone is stunned that his first awakening gave him something that strong, and they start firing off questions. Kang-woo stays calm since he already knew this. But that changes when Sai says he was chosen as a protector because the Gaia system malfunctioned. That shocks Kang-woo. Si knows about the Gaia system, even though Young doesn't. So Kang-woo asks when Si first awakened as a player. When Si gives the date, Sola realizes it was the same day she first met Kang-woo. That means Si awakened because of the damage Kang-woo caused to the Gaia system. Kang-woo starts thinking Si may be the key to fixing it. At the same time, Yoon-bi makes things awkward by calling him the hero of the world. But now Kang-woo suspects Si might actually be the real main figure here, someone with a bigger role than his. That makes him even happier he managed to bring Si onto his side. When Kang-woo gets ready to leave, he tells Si to rest until he's fully healed. C suddenly grabs his shirt and stops him. The way he's looking at Kang Woo feels almost love-struck, and for a second, this stops feeling like a normal action story. Then Kang Woo has a thought. Maybe this is just how subordinates act toward their master. At the same time, Echidna asks if she can come with him. Still, Kang Woo can't help worrying he picked up the wrong kind of admirer, so he immediately jumps out the window to get away as fast as he can. Later, two huge ogres charge at Echidna. The little dragon unleashes her dark storm power and cuts into them, knocking them back. While they're still reeling from the hit, Kang Woo jumps in with a giant axe to finish them. He grips the weapon tight and fills it with frost, unlocking a new skill called Leviathan. Then he slashes through the monsters. The ogres roar for a moment before freezing solid and shattering. After that, Kang Woo levels up. Wiping sweat from his face, he admits the fight wasn't easy. Still, he reaches his 6th awakening and gains a new special ability. Excited, he rushes to check what it is, but the system says the details won't appear until he reaches extreme demonic delay. His mood drops right away because he has no clue what that condition even means. Echidna asks if he's okay, and he tells her not to worry. Then he pulls out a communication orb and hears Ciola calling. She says they're almost done moving, so he needs to come home soon. Her mother is staying behind to finish cleaning, so Ciola will take a taxi first. After that, Kang Woo heads straight to the apartment. Soon they arrive at their new place, and it's much bigger and nicer than before. Seeing it, Ciola asks if they can really live there. Kang Woo reminds her they're family and he doesn't want to live alone, so now he'll be staying with her and her mother. Then he ruins the mood by mentioning that Red Rose helped him buy it. Ciola realizes Young was involved, and even though she hides it, that stings. From her view, Young can give Kang Woo expensive things she could never match. The gap between them feels even bigger, but Kang Woo is too clueless to notice why she's upset. Echidna runs over and asks what they're doing tomorrow, but Kang Woo says nothing is planned yet. She shyly asks for a favor, and he agrees to go play with her the next day. The second Ciola hears that, she realizes she's not only competing with Young, but with a kid too. So she quickly decides to come along and keep close to her man. The next day, they go to a huge mall where Echidna tries on one cute outfit after another. Ciola snaps pictures of her the whole time. Kang Woo is just happy being with his family. Seeing the woman he loves getting along with his little girl makes him smile. Echidna keeps trying on clothes while Ciola buys her all kinds of sweet snacks. The two grow close like mother and daughter, and Kang Woo is glad Echidna has someone else she can lean on. Of course, he soon learns how tiring shopping with women can be. The two girls keep piling more bags onto him. His mood finally improves when they reach the food court, and he can eat whatever he wants. Just thinking about all the food makes him drool. Ciola tells him it's not that special, and asks if he's never been to a food court before. For Kang Woo, all those different dishes feel like heaven or maybe hell. In his case, after suffering through awful meals for so long, he wants to order everything he sees, but Ciola tells him to calm down. A while later, their table is packed with food and they start eating. Kang Woo begins with the kimchi stew and admits it isn't as good as Ciola's. Next, he grabs a slice of pizza and dips it into the stew, making Ciola think he's lost his mind. But he actually likes it, so he starts mixing all kinds of food together. Ciola covers Echidna's eyes to protect her from the mess Kang Woo is making. While Kang Woo happily keeps eating, Ciola tells Echidna never to copy those horrible food combos. After the meal, Kang Woo notices someone approaching. Cold sweat runs down his face the second he recognizes him. It's Kang Yoon. The Hanul Guild Master says it's been a while since they last met. Kang Woo asks what he's doing there, but Kang Yoon tells him to drop the formal tone. He says he has good news so they can talk casually. Then he brings up Kang Woo working with Red Rose, and Kang Woo says he's only cooperating with them. Hearing that, Kang Yoon grabs his shoulder and tries to recruit him, offering 5 billion won, a car, a house, and more. Ciola is shocked. Someone can offer that much so easily. Kang Yoon also promises him an executive spot in Hanul, but Kang Woo says the offer is too small. Kang Yoon can hardly believe what he just heard. He calls Kang Woo funny for saying that, but Kang Woo isn't joking. He makes it clear he has no intention of working under anyone right now. So Kang Yoon raises the stakes, and Kang Woo pays close attention. The easygoing guildmaster says he'll throw in one legendary item for free if Kang Woo joins. Legendary gear is incredibly rare and can't just be bought with money. It's usually crafted from parts taken from S-rank gates or even higher. Legendary gear also links itself to its wearer, and if the user doesn't meet the right conditions, it can reject them. That definitely gets Kang Woo's attention. Even so, he still turns Kang Yoon down. Kang Yoon accepts the answer and backs off. Before leaving, he hands over his card in case Kang Woo changes his mind. Then he drops something extra into Kang Woo's kimchi stew, saying it'll make it taste better. Echidna notices, but Ciola quickly covers her eyes again. After that, Kang Yoon says goodbye and leaves. Kang Woo lifts a spoonful to try it, but now he looks totally put off. Later, he meets Youngju. She asks why he refused such a huge offer, and he says he doesn't want to work under anyone right now. Youngju just calls him weird. Still, Kang Woo believes that even without joining Hanwoo Guild, he can get legendary gear from the rewards he earns by protecting other players. When they reach the elevator, Youngju says she's met Kang Won before since they're both guildmasters. She says he's not what people expect, so Kang Woo asks if there are rumors about him. Yongju brings up the one time Kang Won got furious during the world ranker evaluations. He lost to a Japanese ranker and got eliminated. That ranker was Fujimoto Ryoma, who used the mythical weapon Susanoo-zai, and the media came down hard on Kang Won because of it. Yongju says that's all she knows about Kang Won, while Kang Woo wonders if refusing him will come back to bite him. She tells him not to worry, Kang Won would probably just laugh it off. Soon after, they meet Ba Hua-yong. The Juarez Corps commander calls Kang Woo inside and says they've been waiting for him. Inside the lab, she explains they found a special item while investigating the Mir Guild. Yongju says that must have been a rough job, and Ba Hua-yong admits even her superiors were against it. Kang Woo checks out the item and finds a legendary coat. Its stats are great, and luckily it hasn't bonded to anyone yet. Yongju points out that the coat's effects don't look that amazing, and Ba Hua-yong agrees. Even so, with its base stats and special effects, it's still incredible, but she doesn't know any player with inherent stats. Then she looks at Kang Woo and catches the creepy excited look on his face. Yongju is shocked to learn he's an inherent stat user. With that trait, this coat is basically perfect for him, among all legendary gear. Kang Woo stares at the coat like he's in love and says he wants it. He thanks Ba Hua-yong and promises to do everything he can to stop the demonic order. Then he takes the coat and Yongju tells him to equip it like he did the gargoyle armor. Kang Woo puts on the trench coat and instantly looks rich. The system announces that the coat has accepted him as its owner, and power rushes through his body. It reads his inherent stats and raises his demonic energy by 5. With that, the coat fully bonds to him. Yongju asks how the new gear feels, and Kang Woo immediately asks for 10 more. Ba Hua-yong tells him 5 is the limit, no matter the class. Any gear after the 5th won't work. So Kang Woo says 5 is still more than enough for him. He starts admiring himself and goes on about how amazing legendary gear is. Then Yongju tells him to test how much stronger he got. He looks at her and she asks for a fight. They move to the combat room, where Ba Hua-yong says they don't need to hold back too much. As Kang Woo gets ready, Yongju wonders how much stronger he really is. She remembers how easily he crushed Yongko, and knows his raw stats played a huge part. This is her chance to learn what makes Kang Woo so unusual. At the same time, Kang Woo also wants to test his new strength, and he sees her as the best person for it. Ba Hua-yong steps in as referee while they prepare. The moment she starts the match, Kang Woo moves in an instant. He lunges straight at Yongju, but she slips past his punch. She spins into a counterattack and Kang Woo dodges that too. She keeps pressing him, but he blocks the follow-up blows. Once he realizes she's opening with hand-to-hand combat, he starts getting annoyed. He knocks her hand aside and fires back, but she avoids it. Kang Woo suddenly snatches her hat and says she's looking down on him. Using it to cover her view, he throws a punch, but she tears right through it with her special chains. Glad she's finally getting serious, Kang Woo asks if she's trying to kill him. She keeps attacking and says he's clearly not a normal player. Kang Woo dodges the chains, which smash into the walls behind him. Before he can reset, she rushes in and drops another attack on him. He barely escapes by using his wings, then activates his coat skill, Kraken's Wrath, boosting his stats and adding 5 more demonic energy. Even with his power spiking, Yongju doesn't flinch. She keeps up the assault while Kang Woo flies around to avoid it. Ba Hua-yong starts worrying about how far Yongju might take this. Still, Kang Woo keeps slipping past the chains. When they finally get close enough, he smacks them aside and flies straight at Yongju. Trapped in a bad spot, she sends the chains at him again, but he blocks them and keeps charging. Once the spear-like chains are close enough, Kang Woo uses explosion to blow them apart and blast Yongju backward. She fights against the shockwave, and when she looks up, Kang Woo is already in range. He instantly uses the power of sound, sending harsh shockwaves through the room. The girls cover their ears to block the screaming noise. Using that opening, Kang Woo closes the distance and slams the ground with the power of 1,000 and the power of destruction. Knowing she can't block it all, Yongju is forced into a corner. With no better option, she wraps herself in a chain barrier. But against Kang Woo's power, it isn't enough. He breaks through her defense and smashes the wall right in front of her face. Ba Hua-yong sees it and can't believe how strong he is. Yongju drops to the floor, laughing at herself while her body shakes with fear. Kang Woo has blasted a massive hole through the wall, and she calls him a monster. Just then, Kraken's Wrath runs out, and the system says it won't be ready again for 2 hours. Kang Woo looks down at her, impressed by how much power the legendary coat gave him. As Yongju laughs, she slowly draws her chains back into her gauntlet. Kang Woo offers a hand to help her up, while she struggles to catch her breath. He says the boost came from his new gear, but she reminds him that she has legendary items too. With a dark grin, Kang Woo listens as she asks if he's even human. He tells her at least he's not her enemy, but she still doesn't trust him. Then both of them look toward Ba Hua-yong, who explodes at them for wrecking a room that cost billions to build. Kang Woo and Yongju both apologize for going too far, but Ba Hua-yong is still furious that she's stuck dealing with 2 lunatics who don't know when to stop. While they argue over the damage, she orders the training room closed until repairs are done. Yongju mutters that maybe they should have just fought inside a gate, annoying as that would have been. Meanwhile, Kang Woo wonders if he should pay for it with giant ogre magic stones, but decides that would be a waste. When he asks, Yongju confirms that high-rank boss monsters can drop materials for legendary gear, so Kang Woo suggests they go hunt El Cuero. Ba Hua-yong asks if he means the monster in the S-rank gate, and he says yes. They explain that no one has beaten it because of where it lives. It stays underwater, making close-range attacks useless, and when it's attacked it hides underwater again, so long-range attacks don't work well either. Youngju adds that even if they kill it, there's no promise it'll drop legendary gear. Kang-woo says it still might if they're lucky. He thinks this could help break his level cap now that he's unlocked his 6th awakening. Players usually hit 2 walls as they level up. The end of your efforts at level 59, and the end of your talent at level 89. The only way past them is to defeat a powerful monster. Since she's already at the end of her talent, Youngju thinks this could be her chance too. Then it hits her that she just lost to someone way below her level, which makes her feel pathetic. After thinking it over, she decides to help Kang-woo. She warns him the fight will be too much for just the 2 of them. But Kang-woo says he already has a plan, and gives Bai Kwa-yong a devilish look. He says they'll need someone strong in close combat. Hearing that, Bai Kwa-yong says she'll join the plan too. She wants to make up for the damage to the training room since she allowed them to use it. Youngju respects how serious Bai Kwa-yong is, especially compared to Kang-woo, who keeps getting on her nerves. Bai Kwa-yong is also interested in how Kang-woo plans to hunt El Cuero. The protagonist Kang-woo says it won't just be the 3 of them. Echidna is coming too. He also wants one more fighter who's strong in close combat, so he starts thinking about who fits. Bai Kwa-yong gets his attention and says she knows someone perfect for that role. Later they arrive at the S-rank gate. There, Kang-woo and Kredner are busy taking down a giant ogre. When he finishes it off, his level rises to 59. Then the system locks his level and says any extra X will be saved until the restriction is removed. That proves the level cap applies to him too. Youngju thinks he's burning through too much strength, but he tells her it barely cost him anything. Then he spots Bai Kwa-yong with the new recruit. She introduces him as Koo Hyun-mo, commander of Hwarang's 2nd Corps. Without the title, he just seems like a clueless idiot. Kang-woo greets him and notices right away that he fights with twin blades. Young-mo calls him a rookie and asks why he's out hunting ogres. He also can't figure out why there's a kid with him, so MC explains that Echidna is his familiar. That only leaves Young-mo even more confused. Bai Kwa-yong cuts in and says he can learn the details later. Young-mo is stunned when she says Kang-woo is as strong as Youngju. He can't believe someone who's only been a player for 2 months could match a national ranker. Meanwhile, he tells Bai Kwa-yong that Young-mo seems solid, and she's happy to hear that. While they're talking, Young-mo quickly pulls the protagonist aside for something private. Then he asks the Demon King what exactly is going on between him and Bai Kwa-yong. The guy is clearly checking if he has a rival in love. MC tells him there's nothing between him and the 3rd Corps commander. Bai Kwa-yong shuts the talk down, saying they don't have time, and both MC and Yeonju instantly realize Young-mo is crazy about her. After that, Kang-woo says they'll start right where they are instead of moving somewhere else. Yeonju wonders why he chose the Stone Giant area. He explains that the giants are part of the plan against El Cuero and are the key to bringing it down. After a quick rundown, they get to work. Once they gather several chains, Yeon-mo says everything is ready. With that, Kang-woo steps into the water and starts building up power. He uses the power of sound to send a huge shock deep into the sea. The water goes still for a second. Then a massive rumble begins. Realizing the creature is coming, he gets ready. As El Cuero rushes in, he signals the others to move. The sea starts to rise, and El Cuero bursts out with a roar. It spreads its wings and lifts into the air over the ocean. Then poison needles shoot from its fins at Kang-woo and the others. Seeing that, he tells Echidna it's her turn. The little girl throws up a demonic barrier, but the attack is hard to handle. The protagonist Kang-woo tells her to hang on just a little longer. At the same time, Hyun-mo and Bai Kwa-yong move in with the chains. Kang-woo joins them, tells them to hold tight and opens his wings. Then he shoots into the sky at incredible speed. Once they're over the sea monster, he drops them, and Hyun-mo starts screaming the whole way down. Still, they land safely on El Cuero. Its slick body makes footing hard, so Kang-woo gives them more chains and tells them to take opposite sides of the monster. They have to act fast before it dives again. The hooks sink into the monster's body, and it lets out a scream as it thrashes wildly. Even so, they manage to stay on. El Cuero suddenly makes a strange cry, and Kang-woo notices it right away. He warns them to hold on because it's about to flee. After twisting its body hard, El Cuero launches upward, and strange electric patterns spread across it. As the monster tries to dive deep again, everyone clings on. Kang-woo moves to stop it and orders the others to attach the last chains. He dives into the water and activates the power of destruction along with the power of thousand. Then he throws a punch through the water as El Cuero closes in, blocking its path downward. The shockwave nearly throws Bai Kwa-yong and Hyun-mo off, but because he attacked from underwater, the blow loses some force. He sees it only knock the monster back into the air, so he looks for another way to hurt it. That's when he spots El Cuero's gills. Kang-woo spreads his wings and rushes for that weak point. The Demon King slashes into it, and the creature cries out in pain. Then he notices yellow sparks around him. Bai Kwa-yong sees them too and realizes El Cuero is using its spark. Echidna calls to her master and raises her barrier again. With all the chains attached, Bai Kwa-yong decides it's time to jump off. She tells Hyunmo that Oh Kang-woo is stronger than they are, so all they need to do is stay out of his way. They leap off just before the monster unleashes its electric burst. As she falls, Bae Kweong looks back and wonders if MC is still inside it. Then we see him protected by Echidna's barrier inside the beast. He realizes she shielded him the moment she sensed he was in danger. But keeping up a barrier from that far away is draining her badly. Oh Kang-woo tightens his fist and rips his way out of the monster's body. Thanks to his familiar, he feels even stronger. After cutting through it, he drives El Cuero down toward the ground. He pulls out the chains and signals to Yeonju. From far away, standing on the stone giants, she catches it. At once, she attacks the giants to stir them up. Yeonju keeps provoking them, and she's clearly having a great time. Laughing like a maniac, she lashes them with her chains. The giants start chasing her, and the chains tied to them yank El Cuero out of the sea. Oh Kang-woo uses his powers to keep those chains locked onto the monster. It only needs to come a little farther onto land before they can really finish it. But suddenly El Cuero starts fighting the chains, and even the stone giants get dragged back. Oh Kang-woo strains to hold it in place because the monster doesn't seem weaker despite all the damage it's taken. Even injured, El Cuero manages to line itself up and fires poison needles from its fin at the stone giants. Echidna blocks them with her barrier. Things are getting dangerous, and he starts wondering if he underestimated this sea monster. While Echidna struggles to keep the shield up, he searches for any way to weaken El Cuero, but there aren't many options. So he tells Yeonju to use the thorns. She tries to warn him that he'll get caught in it too, but he just shouts for her to do it now. Yeonju is furious, but she has no choice except to follow his order. Using her arm braces, she activates her special skill, Energy Drain. As its effect reaches him, Oh Kang-woo uses the Gargoyle Armor's Petrification skill. Even with that rare item, enduring Yeonju's ability is rough. Still, if it weakens the monster, he's willing to take it. El Cuero keeps raging and struggling, but little by little it loses strength until it can barely move. After that, Yeonju gets the stone giants moving again by provoking them once more. Stone giants have a trait called Tough Skin, which makes sharp attacks do almost nothing. The giants start marching again, dragging El Cuero farther out of the sea. The monster keeps screaming, but now it can barely fight back. In the end, its whole body is dragged onto land. Oh Kang-woo cuts the chains off himself and feels relieved that the plan worked. Echidna immediately runs over to check on him. He yells that it's still dangerous, right as El Cuero tries to strike at her. Luckily, Hoyeon jumps in to protect the girl, and Hyunmo carries Echidna away. After Hoyeon's hit, the monster tries to attack again. Then Oh Kang-woo moves in with the others to finish it for good. Echidna is relieved to see her master alive, but he puts her right back to work by telling her to handle the stone giants. Meanwhile, Yeonju is still having fun treating the giants like pack animals. The protagonist Kang-woo tells her to stop messing with them and come help. She snaps back that she's only doing what he told her to do. Then Hoisin and Hoinjit and Hyunmo charge in to punish El Cuero. Now that they aren't fighting underwater, they can finally go all out. Both of them strike at once, dealing huge damage and spraying blood everywhere. But the beating is far from over. The two corps commanders keep cutting into the monster in perfect sync. Then Yumoju finally joins them and drives her bloodthirsty spears into the beast. El Cuero roars in pain, and the blast knocks everyone back. The non-stop screaming is getting on Oh Kang-woo's nerves and everyone else's too. Even out of the water, he admits El Cuero is still a boss monster. He turns his focus inward to his myriad demon palace and spots 3 sealed doors. Still, he decides there's no need to open them. Instead, he drinks from the waters around him, and a huge surge of power fills his body. The Demon King summons his Boyden, but that alone isn't enough, so he feeds it more power with Kraken's wrath. Oh Kang-woo also adds the power of shattering, and once everything fuses into the spear, he creates a deadly new skill called Gay Bulg. His party freezes when they feel how terrifying that power is. He tells them to get clear and charges straight at the sea monster. Once he's close enough, he drives the spear into the beast's body. Faced with that overwhelming force, the monster starts shaking and lets out a helpless scream. Hoinjin and the others can barely keep their footing from the shockwave of Kang-woo's strike. All of them stare in awe, wondering if this is what a 6th awakening skill can do. Oh Kang-woo stands before the monster as it burns and waits to see what happens next. The spear's power leaves scars on his hands, and the system says he cleared the second condition for extreme demonic delay by combining 3 powers. Oh Kang-woo reads the message with his hands still trembling. Clenching his fists, he remembers that in hell this would have been easy, but now just using that much power wears him out. He knows he's still far from where he wants to be and wants even more power. Before that craving swallows him, his teammates snap him back. They ask what kind of power that was and why he didn't use it earlier. He says it was his first time trying it. When he shows Yeonju his shaking hands, she just sees another chance to beat him someday. Echidna returns to say she's done with the stone giants, then throws her arms around him as he praises her. That's when he notices something strange. The system never announced El Cuero's defeat. The monster is still alive, refusing to die. He quickly tells his teammates to stay ready, because the fight isn't over yet. They check the status window and confirm it. The monster hasn't been defeated. Things start looking bad, and Oh Kang-woo can't understand how El Cuero survived. In hell, Gabol could kill a demon from the 7th hell, so so a gate monster surviving makes no sense. Even so, the team holds position as the monster shrieks again. Then MC notices something strange coming out of El Cuero. Looking closer, he realizes it's demonic energy. Long, nasty tentacles start growing from the monster's wounds. Using those new limbs, it begins crawling back toward the sea. Bakwai Yong and the others spot it too, so Yeonju throws out her chains to hold El Cuero down. But she's too drained to stop it, and the beast starts dragging her with it. Her teammates tell her to throw the chain back to them too. Once she does, they grab hold and it turns into a full tug-of-war with El Cuero. Even with everyone pulling, they still can't keep it from reaching the water. Kang-woo has almost no demonic energy left after mixing 3 powers, and it feels like they might still lose. At that desperate moment, Echidna turns into a full dragon and tells her master to leave it to her. Yeonju and the others panic at the sight of a dragon, but he quickly explains it's Echidna. The dragon dives in and pins the monster down with her claws. Those claws pierce El Cuero with ease. Trying to keep it from escaping, Echidna tears into El Cuero even more. Yeonju and the rest can hardly believe what they're seeing as Echidna lifts the monster up and slams it back down. After a fierce struggle, Echidna stands over the monster as the winner. Then she happily asks her master if she did well. El Cuero is finally dead, and Kang-woo gets most of the experience since he did the most damage. But his level limit is still active, so he doesn't level up. Echidna changes back into her human form and runs to him. Now Yeonju and the others finally get why that little girl is Kang-woo's familiar. She asks about the tentacles from El Cuero's body, but Baekwa Yeonju says she's never seen anything like that before. Kang-woo steps in and says it isn't some natural trait. He's seen something like it before, and says it looks like what happens when the demonic order transforms into demons. Yeonju guesses demonic energy caused it, and he says they'll know for sure after checking. So they climb onto El Cuero's body and inspect it. The protagonist Kang-woo finds the spot where the tentacles started growing, and reaches inside. To his surprise, he finds something hidden in the beast. The others are shocked that anything was in there at all. He pulls it out, a gemstone. Huomo says it's different from a magic stone, and Baekwa Yeong wonders if this caused El Cuero's strange change. Kang-woo says he isn't sure, but he can already tell the gem is packed with demonic energy. Unlike a normal magic stone, this gem looks man-made. Realizing someone created it on purpose, MC guesses the masked cardinal is behind it. Now the pieces start coming together, and he tells the team the demonic order is probably responsible. Yeonju looks worried when she hears that. Kang-woo tells them to look at the gem itself and where it was hidden inside the monster's body. It's clear someone planted it in El Cuero, and the demonic energy made the beast lose control. The demonic order is the only group that likely could have done this. It's still just a theory, but Baekwa Yeong starts to see his point. As he looks at the stone again, Baekwa Yeong orders Hyunmo to start investigating the demonic order from Pohang. Meanwhile, Kang-woo nearly drools, realizing the demonic order can produce this much demonic energy. Yeonju wants to take a picture of the gemstone, but the protagonist quietly uses his lightning power to stir the beast, while El Cuero suddenly causes a commotion. He secretly absorbs the gem's energy when no one is looking. When Yeonju turns back to ask for the gemstone, it's gone from his hand. Kang-woo plays dumb while she snaps at him. He keeps a clueless face even though he's nervous, then checks his stats. His demonic energy is increased by 3 levels. He's thrilled after hunting more than 100 ogres over the last 3 days. That stat hadn't moved at all. Echidna turns to ask if it's time for them to leave. When he doesn't answer, she gets worried, and after turning around, she sees a twisted look on her master's face. Later, they arrive at the Hwarang Corps headquarters, and Echidna is already nodding off. They head inside, and Wyon gives them the remaining money, after repairs. Since El Cuero was captured for the first time, they earn a huge amount. She also says she'll investigate the gemstone with Humo's team and check if similar cases happened in other gates. They'll have to work hard to secure any stone before anyone touches it, because none of them know Kang-woo already made the first gemstone disappear. Yeonju and Kang-woo get curious when Yeon says she has good news. She explains that parts of El Cuero can be turned into legendary gear, and its tailbone will become a sword. Then she mentions the estimated specs, making them both tense. But their excitement dies when Yeonju says the weapon will boost either strength or dexterity. Still, she adds that she can't use it herself because the activation requirements are too tricky. Only a player with internal chi can use the legendary sword, a rare trait mostly found in warrior types, especially in China. Yeonju suggests selling it to China, but Kang-woo says he'll keep the weapon. If it needs someone with internal chi, he already knows the right person. The story then shifts to C and his party, who are exploring deep inside a B-rank gate. Even in the maze-like dungeon, they manage to find a new path. Kang asks Sivrik if he senses anything, and the swordsman says he just has a bad feeling. A second later, Sivrik picks up on something and tells everyone to get ready to fight. Then a wounded Minotaur suddenly comes running out from the dark passage ahead. Another Minotaur, even more dangerous, catches it at once. Sivrik and his party stare in shock as that monster gets ripped to pieces right in front of them. Kang rushes up with his shield to take the next hit, but Silas yanks him away just before the beast smashes him into the ground. He warns the big guy not to rush in so carelessly. Looking closer, they realize this creature doesn't look like a normal Minotaur. Silas tells Kang to make an opening. Once Silas gets buffed, Choi tries to distract the monster so their tank has time to prepare. She blasts it with lightning magic, but the beast recovers right away without a scratch. Sai moves in to draw its attention, and the Minotaur locks onto him with a deadly stare. Sayola buffs Kang, and he gets into place. Kang charges in, taunting the monster and making it rush straight at him. Sayola keeps the buffs coming, and he thanks her for the great support. The Minotaur lifts both arms to crush the tank, but Sayo rushes in from its blind side before it notices. Focused on his opening, he uses his skill and cleanly cuts off the monster's head. Once it drops, the whole party starts praising Sayo for pulling it off so fast. Then they check the body, and Sihun says this savage Minotaur isn't listed in any player guide. A closer look makes him freeze. Something red is glowing from the severed neck, and he starts wondering if it's what he thinks it is. The next day, Oh Kang-woo arrives at the Hwoarang Corps headquarters. He's there to pick up the legendary sword made from El Cuero's tailbone. The blade's stats are amazing, and it even lets its user walk on water. MC looks it over and says he'd use it himself if he could. Ba Kwa-yong explains that the hardest part of legendary gear is getting the materials. After that, forging it is quick. Yong worries about the price, but Ba Kwa-yong tells her not to. She says Yong and Oh Kang-woo are already bringing better results than the Hwoarang Corps expected. Yong enjoys the praise, while he is more interested in absorbing demonic energy. Then Ba Kwa-yong says there's one more thing she wants to mention. Expecting bad news, he's caught off guard when she asks if he can start speaking to her more casually. Since he's already casual with Young, she says it feels strange for them to stay formal, especially now that they're comrades. Pa Kwa-yong is glad when he agrees. Sol has one more reason to be jealous. When Oh Kang-woo asks about the gemstone research, she says nothing useful has come up yet. Even Young's guild found nothing solid. That bothers him because he doubts the demonic side only hid gemstones in El Cuero. Elsewhere, the masked cardinal hears that El Cuero was defeated. His followers say they found battle marks but still don't know how it happened. When they add that the demonic crystal is missing too, he crushes the table in rage. The masked cardinal smashes what is left and demands news on the other monsters. They tell him most are still fine, and their enemies probably haven't figured out the plan yet. Even so, El Cuero's defeat clearly shakes him. They also report that the whole operation has been pushed back because of this. The cardinal suggests using another method, but his followers warn that it's too dangerous. They say it would let the plan move forward right away, but the risk is far too high. On top of that, the world rankers wouldn't just sit back if they did something so bold. That only makes the masked cardinal angrier, and he asks about the world rankers again. Right now, he doesn't care what they might do. His demonic aura pours out as he reminds them he isn't afraid of the world rankers. The followers quickly apologize while struggling under his killing intent. After a moment, the cardinal settles down and asks if they still have demonic crystals. When they say yes, he orders them to plant more inside other monsters. If the plan gets delayed again, he warns their worthless lives are over. Then one follower reports that Young was the one who killed El Cuero. The cardinal forces himself to cool down as he recalls that Young is the same person who got in Jae Yuan's way. Seeing her as a major threat, he tells them to prepare the shadows to deal with her. His men warn that Young is too strong and the shadows alone may not be enough. But he says Young isn't the real target. They're going after Oh Kang-woo. His plan is to capture the protagonist and use him as a hostage. Meanwhile, the Demon King enjoys a peaceful ride in his car. Later, Kim Si-hoon and his party come out of the B-rank gate, thanking him for carrying the run. As they leave, Oh Kang-woo waves them over. He shows up looking stylish as usual. The group is happy to see him after so long, and he notes that their hunting has been going well. Then he tells Kim Si-hoon he brought a surprise gift for him. At first, everyone thinks it's meant for C, but then he tells Kim Si-hoon to take it. He hands the sword to the young swordsman, while C quietly adds another name to her list. The party is stunned when Oh Kang-woo says it's a legendary weapon. Kang Tae-soo can't help wishing the gift had gone to him instead. Kim Si-hoon says he doesn't deserve something that valuable, but MC tells him he'll decide that. He adds that Kim Si-hoon is going to get much stronger soon, strong enough to stand against rankers. Those words hit hard, and Kim Si-hoon starts tearing up. He thanks Oh Kang-woo with all his heart. Then he gets uneasy when Kim Si-hoon says he felt strong resistance the first time they met. Things get even stranger when he says it feels like their souls are connected. A second later, Kim Si-hoon grabs his hands and drops to one knee like he's proposing. He swears to serve him for the rest of his life, and C is about ready to explode. Oh Kang-woo gently tells him to let go, but Kim Si-hoon says he has something to give him too. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out the gemstone he got from killing that monster, saying the protagonist Kang-woo might know what it is. MC quickly grabs his hands again and stares at him with sudden excitement. Now he really wants to keep this guy close. He immediately asks where the gem came from. Kim Si-hoon explains that while hunting in the gate, he felt something strange. Oh Kang-woo is surprised because it sounds just like the resistance Kim Si-hoon felt from him before. Kim Si-hoon says he followed that feeling to the savage Minotaur and found the gemstone after killing it. He starts wondering if this prodigy can sense demonic energy, so he asks whether Kim Si-hoon felt anything from Echidna at the hospital. Kim Si-hoon thinks back but says he didn't sense that same resistance from her. Oh Kang-woo studies the gemstone, trying to figure out what he and that Minotaur have in common. Then it hits him. It all goes back to the Gaia system's crack. Since Kim Si-hoon is the protector, he can sense beings tied to that crack. After realizing that, he grabs Si-hoon's shoulder and says, a little too eagerly, that they should work together. Later, Kang Tae-soo and Yoonbi are half asleep on a bus while Kim Si-hoon stares out the window. At the same time, Oh Kang-woo walks with Si and tells her she'll have to keep hunting with Yoonbi and Kang Tae-soo because he and Kim Si-hoon will start searching gates together. He thinks the other three have leveled up enough to manage without the swordsman. Si stays quiet for a moment, trying to find the right words. Then she calls out to him and asks if she and the others can come with him tomorrow. She says they'd level up faster that way and might even be able to help, but Oh Kang-woo tells her they're heading into A-rank gates. The monsters there are far stronger than the minotaurs she fought before. He asks if she's sure she won't just hold them back, and Si ends up apologizing for bringing it up. He also warns that the demonic order will be after them, making things even more dangerous. That hits her hard, but she tenses when Oh Kang-woo suddenly puts an arm out in front of her. He has spotted followers of the demonic order looking for trouble. The protagonist asks if they're with the order, but they refuse to answer and simply tell him to obey. He laughs and tells them to stop acting tough and get away from his car. The idiots rush him at once, saying he's not as special as he thinks. Oh Kang-woo steps forward to shield Si as they close in. He doesn't waste time talking. Instead, he spreads his wings and takes off with her in his arms. After landing somewhere safer, he tells her to get far away while he handles the attackers. Flustered but trying to help, she casts a buff on him. Oh Kang-woo notices how useful her skill is as she tells him not to get hurt. He assures her he'll be fine. Before City can even move, the cultists are already on them, threatening to tear MC apart. He jumps straight into the fight and tells them he has no intention of running from people like them. He slips past their weapons with ease, but they swing back in from behind. Oh Kang-woo tracks their movements while dodging the chains flying at him. Even with all those chains whipping around, none of them get tangled, which tells him these guys are well trained. Still, compared to Young, they're nothing to him. Blue energy gathers in his hands and he fires off a shockwave. The blast knocks the chains away and throws the attackers back too. Realizing they're outmatched, the cult followers decide to report to their cardinal right away. Too bad for them. Oh freezes their legs before they can get away. Ice spreads over their bodies, trapping them in place as he walks over. Meanwhile, Sola watches from a safe spot behind a barricade. The protagonist steps up to the first cultist and decides to ask a few questions. He rips off the man's mask, exposing a terrified, shaking face. Then he uses dread, forcing the man to talk, and asks if the cardinal sent them. The cultist suddenly shifts from fearful screams to crazy laughter. Oh studies him and starts to wonder if he's resisting the fear. The mad follower praises his cult, then sets off a bomb hidden in his mouth. He bites down, triggering a huge blast. Salah shields herself from the shockwave and quickly looks back to see if MC is safe. Thankfully, he already blocked it with a barrier. Once Oh lowers the barrier, he vows to drag the cardinal out of whatever hole he's hiding in. Later, the masked cardinal hears a report about the shadows being killed. The follower says Young is likely the one who took them out. Annoyed at losing good men, the cardinal asks about the crack fragments. The answer 30 have been collected. He sends the follower away. Once he's alone, the masked man tells himself there's no need to hurry. Then he removes his mask, revealing Kang. He's sure he still has time, and everything is going according to plan. Back in the city, Sola rushes over to check on Oh after the blast. He doesn't answer and instead calls Sias. He tells him they need to push harder and gather every infernal crystal they can. He also says to meet at the gate at 6 in the morning. Sola hugs herself, clearly nervous from what he's saying. Then he faces her and repeats his point. Since he has no idea what the demon order is planning, he wants her away from the hunt for now. She calls him thoughtful for worrying about her even after all that happened. Seol-ah says she'll repay everything he's done, but first she has to grow stronger. So she smiles, tells him to wait for her, and promises she'll amaze him next time. Oh gets flustered by Seol-ah's beauty and quickly looks away before she sees him blush, then walks off in the wrong direction. 10 days later, at a gate, the protagonist is holding a few gemstones after hunting with Sidri. The swordsman is wiped out, and MC says they're done for today. Sij suddenly looks at him like an excited puppy when Oh tells him how useful he's been. He offers him a ride, but Sij says he needs to visit his mother at the hospital. After that, the protagonist drives home by himself. When he gets there, Echidna runs up to him like a kid who missed her dad. He shows her the ice cream he bought and she has no clue what it is. As Echidna shoves her face into a bowl of ice cream, MC wonders why the demon order still hasn't moved, even after he gathered so many infernal crystals. Their silence bothers him, and he hopes they're not stirring up trouble somewhere else. Then he gets a call from Hua and answers. Hua says there's suspicious movement at the Ace Rank Gate in Pohang. She confirms it's the demon order, and they're preparing for a summoning. Young and her guild are already heading there, and Hua says she'll leave by helicopter soon. She offers him a seat, and he briefly wonders if flying that way would be more comfortable. Still, he declines and says he'll get there himself. Hua starts to insist that he's needed as fast as possible, but while patting Echidna's head, Oh tells her he has his own helicopter anyway, so he doesn't need to borrow one. Later, he heads to an open area with his familiar. He gets her attention and says they're flying to Pohang in dragon form. Echidna agrees at once and transforms. As he climbs on, she asks him to buy more ice cream after the mission. She gets way too excited, and he tells her to settle down, so no one sees them. He turns her transparent and says that way she won't stand out. Then Echidna takes off for Pohang. On the way, Oh worries, because he still doesn't know how many people are in the Demon Order, or how far its reach goes. Worst of all, he still doesn't know which guild betrayed them. They reach Pohang and he picks a good place for Echidna to land. They touch down far from the gate, giving her time to become visible again. After that, he tells her to switch back to her human form. As she does, her tail bumps into something, and they hear a voice. Oh spins around at once, ready to strike the hidden person. The man begs him not to attack and asks if that was really a dragon. At the same time, the protagonist notices an infernal crystal in his pocket. Their eyes meet and Oh realizes it's Minhyuk, the head of Onori Guild. Minhyuk says he was tracking a suspicious shadow. Before he can even finish, MC tells him to shut up. Minhyuk tries to explain, but he has no interest in hearing excuses. He brings out his arm blades, trying to figure out what's really going on. Seeing a guildmaster sneaking around here puts him on edge, so he decides to find out exactly what Minhyuk is doing. Minhyuk pulls out a dagger too, convinced Oh won't listen, so he decides to make him listen by force. As the distance closes, both of them lunge at once. Oh's speed and blades crash against Minhyuk's daggers, but Minhyuk can't handle that kind of power. He jumps back staring in fear and wondering how the protagonist is this strong. To MC though, the guy is pathetically weak. While Minhyuk struggles to catch his breath, he starts thinking maybe he isn't tied to the Demon Order after all. So he tells Minhyuk that Young and the Warring Corps will be here soon. He says he'll listen if Minhyuk keeps it short and explains why he came to Pohang. Minhyuk thinks that's insane and fires back that Oh is the one acting suspicious. He lets one dagger fall and tightens his grip on the other. Then he charges in with a spinning blade attack, but to Oh it's basically child's play. The protagonist sidesteps him with ease and asks if thieves usually settle things in one-on-one fights. A little later he gets a message saying Young and Hua will arrive in 10 minutes. He walks to a coffee machine and buys a drink for Minhyuk after taking all the poor guy's money and gemstones, grabbing one for himself too. Oh tells the guildmaster to start talking because his patience is running out. When MC asks why he's in Pohang, Minhyuk says the Onori Guild has been looking into the Demon Order on its own. He brings up the phrase thieves only bandage and says people treat thieves like the most useless members of a party. Even so, thieves hear rumors fast, and Minhyuk says they've known about the Demon Order for a while. In a short flashback, he talks with his guild members and other thieves. He explains they chose to investigate without the government or Red Rose Guild, so they could prove thieves do more than patch people up. Then he says he saw Oh acting suspicious, which is why he followed him. He assumes someone as pathetic as him won't be believed, but he says he does believe him. Chugging his coffee, the protagonist can't figure out why Minhyuk looks so shocked. Then he tosses the cup and casually wishes him luck with his little vigilante mission. Still confused, Minhyuk tells him to wait. He steps closer and says Oh is stronger than Korea's 5 guildmasters. Then he asks why someone that strong is helping the government hunt the Demon Order. MC looks at him for a moment and says they're the same. Minhyuk still doesn't get it, so he asks if he really needs a reason to fight for world peace. What he actually means is kimchi stew, but he hides that pretty well. As the protagonist turns and walks off like a hero, Minhyuk starts thinking he's a better person than he first thought. Meanwhile, Oh's just happy to be done with the weakling. The real reason he's sticking with the government and Young is the demonic energy he can gain. At least now he's sure the Thief Guild isn't part of the Demon Order. The ones he suspects most are the Guildmaster of Samurai and Kang. Later, Kang puts his mask back on and speaks through an orb. In a creepy cave, he talks to someone named Yu Taesik and asks if he's ready for the ritual. This is the first move in their big plan, and it has to work no matter what. He tells Taesik to bring more sacrifices if needed. Then Taesik lowers his hood and praises the Demon Order. One of the followers reports that the blood from the sacrifices has been spread everywhere. With a disturbing look on his face, Taesik steps onto the demonic symbol. After checking the blood, he says it still isn't enough. Then he orders one follower to step forward. The poor man obeys and gets stabbed, and his blood splashes everywhere. The other followers stare at the body in shock and demand to know why Taesik did that. Taesik coldly says there still isn't enough blood, and if they want someone to blame, they should blame themselves for failing to bring more sacrifices. Then he snaps and starts butchering the rest, covering the area in blood. With the bodies piled around him, Taesik praises the Demon Order again. Once he's sure there's enough blood, he slams both hands onto the symbol and starts chanting a spell. The story then cuts back to Young, who's just arrived in Pohang. Oh asks her and Hua if they can enter the Su Frank gate yet. Hua tells him the situation inside looks bad. She explains that a Demon Order member is hiding somewhere in the gate, but there are too many caves to pinpoint where. She's also heard that anyone who enters feels something creepy from the gate. Then footsteps approach. It turns out to be Hyomo, and he looks relieved to see them. He tells Hua they heard a huge explosion from inside the gate earlier. Echidna then tugs on Oh's coat and, clearly scared, says the gate smells strongly of blood. At the same time, Taesik finishes the ritual, and a crack opens in front of him. He looks up at it and begs whatever comes out to show him its power. A massive demon suddenly emerges from the crack. It introduces itself as Auriax from the 7th ring of hell and asks who dared summon him. Taesik drops into a bow before the demon, then proudly says he was the one who called him. When Auriax asks why, Taesik says he wants humans slaughtered and promises total loyalty. Hidden nearby, a spy watches from the shadows. He quickly pulls out a walkie-talkie and urgently tells Humo to come at once because he found something strange. Hwamo asks what's going on, but no answer comes back. O cuts in and says they need to move now instead of wasting time. As they head for the gate, the thick smell of blood hits them. Inside the gate, a few players see Auriax burst out of the cave. Instead of running, they freeze until Auriax notices them. The demon drops right in front of them and says they'll make fine sacrifices. Even then, the players refuse to back down. They throw everything they have at him, but it does nothing. Auriax seems amused by their pointless struggle, then wipes them all out with one swing of his weapon. Humo and the others arrive just in time to see the players being slaughtered. Meanwhile, Taesik trembles at the power of his first summon. He believes that as the dimensional gate weakens, he'll call up even stronger demons and the world will fall to the demon order. On the other hand, Auriax still isn't happy with how little he's killed. The look on his face alone makes the players afraid to go near him. Then they hear Hunsmo shout for them to wait and he rushes in to help. Auriax swings his scythe at Hunsmo and Hunsmo blocks it, but the impact blasts him backward. A female mage catches him with magic and complains that he always ends up getting thrown around. Hunsmo is relieved to see his allies and tells them to hold on. Oh, though is left speechless by what he's seeing. Hunsmo says she wishes her guild members were there, but Hwa tells her to be thankful the demon hasn't escaped the gate. While the others get fired up to beat it, MC is still stuck trying to process all this. Taemi starts praising the demon again, and Auriax says he already plans to teach humans a lesson. Then the demon looks toward Humo and says he's not worth fighting. Auriax demands a stronger human. Then he spots someone else among them. He sees Oa, pretending not to know him. Auriax stares, trying to understand what he's seeing. At the same time, he realizes he's in trouble, because a real demon from hell has appeared. Auriax comes from the 7th ring, while he is from the 9th. That 9th ring is home to the being called the Eternal Conqueror, who is actually the Demon King himself. Auriax finally realizes who he's looking at and starts screaming. He can't believe the Demon King is here of all places. Meanwhile, Oa tries to hide his face and stay calm. Out of every demon that could have appeared, it had to be one who knows who he really is. Taemi sees Auriax shaking like a terrified dog and wonders what just happened. The demon quickly turns to him and orders him to cancel the summoning right now. Auriax grabs the idiot and says he doesn't want to fight. Oh, he just wants to go back to hell immediately. Taemi says he can't do that, but insists the protagonist's group is nothing but weak humans. Auriax can't believe the nonsense coming out of this moron's mouth. He can't understand how anyone could look at MC and think he's weak, calling Taebisik a fool. He says the man has no idea who he is or what he's done. Meanwhile, O's group is completely confused by the argument. The protagonist steps in front of them and says he'll handle it. He explains that the demon has the wrong idea about him so he can use that. Then MC fires a shot at them to get Auriax's attention. He calls out to Auriax and speaks to him telepathically, ordering him to answer in a way only he can hear. Terrified, Auriax has no choice but to obey his king. He gives his name and asks Oa what he's doing on Earth. Seeing how scared Auriax is, he decides to use that fear. He tells the demon it's interfering with his plans, which makes Auriax tremble even more. When the demon asks what plans, Oa glares at him for daring to question his king. Auriax instantly apologizes before things get worse. The protagonist says he'll give him one chance to make up for being a nuisance. Since Auriax has zero pride left, he quickly agrees to do whatever his king wants. MC takes advantage of that and says if he obeys well, he might make him one of his subjects. Hearing that, Auriax's eyes light up. To him, that means standing alongside Balrog and using a share of the Demon King's power. The moment Auriax agrees, Oa orders him to throw away his weapon and fight the others, so he can test his strength. Auriax obeys at once and throws his weapon aside. Still, Young and Hwa have no idea why he's acting so weird. Even so, Hwa sees it as the perfect chance to bring him down. She activates her skill and aims her blade at the demon. As Auriax moves toward her, she jumps straight in. One slash from her blade makes the demon cry out in pain. Auriax flies into a rage, smashing the ground and hurling insults. That ticks Young off, and she whips out her chains. She drives them into Auriax and swings with all her strength. The chains wrap around him and start ripping into his body. Auriax realizes Young is far stronger than he expected, and even with his weapon this wouldn't be easy. Still, not wanting to look pathetic in front of his king, he breaks the chains. Then Hwatch and Hongmo rush in together and slash him so fast he can't even react. Auriax realizes this fight won't be easy, especially since he hasn't fought without his scythe in a long time. He decides this must be part of the test the Demon King gave him. Then he notices O walking toward him while holding his scythe, like an idiot. Auriax assumes he is about to fill it with demonic power and hand it back. Instead, his beloved king turns on him and uses the scythe against him. Confused and in pain, Auriax coughs up blood as he stares at the protagonist. O tells him not to hold a grudge, then cuts the demon's body in half. He even mocks Auriax for falling for such an obvious trick. A system message announces Auriax's defeat. and gives MC a huge amount of experience. But even that still doesn't remove his level restriction. At the same time, Kang Yoon watches everything through his magic orb. Back inside the gate, Osutter's annoyed that beating Oriax still didn't break his level cap. Young and the others run over and ask what happened. While he turns and tells them the demon is dead, he secretly uses his authority of gluttony on the body. Young notices flames swallowing the corpse. After that, O's demonic energy rises by 3 points. He's not happy it was only 3, but he knows leveling gets much harder at high levels. He also notices the seal on his myriad demon palace has weakened a lot, and that the quality of his magic has improved. As the others come closer, they wonder if demon bodies normally vanish like that after being killed. Hanmo then drags over the tied-up Taesik and shows him to Hwatch, asking if he's the masked cardinal. She says no, he's only a subordinate. Hanmo wants to deal with the madman, but members of the demon order are hard to capture. He tells Taesik to get ready for a brutal interrogation, but Taesik swears he won't say a thing. Hanmo glares down at him with killing intent and says a beating won't be enough after what he did to their comrades, but Hwa wants to talk first and make sure the prisoner is moved safely. Hanmo says they've already prepared cars and helicopters for transport. At the same time, Taesik regrets getting caught, because his plan would have worked if Oriax hadn't acted like a coward. Suddenly, he starts gagging, and a nasty aura spreads around his body. Oh immediately warns Hanmo to get away from the prisoner, but the commander still doesn't get it. Taesik coughs up blood and he explains he's been soaked in too much demonic energy. Right after that, Taesik starts turning into a grotesque monster. Young moves in at once to handle it. She draws out her blood, forms it into chains, and binds the transformed prisoner. Then she hurls him into the air and smashes him back down. Once the dust clears, Taesik is gone. That only makes her more frustrated, and she wonders when they'll finally catch the head of the demonic order. She admits she let her anger take over and wishes she'd only knocked him out so they could question him later. Oh disagrees. He tells her not to blame herself. They'll get another shot. She clearly likes hearing that even if she doesn't say it. Then the protagonist checks his status window. What he finds shocks him. The system says he's gained the first step toward becoming the demon god. Then it reveals a clue to the final requirement. He has to create a large infernal crystal. Back at the demonic order's hideout, the followers praise Kang Yoon for the summoning. Because of that, they say the order will send extra support. That means they can move on with the main plan. But Kang Yoon is far from happy. He's furious that the summoned demon went down so easily, and when he asks what support is coming, they say it's more infernal crystals. That should be enough to start their plan and strengthen the cardinal too. Even so, Kang Yoon can't stop thinking about how easily the demon lost. He suspects O is involved. Kang Yoon can't figure out why Oriax acted so strange around MC, since he sees the Demon King as nothing but some clueless kid. Then one follower cuts in saying, there's more news. Kang Yoon's face darkens when he hears that world rankers like Fujimoto are starting to work with the Japanese government. He jumps up from his seat and kills the messenger instantly. Then he starts shouting, angry they reported something so serious like it was no big deal. He demands to know if they think all these failures are somebody else's problem. Kang Yoon declares they're changing strategies right away, and when one lackey objects, he warns that this could make the whole world their enemy. Kang Yoon walks over and starts choking him. He says he knows the risk and tells them not to question him again. Then he orders them to prepare the thing at ISU Station. A few days later at ISU Station, while people go about their day, a bright purple light suddenly appears. Then a crack opens in the middle of the station. Meanwhile, Oa is enjoying a rare quiet moment at home. As he plays with Echidna, he starts thinking things have gotten a little too peaceful. Ever since Pohang, the demon cult has gone strangely quiet, and all he's done is gather demon stones with Sida. While they're in the car, he gets a call from Young. At the same time, a system window appears in Sida's face. He tells Oaz right away, and both of them panic as they try to make sense of the message. Meanwhile, Young is yelling at the protagonist for ignoring her calls. Then she tells him a gate has opened in the middle of ISU Station. Demonic monsters pour out, throwing the area into chaos. Fires break out, and people are being slaughtered everywhere. A mother and her daughter run for safety, but the little girl trips. When the mother turns back to grab her, the demons rush toward them. Terror takes hold of her, and she clutches her daughter as death closes in. Luckily, C arrives in time and cuts the monsters down. He tells the mother and daughter to get behind him, while he shields them. Facing the demons, C realizes the victims have turned into demonic monsters because of the energy leaking from the crack. He keeps cutting them down, giving hope to people who thought they were done for. But no matter how many he kills, more keep coming. Since these monsters were once normal people, C struggles to keep striking them down. Then he remembers what Oh had told him. Regular humans die from demonic energy, and once they turn, they can't come back. So MC told him to treat them like mindless zombies if he wants to save the living. He can't hesitate. After recalling that, Sai charges straight into the horde. Then the system pops up with a message and gives him a guardian quest. It tells him to kill every demonic monster and the fissure fragment, and says he'll earn more experience if he does it with a party. It also warns him not to let an even bigger disaster happen. Sai charts with the monster right in front of him. As his sword swings, he checks the quest count and sees nearly 3,000 people have become demonic monsters. He forces that thought aside and keeps cutting them down one after another. Thankfully, they aren't very strong, which helps. Realizing that, he steadies his mind and unleashes Cloud Dragon's beam. Sai begins tearing through the monsters at incredible speed. With full focus, he pushes himself to move faster and faster, while the crowd cheers him on. Before long, he slips into a trance, and the system says he's gained a special attribute called Swordman Unity. It also says he's met one condition for transformation. Sai reads the messages, but the battle still isn't turning around. The monsters keep multiplying, and he knows he can't handle this alone. Out of nowhere, Kang Tae-soo shouts his name, and Sai turns toward the tank. There, he sees his party members with Young and Baek. He asks how they got there so fast. Sola tells him Echidna brought them. Young walks up and asks where Oh is. Sai looks grim as he says he went to the fissure. Beneath the crack, the protagonist looks over the bodies scattered around. Then he suddenly looks up and spots the culprit walking toward him. The man wonders if Oh already saw the news, then says they've taken heavy human losses. MC says nothing. He just glares back. Then he says he's glad to meet the protagonist, and adds that they still need to deal with the monsters and clear away the corpses. Without warning, the Demon King attacks, but Oh blocks it in time. The other man doesn't deny anything and asks when the protagonist figured it out. Before meeting Kang Yoon, MC had told Sai he had something else to do. After Sai ran off, he headed elsewhere to find whoever caused this mess. With demonic energy everywhere, he knew the person had to be nearby. Using his observation power, he searched the area and found Minyak fighting demonic monsters. He was surprised the Anuri Guildmaster got there so fast and impressed by his information network. When he sees Minyak moving with purpose, Oh decides to follow. Minyak tracks a signal on his phone and finds the culprit near the fissure. There, he sees the protagonist using demonic energy to kill someone, confirming his suspicions. But Oh notices him right away, and even knows Minyak had only been pretending to be his ally. Before Minyak can escape, MC grabs him by the neck. When Minyak asks how he knew, the devilish cardinal says the road of evil leads to power beyond his understanding. Oh tells him he should have stayed in his place instead of trying to play hero. Minyak shoots back that he is drunk on power too, and reminds him he lost to Fujimoto. He says the protagonist is losing it because he never became a world ranker. That makes MC snap Minyak's neck and throw the body aside. He instantly regrets it, wishing he'd made the thief suffer more. That's when Oh jumps into the scene and attacks him. When he's asked how long he's known, he raises his middle finger and says he won't waste words on trash. That sets the other Oh off, and demonic energy surges around his fists. The protagonist summons his dark weapon, and both of them charge at each other. Just before they collide, he adds ice power and unleashes Leviathan. Kang-hoon's fists begin to freeze, but he still blocks the blow. He can't overpower his enemy and realizes Oh is stronger than expected. The Demon King brings out arm blades and slashes wildly, but his opponent stays on defense. At the same time, Sola and the others notice a huge explosion in the distance from the fight. Oh then picks up a truck and throws it at the Demon King. As it flies straight at MC, he cuts it in half just before impact. Then he bursts through the split space and calls him a sneaky freak. Kang-hoon jumps up too, and starts stacking multiple powers at once. Mixing divine power with destructive void, he drives a punch at Kang. Their attacks collide, and the explosion tears through part of the city. The blast throws Kang-hoon back hard. As Kang-hoon approaches, Kang-hoon finally realizes it wasn't Young ruining his plans. He demands to know who Kang-hoon really is. The Demon King plays dumb, and asks what he's talking about. Even though Young is one of South Korea's strongest, Kang-hoon thinks it makes no sense that she could ruin his plans all by herself. So he demands again that Kang-hoon tell him who he really is. Kang-hoon just gives him a wild smile and says he already answered that. He brings his scythe back out and tells Kang-hoon he isn't worth another word. But Kang-hoon has no plan to let him off easy. Kang-hoon charges in, and the brutal fight keeps going. Every hit tears up the area around them. Kang-hoon wins the next clash with his scythe and clips Kang-hoon's shoulder. When Kang-hoon looks at him, he suddenly sees Fujimoto Ryoma, the man who once beat him. Being humiliated again makes him laugh at himself. Then he decides this is perfect. Kang-hoon will be his next test subject. Kang-hoon says nothing, as Kang-hoon lifts his hands and starts a summon. Looking at the fissure, he says there are enough fragments now. Inside the crack, a gemstone breaks apart, and sinister laughter comes from within. Kang-hoon notices the fissure slowly changing. Then all the demonic energy in the area begins rushing toward Kang-hoon. By the time Kang-hoon figures it out, he's already too late to stop it. As more demonic energy pours into Kang-hoon, his body starts changing into something else. Wings burst from his back, and a tail follows. Horns rise from his forehead, and he starts looking like a real demon. Kang-hoon's is completely stunned. Kang-hoon's actually managed to put a demon inside his body. He even suspects there may be more than one soul in there. A split second later, Kang-hoon's attack barely misses him and blows apart the building behind him. Kang-hoon can only stare at the monster in front of him. Meanwhile, Kang-hoon enjoys the power flooding through his body. His new aura completely dwarfs Kang-hoon, and he's ready to keep fighting. Kang-hoon's fists begin to freeze, but he still blocks the blow. He instantly flies clear, and Kang-hoon's blow slams into the ground. Looking down at the monster, Kang-woo swears he'll finish Kang-hoon in under a minute. Using Kraken's rage with divine power, he dives in and attacks, But even after taking the hit, the demon doesn't budge, and Kang Woo starts wondering why his attacks aren't working. Their deadly fight drags on, with more explosions bursting around them. Kang Woo pours a huge amount of demonic energy into his next strike, but the monster still shrugs it off. Kang Hyun laughs, mocking how useless it looks. Then he grabs both of Kang Woo's hands, and the Demon King's weapon vanishes at once. Kang Woo feels his demonic energy draining away, and wonders what just happened. Kang Hyun keeps taunting him, saying he knew the Demon King would fall for this trick. He boasts that this is what a demon's true power looks like. Still holding Kang Woo, he uses the power of sealing on him. The moment Kang Woo hears that, fear and confusion start creeping in. His player powers are being sealed, and not just those. He can't feel his demonic energy either. He tries to break free, but it's useless. Kang Hyun braces himself and hurls the Demon King into a wall. Kang Woo is in worse shape than ever, and the ceiling leaves him wide open. Kang Hyun mocks how pathetic he looks, and says he knows rude punks like Kang Woo very well. In his eyes, people like Kang Woo think the world belongs to them and have no morals. Looking at him only brings back Ryoma, which makes him even angrier. After ranting for a while, he grabs Kang Woo by the face and says it's time to pay the price. Then he starts crushing his face with all his strength. Suddenly, Echidna rushes in to save her master. Kang Woo is scared for her the second she appears, but right now she's his only chance. She gathers power to blast Kang Hyun away from him, but her magic suddenly cuts out. Since Kang Woo's demonic energy is sealed, she can't use her powers either. Kang Hyun recognizes the little brat and notices how close she is to Kang Woo, so he lets go of Kang Woo and turns toward her instead. He quickly grabs Echidna, wanting to see how Kang Woo will react. At the same time, Kang Woo picks up a blade from the ground and tells the monster to hurry up. Echidna can't believe her beloved master would say that. Then Kang Woo points the blade at Kang Hyun and tells him to stop acting so cringe. With his powers sealed, the demon thinks Kang Woo can't do anything. But to both their surprise, Kang Woo lifts his blade and cuts off his own corrupted arm. As blood pours out, he says he'll finally tell Kang Hyun who he really is. Watching Kang Woo sever his own arm sends a chill down Kang Hyun's spine. He never expected something that extreme. Once the arm is gone, demonic energy starts tearing through Kang Woo's body again. But after using so much power and losing an arm, he's still at a big disadvantage. Kang Hyun throws Echidna aside and asks if Kang Woo really thinks he can still do anything. Seeing how bad things are, Kang Woo decides to use the one thing he never wanted to. As his wound keeps bleeding, he looks into his myriad demon palace and chooses the authority of predation. His gaze moves to the 3 doors, and he reaches for the first one. The moment it opens, his body starts changing, covered in thick black liquid. While Kang Hyun tries to understand what he's seeing, Kang Woo turns into a dark shadow right in front of him. Even so, Kang Hyun doesn't feel threatened, especially after his gauntlet regenerates. He rushes at his enemy and smashes the shadow's head apart. Laughing at the transformation, he wonders if the Demon King turned into some pathetic slime. Echidna cries out for her master, but Kang Hyun soon realizes he's in serious trouble. When Kang Woo's head grows right back, then he looks at his hands and sees the black slime wrapping around him. In moments, mouths start forming all over his body. The black slime begins to devour him, and the horrifying sight leaves Echidna shaken. Kang Hyun finds himself drowning inside Kang Woo's myriad demon palace and calls to the summoned demon for help. He begs it to get out of there because he can't let this end so soon. The demon sees Kang Hyun has been cornered and asks permission to take control of his mind. Even knowing he could lose his body, Kang Hyun agrees. Looking through his summoner's eyes, the demon screams the instant he sees the Demon King. He demands to know why Kang Hyun fought a monster like this and says facing Satan would have been better. Kang Hyun can't understand it and asks if Kang Woo is really stronger than one of the 7 archdukes. The demon calls him an idiot and says there aren't 7 archdukes anymore. According to him, Kang Woo the Demon King devoured them. Kang Hyun is stunned and can't believe the Demon King is actually on Earth. Even while he's still trying to process it, Kang Woo lands in front of him and keeps devouring his helpless soul. Before long, even Kang Woo starts drowning in his own power. Lost in that dark sea, he can't remember anything. Then he looks back and sees Kang Hyun being eaten away by his predation. Realizing the guy is barely conscious, he tries to leave as fast as he can. But when he gets close to the door, he starts questioning everything. All at once, shadowy hands grab him and drag him back under. He can't even remember who he is and wonders why he keeps struggling. Giving up feels like it would be easier. As he drifts in those thoughts, shadowy hands surround him. Then he hears his name and fights his way out of the deep. When he breaks the surface, he opens his eyes and sees his comrades crying out for him. Kang Woo struggles to clear his head, then tells them he's fine and jokes that risking your life to look cool is normal. But Echidna, his familiar, knows he was about to vanish. He apologizes for almost leaving her alone again. With a heavy sigh, he admits opening that door was too reckless. Those doors forced the 10,000 demon core to explode. He avoided that method even in hell, because if he slips up, it can devour him. As he comforts Solaz and Echidna, he swears he won't do it again until he can control it. More than that, he can't die and leave his precious family behind. He promises to protect them no matter what. Afterward, the system tells him the demon from the 8th hell has been defeated. His level is still locked, but his demonic energy rises by 5, and he also gains the authority of sealing. Looking at the message, Kang Hyun sees his demonic energy stat has passed 100. That's the minimum needed to be a world ranker, but Echidna still gives him a proper scolding for making her worry so much. Sola puts her hand on his bandage and heals his wounds with magic. Kangwoo is amazed by how well it works, and she tells him she's reached her 5th awakening. 3 days after the ISU station incident, Kangwoo finally gets some well-earned rest. After sleeping for 4 straight days, his body recovers enough. Echidna jumps with joy the moment he walks into the kitchen. Sola and Young also notice him, and she asks if he's okay. He says the sleep did the job, then asks what Young is doing at their house. Sola explains that Young has been coming by every day to check on him. Of course, Young quickly tries to act like she doesn't care that much. After that, Sola tells him he should rest a little longer, but he insists he's fine. Young then tells him the Hanwoo Guild was disbanded while he was asleep. She adds that they caught the demon cult members, but they turned into demons before she could stop them. Since then, the demon order has stayed quiet. Reports from other countries say most of the cultists have been wiped out. Young also says Korea took heavy damage, and repairs are still going on. Oh grabs his phone to check the news. The headlines are all about the demon cult and how Sibi is being praised as a hero. A little later, Young asks if he plans to drop the demon cult matter after what happened. He laughs and says he won't stop until every cult member is buried underground. That answer makes Young glad he's still taking this seriously. Then she warns him not to mess with Sifi, since the genius is now a huge trending topic. She also shares another update. A representative from a world ranker guild has come to Korea. They're from a Chinese guild called Thousand Sword Gate, and they're here to recruit Sif. Bo thinks about how the Gaia system keeps getting weaker and still has no clue what the demon cult will do next. His mood gets worse when he remembers his level is still capped. Since he can't level up, he starts thinking about the best way to sharpen his skills. Then he thinks of City and wonders if the martial god's descendant can be useful to him. Later, at the Red Rose Guild headquarters, City is happy to see him. While they talk, a crowd of City's fangirls is losing it over him. City says all the attention has made hunting hard lately, and he doesn't like how things turned out. He says he doesn't deserve to be called a hero, since O was the one who solved the ISU station incident. But the protagonist tells him to enjoy the spotlight because he has no interest in being the one everyone watches. To him, attention is just a pain if it gets you nothing. After that, the new hero asks why MC called him over. O says he wants Sai to teach him martial arts. They head straight to a training room to start. When Sai asks what weapon he mainly uses, he says he just grabs whatever fits the situation. Then he brings out his arm blades and asks if those will work. Sik ignores that and hands him a sword instead, since most of his techniques are built around one. Alfie takes the sword. Sika begins by showing the basics of the sleeping dragon sword style. He suddenly rushes in and swings his sword, releasing the 8th form of the dragon sword style. The strike explodes and smashes through the training room wall. Once the dust clears, Sika says he used the 8th form first to catch Ope interest. Then, completely serious, he says the technique is actually very easy. After that, he tells the demon to just copy his moves, but the protagonist has no clue how that's supposed to help. Sita still insists that he'll definitely pull it off. O thinks this guy is crazy, but he tries the technique anyway. Sidis tells him he's putting in too much force and starts fixing his stance. Even so, MC just keeps flailing the sword around. After wearing himself out, he asks if learning this had been easy for C. When Sidis says yes, O realizes how dumb it was to ask a genius for normal advice. Annoyed, he throws the sword down and gives up on martial arts. Sidi grabs him and begs him not to quit, but he can't stand how badly this guy is missing the point. Sidi says he isn't good enough, and the protagonist tells him it's actually the opposite. Since the sword style isn't working, the prodigy offers to teach him the psyche style instead, saying it should be easier. Using his all-seeing eyes, O studies Sida's body and decides to give it a shot. He sits down and meditates, drawing up the demonic energy inside him. As he does, he activates Ruler of Demonic Energy and gains finer control over that power. After a while, the system tells him he has learned the Celestial Dragon's psyche style. During the meditation, he also creates a demonic energy stone and gets a clue about the final condition for the extreme demonic energy body. When O sees that, he turns to C, who has no idea why he's suddenly so excited. Overjoyed, MC blurts out that he loves him. C lights up like an excited puppy. The system window then reveals the last clue. He has to make a demonic stone of a certain size. That catches O off guard, and he wonders if it's the same kind of stone the demon cult used. After checking its energy, he finds the power is a little different from the demon order's version. To him, it's like comparing an Americano to an espresso, similar, but not quite the same. He turns to the test dummies and decides to try out his new power. Walking over, he charges up a punch and slams it into the dummies. The hit blows their heads clean off. Sidis T is stunned and can't understand how O is already using the psyche style so well. After testing it, he figures out that one attack uses about a third of the demonic energy stone. Sidis rushes over to praise him, and the protagonist says the psyche style is way easier to learn. He tells Sidis the technique helped him a lot. The stone is smaller than he hoped, but he's sure it will grow if he keeps training this skill. Then he uses it again while standing, which makes Sidis panic and try to stop him. But O is completely fine, leaving the swordsman confused. He'd heard using the technique without sitting properly could cause chi overflow. Still, MC has no problem at all, and for him this is much easier than controlling the 10,000 demon core. That makes him even more eager to make more demon stones. Sita says this is the best method he knows for now, though there are others he could learn by drawing more power from the martial god. OB says, that's enough training for one day, and suggests they hit an S-rank gate next time. After that, they leave the training room and head outside. Cetus tries to take the train, but the demon tells him to get in the car. While they drive away, O offers to buy City a car. Cita politely refuses, saying he already helps with his mother's hospital bills, but he insists, since having a car would make things easier for both of them. Hearing that, Cito gets emotional and stares at the protagonist a little too intensely. Then MC senses a strange power outside. He spots two big men standing near a building. He quickly gets out with Cito, and the swordsman asks who they are. The man with the scarred eye introduces himself as Nam Gung Jin from Thousand Sword Gate. He says the Sword King wants to see Cito, and orders him to come along. Cito is shocked and asks if he means Chain on Mu Jin. The moment Gung Jin hears the Sword King's name, he warns Cito not to say it so casually. Then he tells the genius to be quiet and follow him. He adds that a plane is already waiting. O immediately stops him and steps in front of the bald brute. He asks Gung Jin where he learned Korean. The big man instantly gets irritated by his attitude, but the protagonist calmly warns him not to talk so casually. Fuming, Gung Jin demands to know who he is. O says he's Cito's brother. The brute assumes he means Yong, but MC says some bonds are stronger than blood. That hits Cito right in the heart. Then Gung Jin tells him to move, saying he doesn't care about him. The protagonist pushes him further by saying he doesn't care about the Sword King either. A heavy aura pours out of the brute as he warns O to watch his mouth. Then he tells Cito come quickly if he doesn't want MC getting hurt. That only makes Cito angry, and he warns Gung Jin not to talk to his brother like that. Seeing both of them refuse to budge, Gung Jin decides to teach them a lesson. But before he can draw his sword, O stops him and warns him not to try it. The protagonist says that if he does, he won't be going back. Still, Gung Jin only gets angrier when he feels himself being pushed around. As he steps back, the man yanks out his sword in rage. He mocks O as just a player from a small country, but he's about to regret that. The protagonist instantly rushes in and crushes the man's hands. As Gung Jin screams, he realizes even he can shake with fear. MC, meanwhile, makes a note of the Thousand Sword Gate name. Then he asks Sia if there's a good place nearby for kimchi stew. He decides to feed Gung Jin a proper meal before sending him back peacefully. So they go to a restaurant where O orders 10 bowls of kimchi stew. After beating some sense into the Chinese players, he tells them to eat and says he's letting them off because he's in a good mood. But Gung Jin feels humiliated being treated like a dog by a Korean player. Then the waitress comes out with a steaming pot. She places the meal in front of them and Gung Jin wonders what kind of dish it is. Later, Gung Jin crawls back to the Sword King in miserable shape and reports what happened in Korea. The Sword King glares down at him. He points out that Gung Jin still picked a fight with Citosen's group, even after being told to act with respect. Gung Jin hurriedly apologizes for failing. Still, he says he never expected Kang Woo to be a real monster. One wrong comment about kimchi stew nearly got him killed. Then a strange girl steps out from behind the throne. Mujin bursts into wild laughter and blasts Gung Jin into the wall. Right after that, he throws the brute out of the guild, saying they have no use for someone with no martial manners. The girl is revealed to be Mujin's daughter. She asks if he's heading to South Korea, and he says he should go, since he was invited. Back in Korea, Kang Woo is hunting with Si-hun and the others. After some time off, Si-hun is excited to start hunting again. Yoonbi, though, wants a little more rest. Echidna jumps onto Kang Woo, begging for his attention. She tells him not to push himself too hard and says she's ready to help however she can. Kang Woo smiles at her and says they'll move once they find a target. He searches for a monster separated from the pack and spots one standing alone. With a quick signal, he sends Echidna to lure it. He waits instead of rushing in, not wanting to draw the whole group. Using his power, he muffles her footsteps completely. Echidna slips in behind the monster and strikes with her power, cutting into its body. When the ogre's blood hits the ground, the nearby monsters catch the scent. As the ogre charges to attack, Kang Woo signals the party to move. Taesu leaps forward and catches the ogre's punch with his shield, while Echidna fishes for praise from her master. At the same time, Sola starts buffing Yunbai. The small mage begins her chant and fires off a lightning spell. Boosted by Sola's support, the hit stuns the ogre in place. Then Saihun jumps in and finishes it with the 5th form of his dragon sword style. Once it's over, the group is shocked by how hard that fight was. Still, Sola and the others celebrate taking down an S-rank monster. Kang Woo thinks the team needs real battle experience, not just levels. Saihun, meanwhile, barely looks bothered. Sonal heals Taesu, and the party prepares to find the next target. Then Kang Woo hears monsters nearby. He turns and spots 3 ogres charging at them, drawn by the smell of blood. All 3 at once is too much for the team, so Kang Woo forms his dark spear and decides to handle it himself. But before he moves, a bright beam of light flashes out. It pierces the monsters and kills them instantly. Kang Woo spots 3 people in the distance, and one says they've been searching for him. His face hardens the moment he realizes who they are. The three turn out to be Mujin of the Thousand Sword Gate, his daughter, and a terrified-looking assistant. Mujin apologizes for what happened with Gungjin. Se-hun and Solo are stunned to see the Chinese players, and Mujin assumes they don't understand him, so he tells his assistant to translate. But Kangwoo says to keep talking and uses his own power to translate the words. Then he tells the Sword King that anyone can apologize with words alone. Mujin apologizes again for his subordinate's rude behavior. To prove he means it, he bows to Kangwoo. His daughter and assistant are stunned to see the Sword King do that. Even Sulla and the others can't believe he went that far. Kangwoo is slightly taken aback when he hears Mujin kick Gungjin out of the guild for what he did. The Sword King promises it will never happen again. Kangwoo's devilish grin shows he noticed that promise. When Mujin repeats it, Kangwoo answers with a dark smile. He accepts the apology and decides not to treat a possible ally as an enemy. Mujin then explains that he came because of Sihyun's fight at Isu Station. Kangwoo asks why he's so interested in Sihyun. Mujin answers that he wants to know how Sihyun learned the martial god's sword art. Echidna tugs on Kangwoo's clothes and asks what a martial god is. Kangwoo is surprised she can follow the Chinese. She explains that she's using magic to understand it, just like she does with Korean. She also says the spell can work on other people too, so Sihyun asks her to use it on everyone. After that, Mujin can understand Sihyun and the others. Echidna explains that her magic removes the language barrier. Mujin jokes that his translator is completely useless now, since everyone can understand each other. He asks the question again. Sihyun is shaken by the mention of the martial god, and Kangwoo also wonders how Mujin recognized it. Mujin reveals that he is a descendant of the martial god, Chun Taehuang. Hearing that, Kangwoo wonders if Taehuang once lived on Earth. He also learns that Mujin knew martial arts even before becoming a player. To Kangwoo, that's similar to how the demon cult existed before players appeared. Then he asks what Mujin plans to do after Sihyun explains how he learned the technique. He suspects the Sword King might try to kill Sihyun to protect the art. Mujin laughs that off and says Kangwoo has read too many martial arts stories. Kangwoo of course thinks the guy looks exactly like someone from one of those stories. Mujin steps forward and offers a deal. Many martial arts have been lost over the generations. If Dragon Sword Sihyun helps restore the Cloud Dragon Sword style, Mujin will personally teach him martial arts. Kangwoo turns to Sihyun and asks what he thinks. Sihyun wants to get stronger, so another disaster like Isu Station never happens again. Kangwoo reads the look on his face and tells him to go talk with the Sword King. He already knows Sihyun wants more strength and wants to meet his expectations. The two end up staring at each other like long-lost lovers, which makes Sihyun look ready to set the whole place on fire. After that, Mujin heads home with his daughter. He's pleased the deal worked out. Sihyun agreed, and Kangwoo said the training and restoration of the style would happen in South Korea. Since he'll be staying there for a while, Mujin asks his daughter So-yeon if she's okay with it. She says yes, she already wanted to visit the country. He immediately loses his composure when she says a man there caught her eye. So-yeon used to say she had no interest in anyone weaker than her father, but now some guy has her licking her lips. Mujin assumes she means Sihyun and says he's a good man. With the martial god's soul inside Dragon Sword, Mujin is amazed at how perfectly Sihyun uses the Cloud Dragon Sword style. He even thinks Sihyun may be something called the Sacrum, so he offers to arrange a date between Sihyun and Sihyun. But the man she means is Kangwoo. At this rate, Seola is going to need demonic stones to keep everyone away from her man. Mujin is stunned by that answer. She says seeing Kangwoo force her father to apologize awakens something inside her. Unfortunately, Mujin thinks this ruins his plans. He believes Se-hun will surpass Kangwoo in a few years, and by then Saini may lose her chance to get close to Dragon Sword. That worries him a lot because he wants to see his daughter married before he dies. He tries steering her towards Se-hun, but she cuts him off, reminding him she doesn't like men weaker than him. In the end, he gives in and decides to see how strong Kangwoo really is. The next day at the Red Rose Guild, Kangwoo and Se-hun have their training interrupted. Mujin and So-yeon walk in, and the old man says he wants to spar with the Demon King. When Kangwoo asks why, Mujin says he wants to test his skills. In exchange, he offers Kangwoo a favor from the Thousand Sword Gate. Kangwoo sees it as the perfect chance to try out his new demonic energy stones, so he accepts. He asks to start right away. The fight explodes into action at once. Kangwoo attacks with his Leviathan spear, but Mujin blocks it with his sword. Then the Sword King notices his blade starting to freeze, so he shoves Kangwoo back before it gets worse. As Kangwoo is thrown backward, Mujin instantly closes the distance. Kangwoo is caught off guard by that speed, but he still dodges the thrust. When Mujin swings again, Kangwoo grins and summons another spear between them. Mujin barely slips away before the spear can skewer him. The impact blasts the floor apart, sending chunks of stone across the room. Kangwoo says that almost got dangerous, but the demonic energy stone is working great. Holding the bident, he notices he can use his authorities much faster now. Kangwoo tightens his grip on the spear and braces himself before throwing it like a javelin. He also realizes his body adjusts better now even without body-strengthening powers. Then he fires the spear straight at Mujin, but Mujin calmly lifts his sword and uses a blue dragon move. The technique stops the spear in midair and crushes it apart. but Kang Woo snaps his fingers, making the broken pieces of the spear blow up around Mu Jin. That shows just how much his destructive power has grown. Sia and Seola panic and shout for the Sword King after the explosion. Mu Jin immediately tells them to stay back, then lets out an even heavier aura. Kang Woo feels the old man's killing intent, and it sends a chill through him. Now he finally sees what a true world ranker can do, while Mu Jin says he's done holding back. That only fires Kang Woo up more. He pulls out his blades and ignites hellfire, then he adds the authority of slaughter, creating a massive sword called Graham. The air trembles as both of them power up and Mu Jin asks who Kang Woo really is. Kang Woo says whatever he's heard is probably true, so he should stop talking and come at him. Right when they're about to clash again, Kang Woo's phone rings. He stops when he sees it's Youngju calling. The second he answers, Youngju starts yelling, asking why he didn't wait at the guild entrance and why he's still inside. Still annoyed, she says Captain J just got back from Japan and needs him to take her to the Huai squad's base. She even threatens to take his car, so Kang Woo has no choice but to agree. Seeing the bad timing, Mu Jin tells him to go. They can settle this fight another time. As Kang Woo heads out, the Sword King is clearly upset. They can't finish. Still, Sorrel and C can't stop thinking about how strong Kang Woo is. Mu Jin decides to delay his plans until he learns who Kang Woo really is. The pressure he felt from the Demon King was like a dark sea ready to swallow everything. Later, at the Huai Squad headquarters, Kang Woo breaks into a cold sweat when he hears the word succubus. In the meeting room with Youngju and Huai, Captain J explains that Japan's demon order is trying to summon one. He then confirms the demon's name, Lilith. Hearing that, Kang Woo is dragged back to some very bad memories of that monster. A little earlier before the meeting, Jay introduced himself as the first squad captain of Huai. After greeting each other, they sat down and began the meeting. As Kang Woo takes his seat, he looks over at Jay, who's said to be on the same level as Kang Yoon. At the same time, Jay apologizes for not being there during the South Korea incident. Youngju says Kang Woo handled it, and Jay thanks him for that. Then the captain says he has news, and once he mentions the demon cult, Youngju gets a bad chill. Jay starts explaining the cult's plan in Japan, and Youngju says she'd heard the demon cult there is much bigger. Jay tells Huai that the Japanese government asked for help because things have gotten serious. Youngju wonders why they need outside help when they already have someone like Fujimoto Ryoma. But aside from Ryoma, Japan doesn't have many top players. She's still worn out from the Isu Station incident, and now the cult is summoning another demon. Kang Woo though gets interested and asks what demon they're trying to call. Since his demonic energy hasn't gone up in a while, he sees this as the perfect chance to hunt a demon and eat it. Of course, that excitement vanishes the moment he hears it's Lilith. Kang Woo instantly loses his composure and startles Youngju. He swears he'll stop the summoning no matter what. The last thing he wants is that crazy ghost-like demon back on his back. In hell, Lilith was one of his closest aides, alongside Balrog. While Balrog stood for raw power, Lilith ran the Demon King's army with her sharp mind. She was also his official wife. After his faction was crushed fighting an archduke, Lilith helped him survive the mess, and he ended up marrying her. After that, she kept chasing him every night for tentacle fun, and he had to run from her non-stop. Kang Woo swears he's never going through that again, so he tells everyone they must stop the summoning at all costs, leaving Youngju confused by how weird he's acting. Then the Demon King asks Jay to explain Japan's situation in detail. Jay warns them to keep this secret, then reveals that a girl named Kurosaki Yori was kidnapped by the demon cult. The girls are stunned and immediately ask if that's really true. Kang Woo meanwhile quietly asks Youngju who Kurosaki Yuri is. She explains that 5 years ago, on the day of the cataclysm, an SS rank gate opened at Sapporo Station. Monsters poured out and killed countless people, nearly bringing Japan down. Then Kurosaki Yuri, the Maiden of the Skies and granddaughter of the Japanese emperor, appeared to help. She boosted Japan's players enough for them to push the monsters back to Hokkaido. Hokkaido is still cut off, but that feat made her Japan's symbol of hope. Youngju adds that Kurosaki Yuri has a special power. She can let Japanese gods descend into her body, and that's how Ryomasu's no eyes were made. Kang Woo figures the cult must have a very important reason for taking someone like her. He remembers that the 7 archdukes are tied to the 7 deadly sins. If he's right, then Yuri's power may be about bringing in a being from another dimension. That would mean the demon cult wants Lilith for her illusion and control abilities. Jay then says they can only send 7 people, since Japan wants the kidnapping kept secret. With Hyun Mo included, they already have 5, so only 2 more can join. Jay also says a plane is waiting at the airport to take them, but Kang Woo suggests using Echidna instead. Jay has no idea who that is. Later, Echidna tears through the clouds at incredible speed. A purple barrier covers her back, and Kang Woo's group rides safely inside it. Youngju taps the barrier and asks when he made something like this. Kang Woo says he came up with it so everyone could ride together. Meanwhile, Haimo looks sick from the flight and struggles not to throw up. If Kaina warns that if he vomits on her back, she's tossing him off. Sol-Ah, who came with them, gets Kang Woo's attention and asks if it's really okay for her to come instead of Si or Su. He says she'll be more useful than either of them, and she starts blushing hard. His plan is to use her buffs to raise his demonic energy trait. After a while, Echidna tells her master they've arrived. Sola goes pale with fear when she sees what happened to Sapporo Station. The whole area has been wrecked, and all sorts of demonic monsters are wandering through it. At the center stands the SS rank gate that still hasn't been cleared. Kang-woo scans the area and senses demonic energy spread all over the station. He asks Jay if the summoning is happening there, and Jay says that's what the Japanese government believes. Since time is short, Kang-woo decides they should meet up with the Japanese team below. At the Sapporo base, soldiers are guarding a helicopter landing zone. An older man and a younger one look up as Kang-woo and the others land on the pad. The soldiers panic and aim their guns, demanding answers. But the older man quickly recognizes Captain Jay. Jay calls him Prime Minister Yamada and says it's only natural for them to come to Japan's help. Kang-woo then tells Echidna to cast translation magic on everyone. After that, Jay introduces the rest of the team to Yamada and assures him they're strong enough to help crush the demon cult. The younger man then steps forward and asks if he may greet the captain too. He offers a handshake and introduces himself as Ryoma. As he talks with Jai, Kang-woo wonders if this really is Ryoma. He quickly notices Ryoma's Susanoo eye. After that, the ranker comes over to greet him, but Kang-woo skips the small talk and asks about the plan since they still don't know where the summoning will happen. A virtual map appears behind Ryoma, and he starts laying out the strategy. A little later, a swarm of demonic beasts starts tearing through the area. Echidna charges her magic and strikes the monsters, dropping them one by one as they gasp for air. Kang-woo and Sella stand off to the side watching the others fight. Among the beasts, he spots a demon golem from the second hell and a Kerberos from the third. As the battle goes on, he wonders how the cult is controlling them. Youngju then calls out, asking why he's making everyone else do the hard work. At his request, Sella uses her buff magic on him, and his stats jump hard. Kang-woo was right, the buff worked really well. He quickly mixed two authorities to try it out. Then he fired a massive blast of flames at the monsters, almost roasting his own teammates too. As the creature burns alive, Hanju throws up a guard against the shockwave from Kang-woo's attack. But instead of relief, she just stares at the couple and asks if they've both gone crazy. Kang-woo ignores that and tells Sella she's perfect for this. She agrees if he keeps hitting this hard, wiping out the monsters should be easy. Even so, something still feels off to him. He thinks back to Ryoma's plan. The team was supposed to split in two to handle the demonic beasts, and with the Korean players there to confuse the demon cult, they planned to use that opening to sneak one person into the ritual site. When Hyunju asked if that person would go alone, Ryoma said yes, and made it clear he wouldn't send the captain into that kind of danger. He said he'd do it himself. That made Kang-woo feel like Ryoma was trying too hard to play hero. He was so caught up in that thought he missed Sella warning him that Hyunju was coming over. Then an explosion erupts from a nearby rooftop. Hyunju panics at once, and Kang-woo blames Ryoma for making such a flashy entrance. The Demon King uses his observation power to find Ryoma. Once he spots him, Kang-woo wonders if that's where the ritual is happening. As Ryoma keeps moving around and cutting down monsters, Kang-woo starts finding it odd that none of the demon cult members have shown up in all this chaos. Then it clicks. He figures out where the summoning is really happening. Hyunju and Sella immediately ask what he means. Kang-woo merges two of his authorities and slams the ground. Hyunju snaps and yells, asking what that lunatic is doing now. As they look down, two shadows appear beneath the cracked ground. Their masks make it obvious they're from the demon cult. They draw their weapons and demand to know how Kang-woo found them. But the moment Kang-woo and the two girls face them, the cultists look more scared than any demon. The next thing left behind is blood and broken masks. They were way too weak, never a real match for the Demon King. After that, Hyunju and Sellas rush over to him for help. Since he found the cult's hiding place, both of them decide to go with him. But he shuts that down right away. He says they need to stay up top and keep the monsters busy. Echidna appears then and reminds him he can't let the same thing happen again. She makes him promise, and Kang-woo gives her his word. He's sure this time he won't need the power of 10,000 demon cores. Then he spreads his wings and speeds toward the ritual site. Some cult members spot him coming and jump in front of him to block the way. Kang-woo brings out his arm blades and cuts through them in an instant. He notices these cultists are much weaker than the ones in Korea. Seeing how desperately they're trying to stop him, he starts wondering why. As he moves through the area, he hears loud chanting coming from a hole in the wall. Inside, the cult's obsession with Lilith is on full display. Their leader is using Yuri's body for the ritual and tells the others that the time to serve their god has come. The whole group chants back, saying their faith will rise beyond this dimension. As demonic energy pours from the crack, one cultist notices someone strange. The second he sees Kang-woo, he warns the cardinal about the intruder. Kang-woo tells them to keep going while he tries to process what he's even looking at. The cultists get ready to attack, but the designs on their robes are so ridiculous. Kang-woo can barely take them seriously. Even their weapons have cute Lilith keychains hanging off them. Still, the cardinal won't just stand there after an intruder barged in. Kang-woo's face turns even darker when the cardinal walks up. Just like a rotten fanboy, Cardinal Ichiro looks like a lazy, out-of-shape slob. The Demon King tries to figure out why they want to summon the succubus queen so badly. Ichiro openly spills his disgusting reason and claims every man feels the same. Kang Woo's expression hardens when he realizes these idiots only see a succubus as something to satisfy their filthy desires. Before Ichiro can keep talking, Kang Woo lunges at him and drives his knee straight into the man's mask. The cardinal goes flying back, and Kang Woo calls them fools who think with nothing but their lower halves. The other cultists are stunned. Their cardinal went down that easily. Kang Woo warns them not to look down on hell. It's far beyond what their tiny minds can grasp. Even then, the cultists charge him together and try to bring him down. He drops them fast, but they still keep coming while trying to protect their cardinal. Then Ichiro orders them to run, saying they can't beat the Demon King. He says he'll buy time, but his followers refuse to leave him. The cardinal tells them not to worry, their faith and wishes will live on forever. They get emotional over that speech, but Kang Woo only finds them pathetic. He calls their whole act trash because no matter what they believe, they still kidnapped people and use them as sacrifices. Ichiro shouts back, telling him not to mock their faith. As Kang Woo summons his Gramsword, he tells Ichiro that if those beliefs matter so much, then he can die for them. The Demon King hurls the sword straight at the fisher and Ichiro jumps in to stop it. Instead, the blade pierces the cardinal. That makes him cough up blood. Some followers rush to check on Ichiro, while another tries to stall Kang Woo so the rest can escape. Kang Woo answers with a killing glare that scares them off. As the losers flee, he steps toward the fisher. He'd rather kill every last one of them, but stopping Lilith from appearing matters more. So he combines the demon stone with the authority of divine power to seal the crack. He grabs the fisher and starts forcing it together to close the gap. Everything is going fine until a tentacle suddenly slides out of the crack and grabs his arm. It locks onto him tight, and Kang Woo knows that feeling right away. More tentacles push out and Lilith says she's coming to see him. Terrified, Kang Woo begs her not to come near him. As he struggles against the tentacles, the demonic stone starts draining fast. He considers using the demonic energy C, but remembers the promise he made to Echidna. He really doesn't want to meet Lilith again, but it's not worth dying over. Still, he needs a drastic move. Kang Woo activates the authority of predation to absorb the fisher's demonic energy and make another demonic energy stone. Luckily, he also meets the final requirement. The stone has reached the needed size. That gives him all three conditions for the extreme demonic energy body, and the system announces that his body is beginning to transform. Kang Woo is not happy about it, but he decides to use it to his advantage. He focuses the overflowing power from the energy stone and uses it to shut the crack. Once he succeeds, the backlash slams him into the ground. The Demon King lies there gasping after the brutal struggle. When the change finishes, the system says all his stats went up by 5 points, but Kang Woo doesn't notice any major change in his body. Then another system message appears telling him he unlocked his 6th awakening trait. That gets him excited, because now he can finally check what this 6th trait does. His status window shows an SS rank skill that lets him create gear using the power of an authority. But to make myth rank equipment, he needs material of the same rank. Right now though, the best thing he has is only legendary rank. Then he looks back at Kurosaki Yuriti and starts thinking about a myth rank item. Walking to the table, he wonders if her possession ability could make one. He remembers she created Ryoma Sasano's eyes, so for now he decides to save her and think about the rest later. Suddenly the ceiling explodes and Ryoma drops down through it. He asks Kang Woo what happened and why he's there, since that area wasn't assigned to the Korean team. Holding Kurosaki Yuri in his arms, Kang Woo answers that he came to save the kidnapped maiden. Ryoma takes that as Kang Woo leaving his post without permission, but Kang Woo says this is exactly the kind of chaos Ryoma wanted him to create. Ryoma doesn't like his attitude and says he should have been told before Kang Woo acted on his own. Kang Woo brushes that off. He wasn't going to call Ryoma over a hunch. Then he turns and heads back to the surface. As he leaves, Ryoma hears him wondering how many myth rank items he can demand as payment. Kang Woo suddenly stops when Ryoma starts shouting that this is an emergency. He sees Ryoma speaking through an orb telling his men that Kang Woo is part of the demon cult. Ryoma even claims Kang Woo is kidnapping the maiden and gives away their location. The Demon King is caught off guard by the sudden betrayal. Not long after, Kang Woo ends up locked in a Tokyo prison with a magic restraint on his hands. Ryoma tells him he'll stay bound until the trial tomorrow. Kang Woo is being charged with trying to kidnap the maiden and belonging to the demon cult. Ryoma says he can hire any lawyer he wants, but he doubts anyone will defend him. Right before leaving, Kang Woo calls Ryoma back. He says Ryoma made 5 big mistakes. Ryoma just gets annoyed. He thinks Kang Woo is bluffing and says he's only talking trash because he's cornered. Then Ryoma walks out, eager to see how long Kang Woo can keep the lie going in court. Left alone, Kang Woo knows he needs a plan fast. Before he was taken away, Sola and Young were stunned to hear him called a demon cultist. His teammates argued that it was impossible, but Ryoma claimed Kang Woo tried to kidnap Kurosaki Yuri. Even Yamada backed up the lie, but Kang Woo stayed calm. Furious, Young tried to attack them for saying such garbage. Kang Woo stops her and says he'll be back soon. He also reassures Sola that when he says things will work out, they usually do. Even so, Sola and Echidna are deeply worried and can only hope he's right. Kang Woo promises Sola he'll return, then asks her to watch over Echidna until he does. Back in his cell, he sends his soul out of his body. His spirit slips free, then forms a full body outside the prison. Since magic and demonic energy are different, the restraints can't stop him. Above the city, He decides to move fast and make Ryoma pay. The next day, Korean players and Japanese citizens gather in a Tokyo courtroom for Kang-woo's trial. Ryoma sits there looking irritated, not expecting it to start this late. Still, he pictures himself coming out as a hero and marrying the maiden. For a world ranker, he's weirdly pathetic. He glances across the room and sees Kang-woo's teammates glaring like they want to tear him apart. He figures they still can't do anything. Then he checks on the judge, pleased because he paid the man well to handle the case. The judge, Wakabe Nobuhito, is shaking like he's seen a ghost. Soon, the first prosecutor is called to testify against Kang-woo. The moment he starts lying about the mission, Yong snaps and scares half the courtroom. Jake quickly pulls her out before she goes too far. At the same time, the judge asks Kang-woo if he wants to defend himself. Smiling brightly, Kang-woo simply says he is not part of the demon cult. Ryoma can barely hold back his laughter. As more witnesses are called, Ryoma smirks, sure he's already won. After what happened underground, he's certain they'll all support his story. The first witness is Prime Minister Yamada, but he's trembling like his life depends on this. Ryoma brushes it off, thinking both Yamada and the judge are just acting weak because they're old. Then Yamada says he's been hiding the truth, and everything flips. He tells the court that Ryoma has been threatening him. The whole room explodes into chaos. Hearing that, Ryoma slams the table and demands to know what Yamada thinks he's saying. Yamada answers by calling Ryoma a demon cultist. The courtroom goes wild with questions, but Yamada keeps going. He says he stayed quiet because Ryoma threatened to sacrifice his family to demons. He also reveals that Kang-woo was the one who actually saved the maiden. Ryoma cuts in at once, shouting that Yamada has no proof. But then he hears there is evidence. Yamada holds up a demonic energy stone and explains what it is. He says it was found in Ryoma's home, and only the demon cult can make or use something like that. Ryoma immediately demands proof that it really came from his house, trying to talk his way out of it. Then Seola suddenly enters the courtroom and says she's been investigating Ryoma's ties to the demon cult. She explains that she searched his home at the Prime Minister's request. A man behind her opens a case packed with demonic stones and daggers. Sola tells the court this was all taken from Ryoma's residence. She even swears on the name of the Thousand Sword Gate that Ryoma belongs to the cult. Things are turning bad for the world ranker, but Ryoma suddenly bursts out laughing. Looking completely unhinged, he asks what any of these claims are supposed to prove. Then he starts shouting that this is all a Thousand Sword Gate plot to take over Japan, trying to stall for time. At that moment, a girl beside Sola pulls back her cloak and reveals herself as Kurosaki Yuri. The reporters are stunned by the maiden's sudden appearance. Kurosaki Yuri steps forward to speak. She says she can't remember everything from that day, but she knows the one who saved her was Oh Kang-woo. Then she apologizes for being kidnapped and worrying everyone, though the crowd tells her it wasn't her fault. Sola turns to the judge and asks him to have Ryoma arrested. As the order is given, Ryoma starts laughing again, slower this time, like he's losing it. His face twists with madness, fear, and confusion. He looks toward Kang-woo's side and realizes someone arranged all of this in just one day. Kang-woo answers with a dark, devilish smile. Ryoma slowly rises from his seat and suddenly bolts out of the courtroom. Kang-woo's teammates instantly try to figure out how to stop him before he gets away. Young turns to Kang-woo and says they should go after him, but then she notices his broken handcuffs. Kang-woo's already gone. Meanwhile, Ryoma races through the night sky over the city and curses his ruined plans while thinking about how to escape Japan. Then a bright flame appears beside his face and blasts him out of the sky. Kang-woo watches as he crashes down in flames. When the fire dies, Ryoma looks up, shocked that someone dared attack him. Then he sees Kang-woo standing there with fire in his hand. Kang-woo asks if he finally understands those 5 mistakes. Burning with rage, Ryoma admits his plan may have been rushed, but says there weren't 5 mistakes. Kang-woo starts with the first one, trying to imprison him. Magic restraints don't work on the Demon King. As the fire in his hand fades, he adds that he can make demonic energy stones himself. The third mistake, he says, was using ordinary people as witnesses and judges. They aren't protected from skills, so of course they were terrified. Kang-woo says it was stupid to trust normal people with no power. The fourth mistake was assuming he was some nobody with no backing. In reality, this gave him the perfect chance to call the Sword King and ask for help. Then he gets to the fifth mistake. Ryoma never understood the gap between a dog and a demon. Enraged, Ryoma rises into the air and sends wind blades at Kang-woo. He swears he'll tear the Demon King apart. Kang-woo doesn't even flinch at Ryoma's little tornado tricks. The attack lands with a huge blast over the city. Ryoma thinks he's won and says he should have done that from the start, but his face suddenly changes when he sees Kang-woo standing there without a scratch. Kang-woo blocked it with his defense skill and says he's disappointed in Ryoma. Confused, Ryoma asks what he means, and Kang-woo tells him he's the type who acts nice in public while controlling people from the shadows. He says Ryoma's fake mask came off way too easily and his methods were cheap. While Kang-woo keeps explaining this, Ryoma charges up another attack. He pours in more power as Kang-woo mocks him for being slow-witted. Ryoma throws down another tornado and yells at Kang-woo not to judge him. After using that much power, he's clearly worn out, but Kang-woo appears behind him and points out how easy he is to read. Ryoma ignores him and rushes in blindly. Kang Woo charges too, and they collide in a massive explosion. They keep trading blows, shooting through the air at insane speed. The fight looks straight out of an anime battle. They keep circling a tower as they clash, climbing all the way to the top, not taking it seriously at all. Kang Woo casually asks if the city has any good sushi spots. Ryoma is furious at being mocked and can't believe Kang Woo's making this much of a joke out of him. He summons a storm of tornadoes and sends every one of them at Kang Woo, swearing he'll give him the most painful death possible. Kang Woo dodges them all with ease and laughs. He even admits Ryoma is stronger than the enemies he's fought so far. Still weaving through the wind attacks, he jokes that he'll take Ryoma out for sushi after this. Then Kang Woo slips behind him, ready to strike, but Ryoma activates Susanoo's eyes. A burst of light appears behind Kang Woo and blasts him into the ground. When he gets back up, through the settling dust, he says he never thought he'd live long enough to see a god. In front of him stands Susanoo. Ryoma can only keep this power up for 1 minute, so he has to finish Kang Woo fast. He orders Susanoo to kill the Demon King, but as Susanoo looks down at Kang Woo, he senses the power inside him and recognizes him as the being someone once spoke of. Kang Woo can't understand what the god is saying and wonders if he should use his translation power. Then Susanoo lifts both hands and summons a giant spear from the sky. He wants to test the demonic sea inside the Demon King. Seeing that, Kang Woo starts making his own weapon. He quickly realizes even Gay Bulg won't be enough, so he pours in more power to forge something stronger. But Ryoma traps him inside a whirlwind and laughs at him for all that mocking earlier. He vows Kang Woo dies today, then suddenly notices the storm around Kang Woo growing even wilder. Kang Woo mixes that storm power with the other forces he's already using. By combining them all, he creates the mighty spear Gungnir. Susanoo is impressed by Kang Woo's power and attacks with his divine spear. Kang Woo charges straight at the god and their weapons slam together. The clash sets off a huge blast and a light that spreads across the whole city. Kang Woo's girls reach the area and spot the bright glow in the sky. At the same time, Kang Woo is barely holding on against a god's strength, and each second leaves him more injured. As his blood spills out, he notices it's black. That makes him wonder if his demonic energy fused with his blood when he got his extreme demonic energy body. Since the energy is packed so tightly, he decides to blow it up. That move lets him push back the god and crack the divine spear. Susanoo feels fear and says the prophecy was true. Then the Demon King pierces the god and defeats him. After that, Ryoma drops to the ground and cries for help. He suddenly looks like an old man, and his body slowly fades because Susan drained his life and magic power. While he hopes Kurosaki Yuri can restore him, Kang Woo floats above the broken fool. He reminds Ryoma that calling down a god comes with a huge price, then mocks him as he lies there helpless. When Ryoma keeps insulting him, Kang Woo burns off his hand. Then he tells him none of this would have happened if he hadn't tried to kill an innocent person. With that, Kang Woo decides to take Ryoma's myth-ranked item. Ryoma begs to live and promises to have Kurosaki Yuri give Kang Woo a myth item instead. As Kang Woo's hand moves toward his eye, Ryoma swears he'll never stand before the Demon King again if he's spared. Kang Woo ignores the plea and takes the eye. After that, the ranker's body slowly crumbles into dust, and in his final moments, he still calls out the Demon King for mocking him. A system window appears and tells Kang Woo he can't use Susanoo's eye. He thinks about the god and wonders if more will show up as Gaia's system keeps weakening. While he considers how to deal with future gods, another system message appears. It shows 2 unknown conditions and says they're the second step to becoming a demon god. That makes Kang Woo wonder if he has to become a god to fight gods. As he leaps off the tower, he leaves the cleanup to Mujin and Soya. The Sword King starts wondering if Kang Woo held back the last time they fought. After seeing the Demon King's skill, he even offers to set up a marriage between Soyeon and Kang Woo, but she shuts it down and says she's going back to China. When her father asks why, she says she wants to train. She wants to cover the part Kang Woo lacks, martial arts talent. Watching the man she loves float down, she admits sneaking in to see him will be much harder now. Kang Woo meets up with his friends, and they immediately ask where he's been. Yeonju is clearly furious that he left without telling them anything. She also scolds him for not saying Ryoma was part of the demon cult. Trying not to meet her scary eyes, he says he only found out recently, even though Ryoma was never in the cult. Kang Woo tries to calm Yeonju by saying everything worked out, but that only makes her angrier. Shiola steps in to calm her before she burns the place down with rage. Still, she tells Kang Woo they were really scared things would go wrong. Kang Woo gets nervous when he sees how upset Shiola is. She looks close to tears. Then he suddenly hugs her and calls her his darling. Her whole face turns red. He tells her he wants to go back and eat his favorite food. As the two slip into a sweet little moment, Yeonju is ready to snap, and poor Echidna gets squished between them. While Kang Woo holds his girl close, a thought crosses his mind. He can't figure out why Kurosaki Yuri helped him when he never used his power on her. It also makes no sense that she said she regained consciousness. He would have noticed that. His thoughts get cut off when Yeonju pinches his cheeks. She tells him to come with her because she knows a good sushi place. While Kang Woo struggles through the pain, she drags him along and tells the others to follow. Meanwhile, Kurosaki Yuri watches from a distance until her assistant arrives to escort her home. As she leaves, she says she'll keep watching Kang Woo from afar and visit him herself soon. As she walks away, her shadow takes the shape of a certain demon obsessed with Kang Woo. A week later, Kang-woo returns home with his family and friends. He and Echidna are excited, but Yeonju is desperate to finally rest after everything that happened in Japan. Jeolla tells her to get home safe, though Yeonju can barely walk straight. Both she and Kang-woo are worried about the Red Rose Guild master. Kang-woo feels bad for her after all they went through in Japan. Japan lost its hero after he and Mujin were announced as the ones who defeated Ryoma. Because of that, a lot of hate got aimed at Korea, and Yeonju took all of it instead of Kang-woo. While he's thinking about that, Jeolla calls him so they can head back together. But instead of going home with her, he says she should go first because he has something to do. They just got back, and he's already staying away from home. When Echidna asks to come too, he lets her and says they're heading somewhere quiet. When she asks why, he says it's nothing major. Then he pulls out Suzuno's eye and says he's going to make a piece of equipment. After that, they fly to a wide grassy field and land. They check around for a while to make sure no monsters are nearby. Then Kang-woo opens his status window to look over his skill. He reads about his 6th awakening trait, which lets him forge equipment using the power of an authority. The more authorities he adds, the stronger the item becomes. Kang-woo thinks back to when he made Gungnir and confirms his current limit is 4 authorities at once. Using more than 1 authority makes the cost jump fast. 2 need 4 times the energy, and 4 needs 16 times the amount. Since he's not fighting right now, Kang-woo thinks he might manage 5. Echidna then asks if she can help with anything. He tells her to keep people and monsters away so he can focus. Echidna happily runs off to set up a barrier. After that, Kang-woo decides to practice a little and start with what he knows best. He activates the demonic art of creation. Black flames rise around him, markings spread across the ground, and the fire gathers into one point as a ductile furnace is formed. With no materials at all, Kang-woo tries making equipment from his powers alone. Using the power of 3 authorities, he creates a Gaebolg spear, but this version is only unique rank. Kang-woo quickly sees it's weaker than the spear he directly makes with his authorities. He tests it on a nearby boulder. After smashing the rock, he figures the spear only holds about 20% of the original power. Even so, he says he can make up for the missing strength with his body-enhancing authorities. Echidna comes back and asks what kind of equipment he wants to make, but he still hasn't decided. He considers crafting a main weapon like Sai Hun's, but that would keep him from swapping styles and attacks. Then Echidna gets an idea and suggests a weapon that can change shape. As Kang-woo thinks it over, night falls. Saola is now there with him, and he gives her the signal to begin. She uses graceful light to buff him, and he stacks it with Kraken's rage. Then he activates creation again, and uses Suzunu's eye as the material. As he adds the authority of storms, he remembers Echidna saying a shape-changing weapon would let him attack in many different ways. Kang-woo adds a 5th authority and meets every condition. The system tells him a myth rank item will be finished in 10 seconds. As he struggles to hold on until the countdown ends, he wonders if myth rank is really the highest. He also wonders if he could make something like the dimensional rift he once created with the Archduke's equipment. Right before the timer reaches the final second, Kang-woo forces in even more power and adds the authority of predation, changing the conditions. Saola and Echidna grow uneasy from the aura pouring out around him. At the same time, the system announces that a transcendent rank item is being created. A blinding light bursts across the field, and the girls shout for Kang-woo while covering their eyes. The light floods the whole area until it finally fades away. The girls look up in shock, and Kang-woo stares at his new equipment too. A strange mystical object floats above the water, and the system names it the Key of the Demonic Energy Sea. More system messages appear. He's mastered the demonic art of creation, so he can't use that skill anymore, and his demonic energy goes up by 2. When Kang-woo reaches for the key, the engraving process begins. Checking the status window, he finds out the item gets stronger once certain conditions are met. It also has more effects that are still locked. Kang-woo is blown away by what it can do. Its first effect, Indomitable, means no attack can break it. The second, Transformation, lets it become any weapon saved as a skill and use up to 34% of that weapon's power. One look at his face says it all. He already loves it. Then Kang-woo activates the item's transformation and turns it into a Bident. It turns out well, and its power is close to the Gaebolg he made before. Next, he changes it into the magic sword, Gram. The switch is almost as fast as using the demonic energy stone. Finally, he tries to turn it into Gungnir, but nothing happens. The system explains that the key can only copy weapons made with 4 authorities or less. That disappoints Kang-woo, but he's already eager to see how it'll develop. After that, Saola gets his attention and asks if the weapon came out right. He says it did, then changes the key into a ring so she can see it. He figures that'll make it easier to carry. Saola, though, looks ready to kill him over the ring. Once everything is done, they go home. A week later, back at the apartment, Kang-woo is still stuck because of his level cap. Even after getting the key of the demonic energy sea, the restriction hasn't gone away. He sighs in frustration. Staring at the ring, he wonders how he's supposed to level up and gain another trait to weaken the seal on the demonic energy sea. He thinks it over and starts asking if he should just give up and find another way to grow stronger. One idea is visiting the demon cult in Russia and devouring demons there, but tracking them down won't be easy. Then his stomach growls, reminding him he hasn't been eating right. He goes to make his favorite kimchi stew, but suddenly spots Lilith's tentacles in the pot. Kangwoo nearly jumps out of his skin at that, only to realize it's his imagination. The stew really does have octopus tentacles though. He feels bad for even thinking an angel like Seola would serve him something that awful. Looking around, he notices Sola's gone and sees luggage by the sofa. Echidna says she left to hunt an A-rank gate with her party. She adds that the octopus and the luggage were brought over by Young the night before. The night before, Sola and Echidna met Young at the door. The guildmaster said Kurosaki Yuri had sent supplies along with $30 million. According to Yuri, it was an apology for what happened in Japan, and she wanted to help Kangwoo however she could. Young is surprised the maiden likes him, but Sola's reaction shocks her even more. Even Echidna is stunned by the scary look on Sola's face. Kangwoo, meanwhile, thinks that much money is way too much for simply saving the maiden. Even so, the octopus is still bothering him and making his skin crawl. Then a news report catches his eye. World ranker Alec Osborne, the Sword of Justice, is visiting South Korea. The report says Osborne is here to meet Kim Si-hoon after seeing what he did during the ISU station incident. Kangwoo checks his phone for more details. Alec Osborne is a famous hero known for protecting the weak. 2 months after the ISU station incident, he revealed that he'd also been fighting the demon cult. A month ago, demon cult activity was found in Europe, and he stopped it. Somehow, not a single person died. Kangwoo figures this is exactly the kind of guy Kim Si-hoon would admire. Then his mind starts taking that thought in a very weird direction. After that, he puts on his jacket, asks Echidna where Sola is, and says he's going to hunt with Golden Sun. Echidna happily asks to come too. Later at a cafe, Tae-sol waves Kangwoo over to the table. Kangwoo says they could have kept hunting, but Tae-sol replies that once they heard he was coming, they had to stop. They start talking about Alec Osborne, and Tae-sol says they heard about him from players who recognized Kim Si-hoon. Meanwhile, Kangwoo glances at Kim Si-hoon and wonders why he looks so excited. Kim Si-hoon admits he's thrilled because he never thought the Sword of Justice would come all the way to Korea just to meet him. Acting like a total fanboy, he gushes about how cool Alec Osborne is. Kangwoo tries not to care that his subordinate is praising someone else, and asks how Kim Si-hoon's leveling is going. He's shocked to hear the swordsman has already reached level 60. Sola explains that Kim Si-hoon never had the same level restriction the others did. Hearing that, Kangwoo feels pathetic. His underling is flying through levels while he's still blocked. Kim Si-hoon then asks if he should go to the airport to meet Alec. Kangwoo says there's no need, and right then someone enters the cafe. Kim Si-hoon instantly recognizes him as the Sword of Justice. While Kim Si-hoon rushes over to greet the world ranker, Kangwoo turns back and sizes up Alec's aura and the way he carries himself. The moment Alec speaks, the Demon King can tell he's stronger than Ryoma. Kim Si-hoon greets Alec with humble but obvious excitement. At the same time, Kangwoo feels a little bitter, because Kim Si-hoon was never this happy when they first met. Alec finally notices the Demon King, who asks why he came all the way to Korea. Kim Si-hoon quickly steps in and introduces Kangwoo as his brother. Alec notices the women too, but only Seola really acknowledges him. When he asks to be introduced, Kangwoo cuts in and asks why he came to see Kim Si-hoon. Alec pulls his attention back and says Kangwoo has every right to be cautious since he hasn't explained himself yet. Then he turns to Kim Si-hoon and asks if he knows about beings called guardians. That word instantly grabs both Kangwoo and Kim Si-hoon. Kangwoo remembers Kim Si-hoon saying the Gaia system chose him as a guardian. Alec then reveals that he's one too, meaning Kim Si-hoon isn't the only one. Kangwoo asks if Alec came to recruit Kim Si-hoon to save the world with the other guardians. Alec admits that's exactly why he's here. He wants Kim Si-hoon to join an organization called Guardians. They may not be well known, he says, but they are humanity's best hope. He promises Kim Si-hoon that if he joins them, he won't have to feel that same despair again. He means what happened at ISU Station. Since those demonic monsters used to be human, Kim Si-hoon felt helpless and crushed while fighting them. Alec believes that if they become stronger, they can save everyone. He says they'll reach a point where they can subdue people without harming them. When Kim Si-hoon asks how that's possible, Alec explains that Guardians can boost the power of other Guardians. At that point, Kangwoo finally understands how Alec stopped the demon cult in Europe, without killing anyone. He watches Kim Si-hoon closely to see how he'll answer this desperate offer. Kim Si-hoon is nervous and struggles to respond. As he looks at Alec and prepares to answer, the scene shifts to Alec walking alone. He reveals that Kim Si-hoon turned him down, but he still plans to win him over. Not far away, Kangwoo watches him in secret and can't believe how stubborn he is. Before Alec got rejected, Kim Si-hoon had actually been ready to accept, but Kangwoo stopped him with his power. The Demon King interfered with his spirit, making Kim Si-hoon suspect Alec might be lying. Because of that, Kim Si-hoon couldn't give a clear answer. Alec told him to take his time since he'd be in Korea a while longer. As Alec walks off, Kangwoo swears he won't let Kim Si-hoon end up as delusional as this ranker. He decides to keep them apart. Suddenly, Alec calls out to someone hiding in the shadows, and Kangwoo thinks he's been discovered. But instead, a cult member jumps down from a rooftop and attacks Alec. The cultist's nails stretch into long claws while Alec draws his sword. As they collide, Alec asks if the cult followed him all the way from Europe. He tells the man to surrender, but the cultist only wants to tear him to pieces. The fight turns fierce, and neither side backs down. Kang Woo stays hidden nearby, careful not to reveal himself. Even with the cult member's efforts, the battle ends fast because he's nowhere near at Guardian's level. The follower asks Alec to kill him, but Alec refuses. That mercy annoys Kang Woo, who can't believe this guy is still saying such naive nonsense. Even so, Alec tells the cultist to repent and start over. Realizing he's dealing with a soft-hearted fool, the cult member throws a smoke grenade and makes a run for it. Alec moves to stop him, but sees the cultist rushing straight toward a random passerby. The man slams into the girl and sends her into a wall. After a quick look around, he escapes, leaving Alec behind with the injured girl. Alec runs to her, but his hands start trembling when he realizes she's dead. He breaks down, asking why this had to happen. If he just killed the cultist, none of it would have happened. Then he hears someone ask what he's doing. Alec turns and sees Kang Woo glaring at him. The Demon King demands to know why he let the cultist live. Kang Woo says the girl's death is basically Alec's fault because he spared that cultist. Alec tries to defend himself, but Kang Woo cuts him off and says his foolish beliefs killed an innocent girl. Then Alec says no one was hurt, and that catches Kang Woo off guard. Right then, the girl's body starts fading away. Soon, only her clothes are left in Alec's arms. At that moment, Kang Woo realizes Alec is completely out of his mind. Even so, the Guardian keeps acting like nothing happened. Kang Woo calls out to him, then fixes him with a cold stare, and asks if he's finally gonna stop chasing Sai-hun. Alec flatly says no, he has no intention of giving up on the swordsman. He insists Sai-hun is meant for something greater, and Kang Woo just laughs. Alec excitedly goes on, saying Sai-hun was born to protect many people. With that, he turns to leave. Before going, he tells Kang Woo to help persuade Sai-hun to join the Guardians. But Kang Woo knows it's nonsense. Alec just wants Sai-hun to end up as twisted as he is. He also knows he can't keep stopping his subordinate forever, not when Sai-hun admires the Sword of Justice so much. Then an idea hits Kang Woo. He remembers Alec saying Sai-hun needs to grow stronger, and starts cooking up a dark plan. Later that night, Alec sits alone in his room, deep in thought. Kang Woo's words keep bothering him, and he starts feeling uneasy. Still, he tells himself Kang Woo just wouldn't get it, because he isn't a guardian. Alec believes the Demon King will understand one day. For now, he focuses on bringing Sai-hun into the group. Suddenly, a loud scream rings out. Alec jumps up and rushes to find where it came from. The cry for help comes again, and he realizes it's from the rooftop. He dashes up there and makes a dramatic landing. When he looks ahead, a cultist is waiting for him. The man says he's the same cultist Alec fought a few hours earlier. When Alec asks about the voice he heard, the cultist admits he was the one screaming. Alec realizes he was lured into a trap. Then the cultist brings up the woman he killed while escaping earlier. That memory makes Alec's face turn dark. Still, he acts like no one died. The cultist laughs and mocks the so-called Sword of Justice for ignoring an innocent person's death. As the taunting continues, Alec draws his sword and says he'll make the cultist repent for the rest of his life. But the follower notices Alec still never says he'll kill him. To Alec, the cultist could never understand why he refuses to take a life. He truly believes saving everyone is the right path. Then Alec rushes in to strike. The cultist only points at his own neck, telling Alec to go ahead. In the end, Alec can't bring himself to kill him and slams into the wall instead. While trying to redirect his blow, he injures his arm. The cultist pretends Alec simply missed, then cocks back a heavy punch. The hit buries itself in Alec's stomach and sends him flying for being so naive. Before he can even hit the ground, more fireballs slam into him too. The whole rooftop erupts in flames, but Alec somehow survives. As he wonders how this enemy got so much stronger in less than a day, the cultist comes down at him with an axe. Alec raises his sword to block, but the weapon suddenly vanishes. Before Alec can adjust, the enemy smashes him across the face. Alec goes tumbling across the roof, clutching his bruised face. He starts to think this may not be the same cultist. Maybe it's someone else. Then he remembers that cultists can suddenly grow much stronger, and guesses his foe is actually a demon. The masked cultist says nothing, and just stares back. The fight keeps going, and every clash sends bright flashes across the rooftop. They move at incredible speed while Alec tries to overpower his enemy. He tells the demon to give up, but the cultist is already tired of this pointless fight. Just as he thought, Alec isn't fit to be a guardian. Earlier, before this fight, the cultist had been resting alone while planning another ambush on Alec. Then the wall beside him suddenly exploded. Thinking Alec had found him, he got up, ready to fight, only to freeze when he saw Kang Woo instead. The Demon King is puzzled when the cultist mistakes him for one of the Guardians. He starts asking about the Guardians, but the cultist refuses to talk, so Kang Woo turns his ring into a demonic glove and gets ready to beat the answers out of him. Kang Woo lunges forward and drives his hand straight through the man's chest. Even then, the cultist thinks the protagonist Kang Woo is stupid for stepping into his range. But when he tries to use his claws, his hands return to normal, and he feels his demonic power draining away. Looking down, he sees Kang Woo's claws sucking out that energy. Then Kang Woo asks if he's ready to talk. The cultist stays stubborn, so the Demon King jams a hand into his mouth and uses subordination on him. Even so, the cultist somehow resists. Left with no other choice, Kang Wu burns him from the inside with hellfire. Then he pulls his hand from the cultist's torn mouth. The man collapses, screaming in pain. At last he agrees to talk. Kang Wu orders him to share everything he knows about the Guardians, but the cultist says Kang Wu should already know more. That only earns him another threat from the Demon King. The cultist finally says the group is called Guardian and has fewer than 10 members. He also reveals their leader is a woman whose power lets her locate Guardians around the world. So that's how Alec found Kim Si-hoon. When Kang Wu asks about the rest, the cultist admits Alec is the only Guardian he knows. After giving up that information, he begs to be spared. MC says he might return the man's life for something else. Trembling, the cultist looks up as Kang Wu asks what he can offer. Terrified, he decides to tell him everything he knows and starts spilling every detail while Kang Wu listens. After a while, Kang Wu says none of it is new, but thanks him anyway. The cultist asks if that means he'll be spared, only for Kang Wu to say there's no reason for that. As panic takes over, the cultist realizes this was the plan from the start. The last thing he sees is the Demon King burning him alive. Afterward, the protagonist Kang Wu walks out of the flames and puts on the cultist's robe. Now that he has what he needs, he moves on to the next part of his plan. The story returns to his fight with Alec, and by now he fully understands what kind of man the Guardian is. Then he suddenly ends the fight with Alec. He knocks away Alec's sword and says fighting him is boring. Next, the Demon King grabs Alec by the throat and lifts him into the air. Alec fights back, but he's far too weak against Kang Wu. Kang Wu even wonders why there aren't more normal rankers like Cha Youngju Mujin. He figures Alec may have some tragic reason for refusing to kill, but he couldn't care less. Alec gets furious when Kang Wu questions his ideals and asks if problems disappear just because he looks away. Barely able to breathe, Alec listens as Kang Wu reminds him of the body he erased earlier that day. That finally makes Alec shout, and the protagonist is glad to see him lose control. His anger only grows when Kang Wu says all of Alec's actions are really just selfish. Alec tries to protest, but MC Kang Wu tightens his grip. Suddenly the rooftop door blows open. Kim Si-hoon rushes in, ready to save Alec and face the attacker. He demands to know who the masked cultist is. Kang Wu quickly changes his voice and throws out a few fake names. At last, he introduces himself to the swordsman as Satan. Hearing that, Kim Si-hoon decides the enemy must be a demon too. Kang Wu squeezes Alec's throat even harder and reminds the boy he has bigger problems right now. He watches Kim Si-hoon start to sweat, even as he tries to stay calm. The boy grips his sword and refuses to answer the Demon King's taunts. He remembers the call from Kang Wu, warning him that Alec was under attack by the demonic order. Kang Wu had pretended to be injured, then cut the call, leaving the swordsman in a panic. Kim Si-hoon doubts he can beat someone strong enough to crush even Alec. Still, he charges in to prove himself, and unleashes his dragon sword technique as he closes the distance, but the Demon King blocks it all with ease. Kim Si-hoon grits his teeth when the enemy mocks how weak he is, yet he pushes forward and starts another dragon sword skill. Before he can even finish saying its name, Kang Wu punches him and sends him crashing into the wall. A dark purple aura wraps around the Demon King's body, and he glares at the swordsman, wondering why the boy still can't feel the gap between them. But Kim Si-hoon refuses to quit and attacks again. Kang Wu asks why he's trying this hard for Alec, who means nothing to him. Kim Si-hoon keeps swinging with everything he has, and the protagonist enjoys every second of it. The fight keeps going, and his demonic aura blocks Si-hoon's blade. Kang Wu can tell his subordinate is far better than Alec. Si-hoon isn't trying to hold back or capture him anymore. Every swing is meant to kill. At last, he lands a small cut on Kang Wu and cracks the mask. Kang Wu uses the purple power under his feet to shove Si-hoon away. Then he strikes back at the swordsman, but Si-hoon dodges right before the spears can hit him. The gifted boy aims for Kang Wu's blind spot, but the Demon King blocks it with ease. He keeps circling and attacking again and again, but Kang Wu stops everything. As he defends, he thinks about what Sim-hun still lacks. Sim-hun steps in for another blow, and the Demon King crushes him without trouble. Kang Wu grabs him by the face and hurls him into a wall. Sim-hun coughs up blood and his eyes lose focus. Even then, Kang Wu says his effort wasn't bad and keeps mocking him. Sim-hun is tired of hearing it, but his fear gets worse when Kang Wu says he wants the fight to keep going. The Demon King starts draining Alec's life force while praising Sim-hun's resolve and spirit. Alec barely whispers Sim-hun's name and tells him to run, then he's destroyed right in front of him. Watching that finally breaks something inside Sim-hun. His voice shakes as he charges at the one calling himself Satan, desperate to avenge his ally. He attacks with pure killing intent, but his body gives out and he drops to the floor. All he can do is grit his teeth and glare while Kang Wu tells him to keep struggling and remember him. As Sim-hun slips out of consciousness, Kang Wu tells him to use that anger and hatred to grow stronger. Once Sim-hun passes out, he removes the mask. Then he nearly throws up from how embarrassing his whole Satan act was. Still, he hopes this pushes Sim-hun past his limits and helps him grow. Ever since Young and Jae went to jail, Sim-hun hasn't had much driving him. At the same time, Kang Woo still doesn't know if the Guardians are friends or enemies. If the others are like Alec, he may have to kill them himself. While thinking about getting stronger, a system message appears. Because he killed a Guardian, his level cap is lifted and reset to 69. His level also jumps by 10, bringing him to his 7th awakening. Kang Woo realizes killing a Guardian is the key to removing the restriction, but the new cap at 69 shocks him. Normally the next one shouldn't come until level 89. Seeing that the only way past it is killing another Guardian, he looks down at Sem-hun with temptation in his eyes. For a moment he wonders if he should kill the Guardians one by one, but he drops the idea and takes off the cultist robe. He decides not to thin out the Guardians yet since he still doesn't know what threats Earth will face later. After that, he checks his 7th awakening trait. The status window shows a new SS rank skill called Reaper of Souls. It's tied to the authority of predation and lets him absorb demon souls to improve the quality of his own soul. That authority already takes a target's life force, demonic energy, and other power, but Kang Woo has always thought it was inefficient. Then he checks the second step to becoming a demon god. The conditions are still hidden, but he feels this new skill is tied to them. Just like his 6th awakening was used to make the key to the demonic energy C, the idea of hunting demons puts a dark smile on his face. He also realizes he'll have to bother Young again. At that moment, she's in bed shivering from a cold. Kang Woo begins meditating and enters his demonic energy C. His 7th awakening weakens the seal on the 10,000 demon core, and he uses the celestial dragon psyche method to condense demonic energy. Thanks to his demonic energy body, he absorbs it more easily. He keeps taking more in and notices the quality is still poor. He goes deeper and deeper, risking his whole body turning into the 10,000 demon core. At the last second, he stops before the power swallows him. Pulling himself back takes a heavy toll, but he still raises his demonic energy stat by 8 points. That makes him happy, but when he checks the window, something is wrong. His demonic energy should be 121, yet it only shows 120. Then he figures it may be because of his coat. The system confirms it. His legendary gear can't support demonic energy above 120. Kang Woo stares at the coat, wondering why the system didn't say that sooner. Then he realizes no one has probably ever pushed a stat this high. Next, he turns to Alec's body and sets it on fire. As he thinks about going home, he realizes it took 6 months to reach this level. He watches the smoke from Alec's body rise into the air. A few days later, at the Red Rose Guild, a hard fight is happening in the training room. Sai-hun and Mu-jin are going all out, but the match is clearly one-sided. Mu-jin wins by knocking the sword from Sai-hun's hand. He tells the young prodigy to stop for the day. Sai-hun insists he can keep going, but Mu-jin doesn't buy it. He's worn out and battered, yet he still wants to push on. With fierce eyes, he says he has to get stronger. Mu-jin can see his sword skills are improving, but he's still worried. Later, he tells Kang Woo that he plans to take Sehee-turan hunting. Kang Woo grows uneasy when he hears the destination is Shanghai. There's an SS rank gate there like the one in Hokkaido, so it feels too soon. Mu-jin argues that real combat against monsters will help Sehee-turan more. Kang Woo realizes it's basically closed-off training, and probably the best way for Sai-hun to grow. Meanwhile, Sai-hun is still trying to catch his breath. Kang Woo walks over to give him some motivation. He grabs him and puts on a sorrowful act, blaming himself for failing to save Alec Osborne. Then he says they need to get stronger and avenge the fallen guardian. That hits Sai-hun right in the heart, and he swears to become stronger. Just like that, Kang Woo's twisted plan keeps moving forward. Afterwards, Sai-hun leaves for Shanghai with Mu-jin, while Kang Woo wastes time on his couch. Then his phone starts ringing. When he answers, Young tells him to turn on the TV. He does, wondering what's going on, and is left speechless by reports that the demon cult has started a massive summoning. They brought in thousands of demons, and the creatures are causing chaos across the country. Most people would panic, but the Demon King is practically drooling. To him, this is the feast he's been waiting for. The next day at the Red Rose Guild, Young heads into her office and notices someone coming in. It's Kang Woo with his family, and he asks what's happening. He says everyone looked on edge on the way in. Young explains that the mass demon summoning happened in Vladivostok, Russia. They still don't know the exact number of demons, but she estimates over 100, along with demonic monsters. Meanwhile, Kang Woo tries hard to hide how happy he is at the thought of devouring them. Kang Woo and Echidna sit down as Young says civilian losses have been low so far. Echidna points out the real problem is the demonic monsters moving out, and Young agrees. They're moving through Manchuria, and Young fears a major war if they reach South Korea. Kang Woo asks what China said. She explains that they asked South Korea for an alliance to stop the disaster in Manchuria before the death toll rises. A strategy meeting will be held in Harbin, and each guild is expected to join. That's why her people are rushing to get flights. Then she asks if Kang Woo will go with Echidna. She also wonders if just the two of them will be enough. Kang Woo says Sehun is still training, and he left the others behind on purpose. He thinks it's too dangerous for them if demons are involved. He starts acting like he alone is enough, and Young looks disgusted. A little later, they arrive at China's player administration office. So-Ian guides them inside. Kang Woo thanks her for helping during the Ryoma incident. She blushes at the praise and says she had a promise to keep. With her father away doing private training, she's been stuck handling all his work. Still, she says she's worried about her uncle. That uncle is the swordmaster Cha Yongju Muyeon. She explains that Mujin overshadowed him, so he never became famous. Even so, Muyeon is the vice leader of the Thousand Sword Gate, and sadly he doesn't think well of South Korea. Kangwoo tells Suyan things will be fine, and she says she hopes so. Up ahead, a huge guard is blocking two people. Those two are Minjung from the Onuri Guild and Hyunju from the Samurai Guild. Hyunju is surprised to spot Yeonju, who asks why they still haven't gone in. The second she hears they were barred from the meeting, Yeonju snaps. She orders the guard to step aside, but he says they'll hear the results later. Then he warns that if they ignore Muyeon's orders, the China-Korea alliance could be called off. Yeonju is ready to blow the door open, but Soyeon quickly tells her to calm down. Then Soyeon steps forward and tells the guard to move. He refuses, saying her uncle's orders come first while her father is away. While they argue, Kangwoo quietly walks up to deal with it himself. He politely asks to be let in, but the guard gives him the same answer. Kangwoo says he'll enter anyway, and the guard swings at him. A moment later, the meeting room door explodes. Everyone inside jolts in panic. Kangwoo strolls in with a smile, while the guard is left crumpled on the floor. One guild leader jumps up and attacks him for barging in. Kangwoo catches him and slams the bald man's head into the ground. The other leaders are stunned by how easily he gets dropped. Kangwoo jokes that the guy should have stayed seated, especially after already losing all his hair. Then he sits on the unconscious man and casually tells everyone to keep the meeting going. Across from him, Mu Pian hints that Korea isn't needed here, and Kangwoo fires right back. He even calls the vice leader a cocky little brat. Already fed up, Kangwoo decides to expose exactly what kind of man Mu Pian is. He talks about a jealous younger brother, who can never outshine his gifted older brother. Now that monsters are invading and the older brother is absent, that younger brother wants to prove himself. As he says it, Kangwoo flicks a pen into the mat behind Mu Hyun, barely cutting his cheek. Then he adds that this little brother is pushing other forces to the back so they can't earn any credit. Kangwoo calls Mu Hyun a fool, trying to escape his brother's shadow. That hits Mu Hyun right where it hurts. He insists Kangwoo knows nothing, but Kangwoo says he had him figured out the moment he opened his mouth and people like him are boring. By then it's obvious the vice leader is furious and barely holding himself back. Kangwoo tells him to continue the meeting and stop wasting everyone's time. A little later, troops are gathered outside. Yeonju is about to speak to them, and Kangwoo wonders why she's so tense. She snaps that it's all because of him. Earlier, after he provoked Mu Hyun, the vice leader lunged at him, swearing to shut him up for good. He tried to kill Kangwoo, but before his sword landed, Kangwoo threw a pen into his face and sent him crashing across the table. Since working together was clearly impossible, Kangwoo said both sides should fight separately and go their own way. Mu Hyun ended up unconscious on the floor, unable to argue back. Yeonju complains because she thinks he should have finished what he started. Now she's stuck leading a huge force and doesn't know how to handle it. Meanwhile, Minjung is trying to lift his guild's spirits, while Hyunju is already tired of Yeonju's complaining. Even the Hwarang squad leader is sick of hearing them bicker like siblings. Kangwoo tells Yeonju he has something else to do, and she asks what could matter more than this. He just says it's a secret, hiding that he really wants to devour demons. Then they all stop when someone shouts that the demons are here. A massive wave of monsters is charging straight at them. Hundreds of crazed beasts rush forward, ready to tear through everything. Their numbers shake the players, and no one knows what to do. Luckily, Yeonju takes control fast and snaps them out of it. She reminds them they can beat these monsters. She orders the mages to ready their spells while the tanks brace for the charge. But her directions get too complicated, and the players start losing focus again. Embarrassed, she falters, but Kangwoo cheers her on. Even so, she admits leading like this isn't her thing, and hands command over to Hyunjae. Once that weight is off her shoulders, Yeonju gives the players one more message. Don't overthink this fight. Just treat it like a chance to earn as much experience as possible. That fires everyone up, and the panic disappears. In the end, Hyunjae doesn't even need to say anything. A few words from Yeonju were enough to rally them. She draws her blood chains and tells everyone to remember 3 things. First, no one gets hurt. Second, no one dies. And third, every bit of experience belongs to her. With that, they charge the monsters. Just as both sides are about to collide, a mark appears in a giant demon's eyes, letting a cultist watch through it. The one behind all this is finally revealed, the Apostle of Evil, Anton Sidorovich. Anton says the weakening Gaia system has made demons stronger. While he thinks a demon walks up to him, and Anton tells him it still isn't time to show himself. That demon is from the 5th hell, Utar. He says his followers want to fight and hates hiding, wanting to prove humans are no threat. Anton tells him to wait. Looking at a poster of Oh Kang-woo, Anton says there's someone they need to meet. After seeing what happened with the Japanese demon cult, he noticed the look in Kang-woo's eyes and assumed they were alike. Anton believes he understands what Oh Kang-woo wants and thinks he can bring him into the demon cult. As a dark power gathers in his hands, Anton tells Utar to hold back until he contacts MC Kang-woo. Utar hates being ordered around by an old man. Anton apologizes and pleads with him not to act recklessly, but to the demon, Anton is still just a human. His anger rises even more when Anton warns him not to go against the demon cult's will. Insulted, Utar moves to crush him, but the dark force Anton summoned grabs his hands. More shadowy hands rise and pin him down, forcing the great demon to the ground. Anton asks if he'll listen. Utar only curses, so Anton closes his book and lets the hands tear him apart. His followers watch their master get ripped to pieces. They turn to the old man in fear, and he tells them to listen carefully. Back on the battlefield, the demon assault keeps coming. Yeonju cuts through them with ease and keeps pressing forward with her blood chains. One demon tries to attack her from behind, but Baekwai Yong slices it down and saves her. She says she and Hyunmo came to help, so Yeonju shouldn't be too upset. Hyunmo is worried because the demon horde seems endless. Baekwai Yong says this would be easier with Oh Kang-woo, but Yeonju refuses to admit she needs his help. Still, he is already there, just invisible to everyone else. He can tell the players are holding up well. Sigola and the Samurai Guild are giving solid support, and the others are managing the demonic monsters well enough. Kang-woo thinks they'll win at this rate, but one thing bothers him. The hundreds of demons they reported still haven't shown up. He wonders what they're after, and why they're still hiding. Then something catches his eye. He calls Echidna and tells her to guard Sigola with the Samurai Guild. The little girl promises no one will touch her master's babe. Kang-woo says his plans have changed when a burst of demonic energy erupts from the ground. A hand rises up and writes a message. Someone wants to speak with Oh Kang-woo. That excites him. He thinks his feast invitation has finally arrived. Anton confirms that the protagonist saw the message and tells the demon beside him not to worry. They'll likely meet him after the battle. The demon gets angry, not wanting to sit around and wait. Anton glares at him and makes it clear who's in charge. The frightened demon hurriedly apologizes. Anton forgives him, then asks if any other demon wants to step up. None of them do. With the demons under control, Anton thinks about the best way to draw Oh Kang-woo out. He decides kidnapping Skyla would work best if only he knew how badly that choice would backfire. For now, he decides to end things here, but then he notices something troubling. Looking into the distance, he sees Oh Kang-woo coming straight toward him. When the Demon King lands, Anton thinks he can kill him if he rejects the offer. Brushing off the dust, Anton asks if MC speaks Russian. Kang-woo has no trouble understanding him, but first he looks over the lower-ranked demons. Most are from the 5th hell, while the stronger ones are from the 6th. After confirming none of them recognize him, he asks Anton what he wants. Anton starts talking about the privileges of being that talk about demon perks catches O's attention. Anton says humans die but demons don't. The old man keeps pushing, saying demons don't need food or water and aren't limited by age. He tells him to stop dragging it out and get to the point. Anton finally says the demon cult can turn humans into demons, and he offers the protagonist eternal life. Like a fool, he tries tempting the Demon King with immortality, saying he'd never have to decay like a human. Then he holds out his hand and asks Oh to join the cult. Anton says he understands people like MC and claims he's the only one who can. That's when he finally loses it. He bursts out laughing at the old man and his pathetic offer. The other demons are stunned as the protagonist openly insults Anton and mocks everything he said. Anton is left speechless when he sees Oh laughing at him. Once he's had his fun, MC's face turns cold. He tells Anton not to pretend he knows him because he has no idea who he's dealing with. Then he releases his power, and the ground beneath them starts breaking apart. The demons try to flee as the earth splits open, but they only end up dropping into the cracks below. As huge pillars rise from the ground, terror spreads through the demons, and Anton too. Shaken, the old man can't understand what's happening. Young and the others feel the battlefield quake hard, and they're shocked too. When she notices the eerie structure Oh made, her frustration only grows. Even so, she's worried about the protagonist and hopes he's safe. Anton watches MC turn the area into something like hell, then stares in disbelief and asks if this is really the power of a mere human.